68
Plug that. Is it turned on?
4373. Thank you.
Lights on the power things, it says it's on.
Okay.
Or internally 0177000. This is the Broadcast Support Centre in BBC Birmingham. Our telephone number is 0121 567 7000 or internally 01770.
Right, well, the audio, okay, well, the number that we have to call, the emergency number, is unobtainable.
BBC Birmingham.
So you ring the number and it says call failed. I've tried it and my colleagues have tried as well, so we can't get hold of the audio factory.
0177000.
Very good morning and welcome to Hove for this second day of Sussex against Glamorgan in the Rothesay County Championship Division 1. And welcome to any listeners who may have found their way to the Sussex or Glamorgan County websites, having not been able to find us on the BBC because we have one or two technical issues which we're working to sort out as we speak. The good news is that the weather is fine, the sun is out, and it is a very sharp contrast to yesterday's conditions. Sussex resume on 136 for 2 in their first innings. Hughes on 48, leaning on 18, and that's in response to Glamorgan's rather meagre total of 155, having been bowled out under some very cloudy skies yesterday. I'm Nick Webb. Bruce Talbot is alongside me, and we're going to start with Tim van der Hoogten bowling from the Cromwell Road end to Jack leaning. Two slips in place. In comes van der Hoogten and beats the outside edge. Bruce, very good morning. It's very much improved conditions for batting today.
Yeah, it should be a good day for batting, Nick. You're right. That tends to happen here at Hove. The wickets, there's always something in it for the bowlers on day one, and obviously yesterday with the cloud cover and the floodlights on all day, that definitely helped. It's a great toss for Sussex to win. I'm sure Glamorgan would have bowled first as well if they'd had the opportunity, but today, yeah, much brighter, nice day, and Sussex will be looking to get a really big lead.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and leaning steers that one nicely down wide of point. They'll take a single, I think about a second, but Mason Crane is on the ball in front of us, and they settle for the single. 137 for 2 here on the Sussex and Glamorgan County websites, as the umpire swaps sides, and half the fielders swap sides for the left-handed Daniel Hughes, who played very solidly yesterday, Bruce.
He did, an important innings actually, because they lost Haynes and Tom Alsop, and after that little delay we had for bad light for about 5 minutes, I thought Glamorgan bowled really well in the last hour.
Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to Hughes, who plays inside that one as it goes through to Chris Cook.
So if Glamorgan can get a couple of wickets early this morning, they'll feel they're right back in this. Sussex, they do bat long, but they have got a little bit of a longer tail than normal for this match. You've got Crocombe at 9, Hunt at 10 and Unad Cat at 11. We've had Ollie Robinson, who got a first-class 100 earlier in the season against Surrey, coming in as low as number 10 this season. So there's a little bit more of an opportunity if Glamorgan can work their way through the middle order.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls to Hughes, who pushes forward. Sees the ball dribbling straight back down the pitch to Van der Hoogten. We had a first, 20 overs or so where Sussex virtually did as they pleased with the bat, though, didn't we? Yeah,
maybe Glamorgan sort of searching for wickets a little bit. They've seen how much assistance there'd been for the Sussex seamers, and maybe just striving a bit too much, rather than just concentrating on good lines and good lengths, consistent lines and lengths, and seeing what happened then, which Sussex certainly did when they bowled.
Van der Hoogten, the most economical of the seamers, bowls, and Hughes pushes forward. Takes a couple of steps down the wicket, but there was never a single there, as Dixon is in at cover. And Ben Callaway did a fine containing job, 11 overs for just 15 runs, which helped stop the rot as far as Glamorgan were concerned.
Not sure it's too much turn for him on day one, but yeah, he did actually. You're right, it was he played an important role, because Sussex could easily have gone past Glamorgan's total last night.
Looked likely at one point. As Van der Hoogten bowls, Hughes leaves, it comes back a little bit, but largely after it had passed the bat. So a nice tight opening over from Tim van der Hoogten, but no real alarms for Sussex. So 137 for 2.
Yeah, good solid start to the day, leaning overnight on 18, just a single off that over, so the deficit is now 18 runs. Yeah, we've seen that a lot here, Nick, over the years, when batting is a lot easier on days 2 and 3. I'm sure Glamorgan will bat a lot a lot better in the second innings than they did. I mean, there was definitely some assistance in the wicket with the overheads yesterday, but I'm not sure it was 155 all-out pitch. It's going to be Ryan Hadley, the Australian, who's going to start us from the sea end on this second day, coming in to bowl to Jack Leaning. 2 slips waiting as Hadley comes in and bowls, and Leaning's quickly off and running for a single into the leg side. There's a throw there at the stumps, but he got back comfortably enough. Good running there. The 2 men on the leg side at mid-on and mid-wicket, just slightly deep, on the heels a little bit, and Leaning took the opportunity to take a single. He moves on to 20, 138 for 2, brings Daniel Hughes into strike. He's on 48, 110 balls for that 48. He's been in the seems to have been in the 40s for a long time. I'm sure he was trying to get his half century chalked up at the end of play yesterday, but he wasn't able to. But he's waiting now as Hadley comes in to bowl to him past umpire, and he bowls, and it's a nice drive by Hughes. Has it beaten the fielder? No, it hasn't. They thought about a single, and then Leaning said no, and Hughes quite rightly made his way back. It's a good bit of fielding there by Tom Norton at mid-off. Good diving stop. If that had beaten him, it would have raced down the hill for 4, but good work by the teenager. And he comes over, has a little word with Hadley as he walks back to his mark. Decent crowd in, not as many as yesterday. I think we had about 1,000 in yesterday, which, considering the weather, was pretty good, because it, believe me, it was quite cold. Quite a few Glamorgan supporters here as well, which was good to see. Here's Hadley coming in again, bowls, and this time Hughes lets that one pass by outside off stump through to wicketkeeper Cook. 138 for 2. We're in the second over of the second day, and well, Sussex's ambitions today very clear. They'll want to bat through the day, certainly. I would have thought, get themselves hopefully a good lead, and then try and put Glamorgan under pressure again tomorrow and on the final day. As Hadley comes in to bowl to Hughes, this time drives a bit straighter. A good stop there this time by looks like the captain, Kieran Carlson rather. Good stop, diving to his right at mid-on. Just slightly fuller there from Hadley. It was inviting the drive, and Hughes is good. He hits straight. He's good down the wicket, and a couple of good bits of fielding there. Hadley will certainly be pleased, because if those last two balls hadn't been stopped, it certainly would have raced down the slope here at Hove. He turns and comes in again to Hughes, who plays quietly this time into the offside, drawn slightly forward into to the covers, fielded there, and there's no run. So just one run so far off this, the second over of the day.
Yeah, Hadley didn't start very well yesterday. He was a bit expensive in his first spell.
I think sometimes with bowlers who not bowled here before as well, Nick, I think as quick bowlers you get tempted into thinking, I'm going to bowl down the hill and I can work up a good head of speed and make things happen. And sometimes for the quicker bowlers, we've seen it so often down the years here, that it is actually better. You get more control bowling up the hill.
Yeah.
A little bit of a, not sure what's going on behind Hadley's arm. He sort of he came in and stopped, so he's going to go back to his mark. Rubbing the ball on his trousers. That ball is 46 overs old, so again, good time to bat with the ball as old as 46 overs. Hadley comes in again and bowls, and this time extravagant leave by Hughes at the end of the over. 138 for 2, Hughes on 48 and Jack Leaning on 20. I'm assuming that Ryan Hadley hasn't played here before. I looked his record up.
Yeah, he hasn't played county cricket.
So there we go.
So unless he's played some sort of Australian age group that happened to come here, then no, not likely. He's played one game for Australia A in the winter, which is where the Glamorgan coach Richard Dawson saw him bowling, dismissed Ben Callaway in that particular second string 4-day match. So that's where Richard Dawson first saw him in the flesh. Anyway, As Tim van der Hoogten will come in down the slope. He's played here plenty of times over the years, bowling to Leaning, who leg glances down to fine leg fairly gently for a single, as Hadley does the fielding. 139 for 2 with the third single of the morning. Welcome along if you're just finding us on either of the county websites. The BBC service, well, we're trying to stick 10 pence in the metre or find some string or whatever. Good morning to Peter Woodward, who was just finishing his Café con Leche a few minutes ago in sunny Spain before heading indoors to watch. Could be a tough day ahead for Glamorgan. Van der Hoogten bowls. Hughes swipes at that one outside off stump, trying to dispatch it somewhere into the pavilion. Makes no contact.
Not a good shot. He's aiming sort of between mid-off and cover, and enough movement away there by Van der Hoogten. He's very fortunate, Hughes. That was a big drive, big airy drive, and he very nearly got a nick on that.
So Peter Woodward was one of those who emailed us on glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk as Van der Hoogten is in, bowls to Hughes, who plays this one more circumspectly, and there is no run. Dot ball. So welcome along wherever you're listening. We do get it was sent a picture of someone listening in Spain or Turkey or somewhere rather warmer than Hove was yesterday, which made a sharp contrast, but today makes a sharp contrast with yesterday as Van der Hoogten is in and bowls. Leave by Hughes outside off stump. Van der Hoogten, the Mr. Reliable of the Glamorgan attack, really has stepped up over the last couple of years after the departure of Michael Neser and then Michael Hogan from the county ranks, but in his mid-30s, and Glamorgan do need to work on the seam bowling succession plan. I think they do have batters and spinners coming through, but Norton is probably the only young bowler who's around the first team squad at the moment in terms of seam, as Hughes pushes that one down into the gully, and there's no run as Ben Callaway fields.
I was quite impressed with Tom Norton yesterday.
Yeah.
Nick, 18 years old, I think, and not played many championship games, but he ran in hard.
No, this is just his third championship match.
Are there many more like him in the Glamorgan Academy?
Well, at the moment, they seem to be mostly batters that are pushing for selection. I mean, I think Glamorgan batting ranks for the next few years, and wicket keeping and spin bowling looks okay, but
fast bowling is hard work.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Hughes plays it back to him. So Hughes plays out the over, and we'll have to wait for his half century. It's 139 for 2. Just 3 runs have been accrued this morning.
I saw the Glamorgan players this morning walking up from the hotel on the. I'm presuming they're staying in one of the hotels on the seafront.
Yes.
Rather than getting the coach.
Yeah.
So that was good. They were walking up in a.
Yes, we.
Quite frightening actually. Seeing them. In a group of about 9 or 10, I thought I'd better cross the road.
We were overtaken by half a dozen of them on our way out to the ground last night.
Jack Leaning is going to face this second over from Ryan Hadley from the C end. And Hadley's up to the wicket and bowls. And Leaning plays that nicely back down the pitch, fielded at mid-on. And there is no run. Norton doing the fielding there. Yes, Sussex's seam bowling pack is pretty strong at the moment. We've got Sean Hunt playing his first championship game of the season. Unad Kat's come over for his third spell, his first game, and there's still obviously Ollie Robinson not around. Finn Hudson-Prentice is injured; he's going to be missing for a couple of weeks, and there's Dom Goodman, whom they signed from Gloucestershire, not playing in the championship yet. So those 3 players to come, and still a pretty strong attack as seam attack, as Glamorgan found out yesterday. Hadley in, that's slightly short and flicked round the corner by Jack Leaning. Leg buys, actually no bat involved. No chance either for Chris Cook as that raced down to the fine leg boundary. 4 runs to the total, 4 extras, 143 for 2. The deficit now just 12 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that won't be debited to anyone, but really bowlers straying down the leg side.
it's hard work,
They're asking for it in terms of leg buys, aren't they?
Yeah, not much opportunity there for Cook to stop that. It's going at some speed. Anyway, Hadley mops his brow and turns at the top of his mark, comes in from the C end and bowls to Leaning, who's out. He's caught at second slip, regulation edge. Just must have done a little bit off the seam perhaps, and straight into the hands of second slip. A comfortable catch at sort of just above ankle height, and a success, a breakthrough on this second morning for Glamorgan. Sussex 143 for 3, and Leaning has gone for 21. It was Asa Tribe who took the catch, a very comfortable one, certainly compared to the one he took yesterday when he removed Tom Haynes. That was a really good effort diving to his left. This time he didn't have to move, almost catching practice, big outside edge, and Jack Leaning has gone for 21, and Sussex are 143 for 3.
So at least Glamorgan have a point from this game, which is not something they had a couple of minutes ago. As the players congregate, the new batter, I presume, will be James Coles if they're going according to the hymn sheet.
Yeah, it looks like James Coles coming down, dropping down the order 1 place to number 5 for this game to accommodate Tom Alsop's return to the side, and probably from a Sussex perspective his best position is 5. Coles, he struggled a little bit this season batting at 4. He's obviously got talent. He got really good season last year, 300s in a row actually, and his best form last season started round about this time, sort of June, July. He put a really good run of scores together, and he'll be hoping that and the fact that he's a little bit down the order, 1 place down the order, might help him get some form, because he struggled a little bit this season for consistency. But good start for Glamorgan. They, a couple of, as we mentioned at the top there, a couple of wickets early on, and it does put Sussex back under a bit of pressure. There's certainly something in the wicket, and there's a little bit of movement there that Hadley found, and a very comfortable catch for Asa Tribe at second slip. 143 for 3. Coles is just having a little chat with Daniel Hughes, and now he's taking his guard from umpire Nigel Long, who's standing at the C end with Ian Blackwell at square leg. Coles comes down to the pitch, just prods the surface a couple of times, has a look round. 3 slips, so they've added a slip. There's a man on a sort of as a straightish point, a mid-off, quite close, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a long leg as Hadley comes in to bowl to Coles, who straight away hits an attacking shot, a nice drive, but fielded again by Horton. Well fielded at mid-on, hit that quite hard actually, and a good stop by Horton. No run, 143 for 3.
Yeah, appropriate that we should have an umpire whose name translates as ship in Welsh at the sea end, really.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know that. Well, that's something.
Be llong in Welsh,
right? Hadley coming in to bowl past umpire Long, and this time Coles is back up on his feet. And that's a nice shot, forcing shot through the offside, and it races to the boundary. This outfield is really quick, and on that pavilion side, if you know, Hove, the wicket is over to that side this week, and that once it's gone through the infield, raced away for 4. So James Coles will feel quite good about himself. That was a nice shot up on his toes and hitting it on length through the offside for 4. 147 for 3. Coles' first scoring shot, he's on 4. At the other end, Daniel Hughes is on 48. Just slightly short there by Hadley, and James Coles was onto that very quickly. As Hadley comes in again, bowls to Coles, and this time Coles A little bit of an inside edge, but it's gone out into the offside, and they'll go through for a comfortable single. So Coles will keep the strike at the end of the 48th over. 148 for 3 the score. Hughes is on 48, and Coles, who's just come in, is on 5. Jack Leaning, the wicket to go this morning, caught by Acer Tribe in that last over off Ryan Hadley for 21. 148 for 3.
Yes, Hughes didn't get much of the strike early on when he was batting with Tom Haynes, and now has been becalmed. I mean, he was playing sensibly last night. You know, the light was poor. A couple of wickets had fallen, and he wanted to survive to fight another day, which he did do. But he hasn't added to his overnight score. He's watching at the moment with Coles on strike and Van der Hoogten in towards this. Boswell, that's lofted through mid-wicket safely. It'll run away up towards the dressing rooms. It'll go for 4. There were initial shouts of catch, but mid-wicket would have to be a lot straighter if he'd to get anywhere near it. But it was slightly uppish from Coles, so he's got a couple of boundaries already. 152 for 3.
Yeah, he will attack James Coles. He won't, you know, if Daniel Hughes is set to play, you know, the anchor role today, and the others to bat round him, Coles will definitely take up that invitation. He is an attacking player by nature.
Van der Hoogten in, bowls. Coles coming to a couple of paces down the wicket and then playing defensively and for covers once he gets there.
I'd imagine, Nick, having seen the dismissals yesterday, one or two of the Glamorgan players will have been disappointed with the shot selection. I always have a theory about this, that when these games take place during the T20 block, sometimes players can find it hard not to resist. You know, you're in T20 mode where you've got to try and hit every ball, and to getting out of that mindset when you're playing championship cricket would be quite tough.
Van der Hoogten bowls and goes past the outside edge through to the keeper. Yes, Tribe certainly has been playing limited overs cricket, both T20 for Glamorgan and ODI for England Lions, like Coles in the latter respect. Ul Hassan, though, has not been in the T20 side, so not quite sure what he was doing, wafting outside off stump early on, and I thought both the openers in particular will be disappointed, as you say, with the manner in which they got out. A lot of the others were genuine nicks to keeper or slips, as Coles is down the pitch and shouldering arms once he gets there.
Quite an exaggerated leave that, wasn't he? Took a big stride down, did James Coles.
Yes, Tribe is another one who does that, tends to take a step forward. 3 slips still, so a few gaps to be found in the field potentially. Van der Hoogten in, bowls, and Coles is forward defending back to the bowler, and there is no run, and a series of dot balls follows the boundary off the first ball of the over to James Coles. He's on 9. Daniel Hughes is on 48. Sussex are 152 for 3, and if you are watching on the county websites and you prefer to listen on the BBC, I'm informed that is now available on the BBC Sport website and app. So it wasn't the end of the over. It seemed it was for a moment, as Coles, it is now, a dot ball to finish 152 for 3.
Yeah, Engineer Harms has worked his magic.
Yep.
And
it's a big roll of sellotape he had out. And a pile of 10 pences.
But yeah, all good. So we're connected on the BBC Stream and app website, and of course on the Glamorgan and Sussex websites as well. Welcome along. Happy Saturday. 152 for 3. We've had 5 overs this morning, in which Sussex have progressed from their overnight 136 for 2. They've lost Jack Leaning to Ryan Hadley, who's now going to come in and bowl. To Hughes on 48. Hughes lets that one go outside off stump, and taken by the keeper, Chris Cook. 152 for 3, so Sussex just 3 runs behind. They're in a good position despite losing that wicket this morning. James Coles has come in and hit a couple of boundaries already, but Hughes, he's been on 48. I think he was on 48 so he's not added to his overnight score yet. A couple of opportunities to get to his 50, but good fielding by Horton and Carlson earlier in this spell from Hadley stopped him. Anyway, this time he's pulling, not with a lot of conviction, sort of swivelling round down to fine leg, and it has come off the bat. There was probably a bit of pad involved as well, I think. He's rehearsing the shot now. Wasn't played with a great deal of conviction, but it has brought him a single. 149 for 9. He's on 49. 153 for 3 the score. So James Coles will face Ryan Hadley for the first time today. He's just come in. No change, 2 slips, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, 3 in the cover ring actually, and a fine leg, or a long leg. Hadley in to bowl to Coles, who flicks that down the leg side. He's got some meat on that, and that's going to race away for 4. So James Coles has already got 3 boundaries, so that's leg byes again. Looked like he'd got some bat on that, but he hadn't. So more leg byes, 157 for 3. Hadley struggling a little bit with the line up the hill here. Twice now he's bowled out well down the leg side, and no chance for the keeper to stop that going to the boundary. 157 for 3, so Sussex are in front. They lead now by 2 runs. A few seagulls squawking overhead as Hadley turns and comes in past umpire Long and bowls to Coles, who shows the full face of the bat to that one and hits it into the leg side. No run. Coles on 9, Hughes on 49. Hughes has faced 122 balls. He's been there obviously since the start of the innings, and he's done an important job, but once he gets to 50 he needs to stay there, and he needs to be the anchor today for Sussex. Try and bat through for as long as he can and let the stroke players to come like Simpson and Price and Carson do their bit and bat around him, and hopefully from a Sussex perspective give them a big or a sizable lead. Hadley in again, past umpire Long, bowls to Coles, who this time plays on the offside and plays very, very nicely. The diving Carlson to his right can't stop that, and it raced away for 4. It's a lovely shot by James Coles. He looks in good nick. He's got 13 off 12 balls. Talking about players maybe in one-day mode still, and James Coles has played a couple of shots this morning that would not have looked out of place in T20 cricket. Lovely shot from Coles onto 13, 161 for 3.
Hughes nonchalantly leaning on his bat saying, "Carry on, sunshine."
Well, yeah, I'll stay here. I'll just nudge and nurdle all day and let you play the big shots. Hadley in again to bowl to Coles, this time into the offside, fielded in the covers there. No run. Adrian's back. He's got a cup of coffee
and a sedative after a rather nerve-wracking first hour's proceedings. Adrian will be taking over fairly shortly and doing an update on BBC Radio Sussex, or somewhere in the southeast of England anyway.
Well, thank you to Bruce, who saved our bacon this morning, really. We had all sorts of technical issues, which I've had a biscuit and a cup of coffee and I've calmed down now, but they're sorted. But we are going out on the BBC website now, which is good news.
As Van der Hoogten will try his luck from round the wicket to Hughes, who pushes forward. There's a gentle hint of an inquiry as the ball goes through to Chris Cook.
A couple of lovely shots from James Coles. He's been shorter runs in the county championship, Nick. And although he made good runs for the Lions down at Worcester the other day, that was in white ball of course, but in red ball he's only passed 50 on one occasion this season. But he's a very stylish player, and you just feel that a big score is just around the corner.
There's Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Hughes, who allows that one to go through, and it spits a little bit, and Chris Cook doesn't take cleanly, as it bounced rather more than usual. Thanks to Bruce Talbot, who you'll hear again plenty of during the course of the day, as our third voice today, while Adrian got his very best sellotape roll out and fix the BBC problems. 1-6-1 for 3, 6 runs ahead are the home side with still 7 wickets in hand, as Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Hughes, and that one goes the other way. And well, it may be a ball in its 51st over, but it is still moving a bit, it would seem, at least from our angle, which is at the moment watching from fine leg for the left-hander Hughes, batting at the C end of the ground. And a reminder that you can email us at glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk or Sussex Sport. As Van der Hoogten bowls, Hughes dabs it down on the offside, and there is no run. Your thoughts on this or any other cricketing matter? Very comfortable win for England women in their opening one-day T20 match last night over Sri Lanka.
Good to see, wasn't it?
Well, by the time I had dinner, the match was more or less over, to be honest.
Yes, I was listening on the way home, and it seemed like they were crashing the ball all around Edgbaston.
And I was having trouble accessing the pictures as Van der Hoogten bowls, and Hughes pushes on the offside, and there is no run. So I watched about the last quarter of the Northampton-Leicester English rugby semi-final, which was pretty entertaining. And
who won that?
Northampton did.
Right.
So high-scoring game. So they're in the final against either Bath or Exeter next.
Right.
45-31 it was to the Saints against the Tigers.
That's a bit of a local rivalry, isn't it?
Oh yes. And a West Country-ish derby today.
Final next weekend, I presume.
Van der Hoogten in to bowl. This one keeps a little bit low, and Chris Cook takes going down and tumbling over. So ask a few questions with a bit of movement and just a hint of inconsistent bounce in that over. And Hughes remains on 49 not out, having been 48 not out overnight.
It's a very un-Daniel Hughes-like innings, but I think Paul Farbrace will be absolutely delighted with the way that he's playing. He's generally likes to attack the bowling, but by his own admission, Daniel, this season, on one or two occasions he's got good runs and then got himself out. Down at Taunton was a classic example of that. He batted beautifully and then got himself out. And I think the Sussex dressing will be very pleased if he's just in at the end of the day. Here comes Hadley running away from us. Should be going for an update soon. Bowls to Coles, who plays that without timing into the offside, and there is no run. Here we go. 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, and 2 men back on the leg side. 161 for 3. The Sussex lead is just 6 runs. James Coles with a couple of pleasant shots this morning. Jack Lever, I thought, never really got going in his innings. He struggled. I mean, he did a good job last night to stay in, but he didn't really look in any rhythm. And that carried on this morning. He played one lovely extra cover drive last night. Hadley over the wicket and bowls, and Coles plays slightly across the line. He's going to get a run to wideish mid-on. In fact, he's fielded at almost mid-wicket in the end by Tom Norton. Coles goes to 14.
Yes, correct, Riggin. A look at the latest, because Adrian Arms is watching day 2 of Sussex's game against Glamorgan at Hove. How's it all looking
Well, the weather is absolutely glorious. Yesterday it was gloomy all day, the floodlights were on and it was cold. Today it's a complete opposite. Lots and lots of blue sky, players in shirt sleeves. It's a beautiful day here at Hove and the floodlights are off. But Sussex have lost a wicket this morning, Neo. Sussex are 162 for 3. Daniel Hughes on 49, James on Coles on 14. The Sussex lead is 7, but the man out this morning, Jack Leaning, who was caught in the slips, he was out for 21. Applause around the ground there for Daniel Hughes, who's just gone through to his half century. Meanwhile, in the second division, Lancashire in all sorts of trouble against Kent. Kent have had a good morning. Lancashire are 27 for 4 in reply to the Kent total of 178.
So Hughes is 50, taking 129 balls, so a fairly measured one. But he has struck 7 fours in the process. He's done a fine job for his side.
Yes.
Holding things together with Haynes up top playing a more attacking role and getting more of the strike as well. Alsop and Leaning, well, neither of them got going, but they did hang around a bit.
They did, yes.
Which the Glamorgan batters were unable to do under the grey skies and the lights yesterday.
In goes Eddie Bowles to Coles. He plays that uppishly away through the leg side. Picks up a single to Coles. He goes to 15, the total to 164 for 3. He was completely in control of that shot, Nick, if I'm being honest. But he's picked up a single.
No, he is taking advantage of the attacking field, though they're down to 2 slips now, having started with 3. In the Women's World Cup, Scotland going well, 126 for 2 in the 15th over, with the Bryce sisters both in the 40s.
Whereabouts is that being played?
That is at Old Trafford.
Hadley. Over the wicket, Bowles and Hughes. It says one go outside of the off stump. It says no ball.
The Celtic clash.
Yeah, from Ryan Hadley. 166 for 3. Hughes 50, Coles 15. If you just joined us here on BBC Radio Sussex, it's Adrian Harms, Nick Webb and Bruce Talbot, local journalist for many, many years down in this neck of the woods. Your commentary team today. Wicket has gone down, that of Jack Leaning, who was caught by Asa Tribe at second slip off the bowling of Ryan Hadley for 21. And it is Hadley now who runs away from us from the sea end of the ground up the slope, in and bowls to Hughes, short, and Hughes pulls that down towards fine leg. There's a very good bit of fielding actually down on the fine leg boundary. That's excellent work. Way down at the far end, it was hit firmly by Daniel Hughes, and the fielder down there at fine leg got round really quickly. Not only did he stop the ball, he got the throw in very quickly. It was just a single. That was very good indeed. I'm not sure who that is. Way down in front of the players.
In a different postcode.
He is, isn't he? Miles away. But it was a really good piece of fielding. Prevented a boundary. Hughes goes to 51, Wicks 67 for 3. He has got a long run. I mean, he's probably 3/4 of the way to the boundary. The boundaries aren't the longest here at Hove.
He's got long legs.
Yeah, and he's running away from us now. In up the hill, Bowles and Coles, shoulders, arms. It's that one pass by outside the off stump. There is no run. End of the over. 167 for 3. Hughes 51. Coles on the 15.
So again, a bit of a breeze, but yeah, I know crowds are often biggest on a Friday at County Championship games, but given the contrast in the weather, I thought they might have matched yesterday at least, because I'm sure there would have been a few people put off by the prospect of peering at cricket under gloomy skies for 6-7 hours yesterday. Van der Hoogten continuing as economical as usual. Into bowl to Hughes on 51 and playing no shot to that ball outside off stump. Jordan Cox has got a double century now for Essex against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Essex 371 for 7 as a a decent lick. Although Ryan Ahmed, another Test contender, is busy taking wickets. He's got 4 for 94 now, including 3 this morning, as Hughes pushes forward defensively, and there is no run.
He's a fine player, Jordan Cox. I was really quite surprised he didn't get a chance in the Ashes, actually, particularly with some of the poor batting. And I think I said yesterday, the 100 he scored last year here for Essex was probably the best 100 I saw all season. Well, John Simpson made a very good 100 down at Worcester, had his James Coles, but from opposition hundreds, it really was very high quality.
Van der Hoogten turning, wheeling it, bowls. Hughes pushes it into a gap on the leg side. The ball just rolls gently towards short mid-wicket, but it's a comfortable single by the time he is jogged across the field. There's a mat protecting a wicket a couple of strips away from the one they're playing on, which you reckon is next week's wicket, Adrian?
Yes, it is. Sussex play Hampshire here, starting on Friday. So not much. Sussex are glad to have 2 home games in the first 6 games. Nick, 4 of them were away from home, and then a lot of travelling. Leicester, Leeds. Where else do we go? The Oval was fairly close, and Taunton.
Van der Hoogten in bowls to Coles, who is forward defensively. The ball just rolling up to mid-off gently, no run. I suppose from the spectators' point of view, it's probably better to have him in June, despite the weather yesterday, than having more fixtures in April and May.
Yeah.
Then we've got a block of 6 games at the end in fairly quick succession as well.
Yeah, that's gonna be really tough, particularly for Sussex, because with this squad, which is fairly threadbare as it is, they get any injuries, that 6 weeks on the trot, that's an awful lot of cricket, isn't it, for the same players to play week in, week out.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Coles is forward. Yeah, the opening block was 6 matches in 7 weeks.
Yes.
Morgan had a week off in the 3rd round, I think it was. But Van der Hoogten's played in all the championship games, so has Hadley, so has Crane. Callaway missed 1 3/4 games through injury. Ingram's played in the lot, but relatively light workload in the field, Colin Ingram. Van der Hoogten is in to bowl outside off stump, and Cole's shouldering arms on that occasion. So Van der Hoogten continues to be economical, going at fewer than 2 runs an over, 17 overs, 1 for 29, but Glamorgan need wickets rather than just economy. I mean, economy is useful, but Glamorgan in need of wickets, and I wonder when we'll see spin. We're going to see a bit of Tom Norton before too long, I think. We're in 12, limbering up just in front of us at mid-on, but Ryan Hadley is going to have probably 1 more, I think. He tends to bowl in about 5 over spells. Just interested to see when we'll see Mason Crane.
Yeah, he hasn't bowled at all, has he? I mean, I thought that Ben Callaway bowled really well yesterday, did a very good job. And James Kirtley, when I spoke to him last night after the game, was talking about the job that Leading and Hughes did, because that was a really tricky period for Sussex. Hadley's coming around the wicket to Daniel Hughes, is it in bowls? Hughes is back and thumps that away. That's a good shot. Nothing wrong with that. I think he's been waiting for a loose delivery as Daniel Hughes. Wide outside the off stump, and he's belted that away through point for 4 runs. But Paul Farbrace has spoken a lot this season, particularly the game here against Leicestershire, which Sussex did win, but they made a bit of a meal of it, if the truth be known, and they were in a very good position in the match. Not dissimilar to this, and the batting just fell away and they didn't have a big enough lead, and I'm sure Paul Farbrace has reiterated the need to really press home these advantages when they get them. That's what Daniel Hughes is trying to do. He's on 56, 172 for 3. Hadley in bowls, and Hughes again. That's like when he lets it go through Daniel Hughes, he sort of lifts his back leg up. Watch that again. Almost if he's doing, almost if he's hopping on one leg for a moment. Goes through to keeper Cook. There is no run. But commentating on a game down here, it would have been against Glamorgan, and I can't remember whether we shared commentary, but Mark Wallace joined our commentary team that particular occasion, former Glamorgan wicketkeeper.
Yes, he was a very good summariser before he became director of cricket.
He was excellent. In comes Hadley bowls and Hughes defends down the track, no run. And there was an occasion where Tamal Mills was bowling from the Cromwell Road end, speed of light as normal, and someone got a little nick. Michael Burgess, who was keeping wicket for Sussex at the time, took the catch. And I said something inane like, "Oh, nicked behind, straightforward catch for Burgess." And Mark looked at me and he said, "That is not a straightforward catch." He said, "You try keeping wicket to someone bowling 90 miles an hour."
Yeah.
He said, "That ball is dipping and swerving all over the place." So he very politely put my cap on straight.
Yeah, that's why we pay expert summarisers to tell the listeners things that we
Totally.
don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it looked just a straightforward catch, and he said, "Far from it." In comes Hadley bowls. Hughes drives firmly to mid-off. There is no run. There was a thing I was talking to Kevin James about it down at Southampton the other week when Liam, what's his name?
Dawson?
Liam Dawson was summarising with Kevin and I one day. Liam had torn his Achilles, I think, and he was in a boot, and so he came and did some summarising, and there was a catch went up, and Hampshire fielder missed it, and I was trying to be kind, and I said, "Oh, good effort, ran round the boundary, couldn't quite cling on. No one means to drop catches, blah blah blah." Hadley comes in bowls to Hughes, who drives firmly again to mid-off, and there is no run. And Liam Dawson just looked at me and he said, "Well, no, it's not." He said, "You should have caught it." and it was his own teammate. He said, "You should have caught it." He said, no excuses. Blah blah blah. That should have been out. And I guess that's the professional eye, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is. We have to err on the side of generosity,
Yes.
really, don't we?
Yeah. He looked incredulous when I said it. He said, "Well, no, should have caught it. That was out." Hadley round the wicket, bowls. Hughes defends onto the offside. In fact, he defends, but he picks up a single because the square legger moved out onto the boundary edge. It's the end of another over. Daniel Hughes goes to 57. Sussex to 173 for 3. Coles on 15. It means the Sussex lead is now 18.
Yeah, so relatively sedate this morning. 1 or 2 nice shots being played, and 2 lots of 4-leg byes as well to hasten Sussex along. Tom Norton then, 1 for 44 in his 10 overs, but Hadley and Ul Hassan were all a bit on the expensive side last night, to be honest, as Glamorgan did not turn in their finest seam bowling display of the season as a group. But Norton, for him every day is a school day, not literally because he left school last year, but in terms of cricketing education, as will be his England under-19s call at the end of the month. As Norton is in bowls, and that's slammed through the covers for 4 by Daniel Hughes. Well, there's the difference between second team and age group cricket. He was a member of a successful Glamorgan under-18 side as well that won a one-day competition. But you cannot afford at this level to bowl a loosener wide outside off stump, because it gets put away as Hughes did there.
Lovely shot.
177 for 3. Norton bowls again, that's better directed, and Hughes plays it defensively into the offside, no run. So good to see Norton winning recognition for England under-19s, along with teammate Harry Wallace, who hasn't yet, speaking of the Wallace clan, who hasn't yet played first team cricket. He's just 17, so he's got the England ranks a year early.
Right. Sorry, is that Mark Wallace's
Son.
Right, okay. Does he keep wicket as well?
Yes.
Right. Presumably very well.
I haven't seen him in the flesh keeping wicket, but I presume so. As that is edged, as Hughes was turned inside out. It's well saved by Hadley on the third man boundary with a diving stop.
That was very good fielding. Brilliant fielding, actually.
And just adjusting his trousers and walking rather gingerly back towards his mark. But that was full commitment. Hughes had no idea where that one went. He was looking to play on the leg side. It squirted away past the slips and down to third man, where Hadley made a diving boundary stop to save 3 runs because they only took a single. So it's all swap sides for the right-hander, James Coles, 15 already, and he's hit on the thigh pad as he pushes forward. And there is no run. At Grace Road, Essex now 371 for 9 against Leicestershire. Cox out for 204. Critchley made 97. At Trent Bridge, Somerset have just been dismissed for 310. Notts have lost Hasib Hamid without scoring, 1 for 1.
Oh, interesting.
As Norton pounds in over the wickets and bowls outside off stump. Coles plays no shot. At Scarborough, Yorkshire 459 for 8 against Warwickshire. Luxton hit 167 there. And rather reduced capacity Scarborough this year because part of the ground has been closed for structural reasons.
Oh, right, okay. Yes, I think where they commentate from might have changed.
As that's through outside off stump from Norton. Coles playing no shot.
No
It
ball.
was, oh dear, Norton suffering from that, which is not helping his bowling figures.
I'm sure the scoreboard's picked up on that, actually. It definitely signalled something, the umpire. Oh, there it goes.
Yes, I think the media centre area has been reinstated or okayed or something now. As Norton bowls, Coles allows him to hit it on the pads. They can't take a leg by. He goes off to... he's asking for a leg by there, forgetting that he played no shot. But crucially, not out, said umpire Blackwell. 180 for 3, Sussex having resumed overnight at 136 for 2, so we've had 44 runs for the loss of 1 wicket today. Yeah, I think the media bit has been, the commentary box area has been okayed, but generally no spectators in that particular part of the ground.
Police sirens. There's a big demonstration in Brighton today. One of the stewards advised me when I came into the ground that there's going to be a number of police vehicles parked inside the ground today, I think. So but suddenly down in Brighton there's quite a big demonstration. I'm not entirely sure what it is. But anyway, if you're heading into Brighton today.
In Cardiff, whenever there's a demonstration, they always seem to go by the BBC offices, which quite often ends up plastered with stickers about things that the BBC has absolutely no control over.
Right.
Please don't if you're demonstrating in Cardiff.
It is going to be Ben Kellaway, who bowled really nicely yesterday. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 15. He didn't take a wicket, but what he did do was bring some control to the Glamorgan attack. He's going to be bowling to Daniel Hughes, who's 62 not out.
Yeah, he confirmed it was his longest spell of the season yesterday.
I thought he bowled really well. He did just what his skipper wanted to do, apart from taking wickets. He comes in, bowls, that's wide outside the off stump, and Hughes helps himself to a single fielded down on the cover boundary by Zain Ul Hassan. One more to Hughes. He goes to 63, Nick, or 65.
63.
Yes, I was going to say visit to Specsavers needed, I think, but it's yeah, 63. Thank you. 180 for 181 for 3. Field rearranges for the right-handed Coles. They've got a slip in place. He's slightly hidden behind the keeper.
No, I don't think there is.
I don't think there is.
No.
There's 4 men saving one on the leg side and a deep mid-wicket. As comes Callaway over the wicket, bowls to James Coles, who eases that one to shortish fine leg. They take a quick single. Daniel Hughes was very quickly through. Tom Norton's furious with himself that he misfielded the ball. I'm not sure he could have prevented a single anyway, because Hughes had very quickly called James Coles through. Looks like Richard Dawson, is that over there, going for a little lap of the ground? Is that Dawson?
Yes, I think so.
Callaway in again, bowls to Hughes, is forward defensively, plays the ball into the offside, and Kieran Carlson trots in from mid-wicket to field. I think he was giving a message there to Al Hassan. I think it was just in terms of where he thought James Coles might hit the ball off that previous delivery. 182 for 3. Callaway again. Round the wicket, bowls. Hughes stretches forward, plays to backward point. There is no run. Not a bigger crowd in today as there was yesterday. And certainly no one in the corporate hospitality area today. But nonetheless, a decent scattering of spectators around the ground. I assume we're going out on the headsets around the ground today. Yes, we are. Thank you, gentlemen. Some waves from the top of the Spenkarma Pavilion. Julian over there in his shorts. And it is shorts weather today.
Not in here, it's not.
Asa Tribe just moved back a few steps to long off as in comes Callaway again. Bowls, and Hughes plays very straight into the offside, fielded by Carlson on the matting that's covering the wicket for next week against Hampshire.
Yeah, it's might be quite awkward fielding around
Yes.
there.
Callaway in again, bowls, and Hughes again just works that one down towards long off. Callaway can't quite field cleanly off his own bowling despite a couple of attempts. In fact, he was on that matting strip, but it has gone through for a single to Daniel Hughes. He just rolled up his trouser leg as Callaway. I wonder whether it's probably a bit hard on the knees landing on that matting. Anyway, tidy enough. He has bowled 12 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 60. Sussex 183 for 3. 64 to Hughes, 16 to Coles. Sussex slowly but surely extending their lead, which now stands at 28.
Yeah, Dave Jones, in reply to my suggestion that you'd put 10 pence in the meter, says that's an outrage. Used to be 5 pence in my day.
What was that for, Nick? For floodlights at Taunton?
No, our little late start on the BBC services.
Oh, right, yeah.
Norton in, bowls, and Hughes wants a quick single here and will get it. That's well judged, because even Carlson was several yards away from where he played that shot.
They got an overthrow as well.
Good watching. 184 for 3. Hughes then is scoreboard was baffled by that one as well, as they've got Coles on strike still. As the next ball is past the outside edge from Norton, who continues to provide 1 or 2 headaches, even if not as consistently as he and Glamorgan would have wanted. Tom Norton,
Yeah,
1 wicket to his credit so far.
He's impressive though, Nick. I mean, for 18 years of age, he bowls at a good lick.
He does.
And he's incredibly enthusiastic as well. Yeah, he's a fine prospect.
Here he comes, and that's slashed away by Hughes. Callaway got half a hand on it, But the ball runs down to third man for a single parried away by Callaway. Might have gone for 4 otherwise. So Glamorgan throwing themselves around enthusiastically in the field, but only 1 wicket in the first hour gained by the visitors. It's enough to gain them 1 bonus point from the match, but they'll be looking at least to secure the 3 bowling points sometime in the next few hours, but they've got some work to do because they've only taken 3 in the first 56 so far. Norton bounces in, bowls, and Coles plays back to the bowler. And there is no run.
We'll let you have a breather at the end of the over, Nick.
Thank you very much.
And actually, then at 1:45, we're getting a visit from Peter, get his surname, from the Sussex Cricket Museum, who's going to give us a chat about a former Sussex cricketer by the name of George Cox. I'll tell you more in a minute.
Norton bowls. Coles looks to work on the leg side, and he'd come a yard or 2 down the wicket. Norton then booted the ball at the stumps, but it hit Coles and bounced away.
Yeah, George Cox is best remembered for taking 17 wickets in a match at Horsham in 1926, Sussex against Warwickshire. This is a Sussex record, and I equalled several times. It's not been bettered in first-class cricket, except for Jim Laker's 19 wickets against Australia in 1956. We're going to hear all about George. The amazing thing was he was 52 when he did that.
Gosh.
So Peter's going to come and tell us all about the veteran trundler. And there's an exhibition in the Sussex Museum. So Peter's going to come in at 1:45 and chat to us about that.
Okie dokie. So you're saying I've got a short spell at 12:30 then?
Yeah.
Okay. Norton is in to bowl. No shot played, and again a difficult one for Cook to take. That's gone through a bit lowish. There does seem to be a bit of inconsistent bounce as Richard Dawson and David Harrison try and walk a wicket. Shorts, well, it's always shorts for David Harrison.
Yeah.
Just 1 wicket for their troops so far this morning. Let's see if Bruce Talbot can do anything to get Glamorgan back into this game. Bruce will join Adrian for the next half hour or so.
Thank you, Nick. So it's going to be Ben Callaway who's going to carry on. 168 for 3 as comes in round the wicket, bowls, and Hughes plays into the offside. I was talking absolute nonsense then. 186 for 3, getting the digits confused, Bruce.
Well, you've had a tough morning, Adrian, haven't you?
I know, it's I'm normally quite a relaxed sort of bloke.
You are, yeah. I've never seen you as stressed. Well, not for a long time.
comes Callaway, bowls to Hughes, who sweeps. Good shot by Daniel Hughes. Swept away for 4 runs. He's just starting to move through the gears here, Daniel Hughes. He's on 71. Sussex to 190 for 3. Richard Dawson is calling out some instructions, I think, to some of his fielders about... I don't think he's overly happy about the way the field's set here. A little earlier on he was giving some suggestions.
Yeah, there's a big gap there between backward square and... Well, there's no one finer.
Callaway in again, bowls to Hughes, whose forward plays into the offside. There is no run. Yes, we had some problems connecting, Bruce, to getting our live stream up and running on the BBC website, and I guess it's the same, isn't it, with lots of organisations at weekends. It can be a little tricky getting hold of people, and I'll leave it there. Callaway in, bowls, Hughes forward, plays down the onside. There is no run. But it's great to see you, and thank you for...
A pleasure to be here, Adrian, and glad that you've de-stressed a little bit.
I have.
Of your earlier...
I've got my coffee.
You have, yeah, you're all settled.
I am. Callaway again. It's not good at our age to get stressed, Bruce. Comes in and bowls to Hughes, who punches that away through the offside and picks up a single. He goes to 72, 192 for 3. Impressive this from Daniel Hughes. And I was saying to Nick, there's been a couple of occasions this season where Daniel has got in, made big runs, but kind of got himself out when really well set. And I just get the feeling he might have the words of Paul Farbrace ringing in his ear here.
Perhaps, yeah. If he can bat through today, or as much of today, say the next 2 sessions, and then the stroke players like Cole, Simpson, Price can play around him, that's going to put Sussex in a really good position. But actually, since he's got to his 50, the shackles have really come off, haven't they?
Callaway in bowls to James Coles, who flicks this away through the leg side. There was always a single there. You could hear Coles calling, and he picks up the single. It is the end of Callaway's over. An expensive over in terms of Ben Callaway, because he's bowled really well for Glamorgan without picking up a wicket. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 24. Sussex 192 for 3. Hughes on 12. Coles on 17, and Sussex, you get the feeling here are really setting out their stall.
Yeah, it's a good day to bat. We've seen this at Hove many times. Days 2 and 3, the conditions for batting are normally pretty good. There's no overheads to worry about today. It's a lovely day, not too hot, nice temperature to play in, and the wicket hasn't really one or two. Nick was suggesting in the last over, a couple of sort of died on the keeper when he's gone to take them, but there's nothing really untoward in the pitch. And as we were suggesting earlier, the overheads had a big factor yesterday. Swung all day, the ball really nipped around, the lights were on, but today completely different conditions as Norton comes in to bowl, and James Coles just lets that one pass by outside off stump. He's on 17. Hughes on 72. I know you're talking about technical issues, Adrian. I know they had 1 or 2 issues with the stream yesterday. Next door, but Jack is back today, who's the head of the streaming organisation, and it's good to see, because he knows what he's doing, to be fair. As Norton comes in past umpire Blackwell and bowls, and off the inside part of the bat, James Coles, he's aiming towards mid-off, but that one's skewed out to the leg side. There'll be a couple of runs down to long on, wide-ish long on. Round of applause. I think that's for the 50 partnership. Yeah, 50 partnership between Hughes and Coles.
Not quite at his fluent best, is he, James Coles? He's played some lovely shots, but
he's searching a little bit for I think that going down to number 5 would probably help him a little bit.
Yes, I would agree.
Because a few times this season, coming in at 4, he's been exposed to a ball that's not very old, whereas he's come in today with a ball that's 46, 47 overs old. It's a lot easier. I know the bowlers are fresh, because he came in fairly quickly this morning when Jack Leamy was out. Anyway, he's facing Norton now, and bowls and pulls. Again, not right timing wise, he's actually looking to pull that square, and it's sort of bobbled out towards mid on, and not really under control of the shot there, but he gets away with it. Big top edge, and it sort of drops behind Daniel Hughes actually. No run anyway. Norton just pitched that one a little bit short of a length. Hughes took on the well outside off stump actually, and it came off the top end of the bat. Luckily for him, dropped safely. The next ball is outside off stump, and an exaggerated leave by Coles. No run, 196 for 3.
I guess he'll probably take some comfort, Bruce, for the fact he made some runs for the Lions at Worcester in the week. Which, he did. Because he has been short of runs, and short runs in T20 as well. He made a half century at Chelmsford. But other than that,
he struggled, yeah. In comes Norton again, bowls to Coles, lets that one go outside. But it was this time, saying earlier, Adrian, this time last season, he got into that run of form, didn't he? He got 100 at Durham, and then 100 here, I think, against Essex, and then 1 against Warwickshire. So that sort of period of mid-season, he found a bit of form, and he kicked on from there. So he'll be hoping for similar this year.
And, and perhaps we think he seems to have been around for a long time, James Coles, but he's only just 22.
Yeah, he's played a lot of cricket in his teenage years. That one again is outside off stump from Norton, and is left alone by Coles. I've been impressed with Tom Norton for 18 years old.
Yes, I agree.
He's running hard, and decent figures. He's been a little bit expensive this morning, but it's good to see. Nick was saying earlier that Glamorgan's academy and their young cricket, they're well stocked for batters and spin bowlers and even wicket keepers, but finding fast bowlers is much more difficult. It's a hard job. Anyway, he's running in again down the hill. Bowls to Coles, who drives. Lovely shot by James Coles. Lent into that. There was a bit of width on offer, and he punished Norton with a drive through the covers for 4. And one of the Glamorgan fielders trots over to the main scoreboard to pick the ball up, and that's the Sussex 200 up, 200 for 3. So the lead is 45. We started today on 136 for 2. So in just over an hour and 10 minutes, they've added 64 runs. And interesting to see what Kieran Carson does now, the Glamorgan captain. He's going to give it's Ben Kellaway's going to continue to bowl his off spin.
I was a bit surprised that Mason Crane hasn't had a bowl yet, and I wonder whether that might be going to change. You listen to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex. A very good morning or afternoon now wherever you're listening from. Adrian Harms and Bruce Talbot on commentary. Nick Webb, the third member of our commentary team. Just talking about Daniel Hughes, Bruce, I was just looking back through because he made 136 here against Leicestershire. That was in the last home game, and he was annoyed when he got out in that innings. They played really well. That was the innings where Paul Farbrace thought Sussex should have really nailed Leicestershire, and they didn't. Ended up winning the game, but didn't quite nail it as he'd have liked. In comes Kellaway. Bowls to Hughes. Oh, that's going to be out. That's kept low. And Daniel Hughes has gone, and he drags himself away, Daniel Hughes. He's out for 72. But I think he's been a bit undone by the pitch there.
That hit him on ankle height, didn't he? He was playing back and probably just trying to turn it into the leg side. And we're just seeing a replay now. And that's hit him. That has really hit low down. No hesitation at all from umpire Nigel Long in giving that wicket. And Sussex have lost their 4th wicket this morning. Hughes has gone for 72, 157 balls, 240 minutes, so 4 hours. For his 72, 10 fours, and he's looking so good, and he looks crestfallen, and he's every right to, because that ball has hit him on the front pad, probably about 9-10 inches up. So not much you can do about that, unfortunately. Don't often see low bounce like that here at Hove, but that one certainly didn't quite creep along, but it didn't get up at all, unfortunately, for Hughes. But so a bonus wicket almost for Glamorgan, and Ben Kellaway has got it. His figure's now 1 for 24. He's into his 14th over as John Simpson comes out, runs down the steps, runs onto the outfield, has a look round, gets himself moving, and here's a player who could, in the mood, really help put Sussex in a strong position. 200 for 4, the lead 45.
That's pretty unlucky, Daniel Hughes. What I was going to say, actually, and I was just coming on to say it, but then Daniel got out, was that if he'd got 100 here, it would have been his 3rd 100 in consecutive matches, because he made 100 down at Taunton, and indeed in that game he made 107. And again, when he got out, he was furious with himself that he got out. So it was a kind of different Daniel Hughes innings today, and he looked, very circumspect. To be honest, didn't look like getting out, Bruce.
No, he didn't. He's been done by the pitch there as much as more than anything else. So a shame for him.
But you're right. John Simpson coming in, and the rest of the Sussex batting order. Tom Price, who I would imagine will bat at 7.
I was saying earlier, it's a slightly longer tail in this game.
It is a longer tail.
With Hunt, Crocombe and Unad Cat.
Yeah, so I mean, Price 7, Carson 8, and then you're absolutely
into
right.
The bowlers then.
Yeah, no Ollie Robinson, no Finn Hudson-Prentice. Kellaway into bowl for the left-handed John Simpson. He's in and bowls, and Simpson defends into the offside, and there is no run. But it's a beautiful day for batting. It's a quickish outfield. Sussex, we're really looking to press home this advantage, but this is important now, as you say, with that longish tail. It's a good point, Bruce.
They need to try and get a lead of 150 at least, 200 if they can. It's possible. They've got the batting there.
They have.
But Glamorgan will be buoyed by that. So it was not quite a bonus wicket, but probably one they weren't expecting. And Carlson's, he's got a few more fielders close to the bat now. Got a short leg in.
Interesting field, Bruce, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's got 5 fielders saving one on the offside together with a slip. Kellaway is in bowls, and Simpson sweeps for 4 runs. That was beautifully played by John Simpson. He just dinked that down towards the final leg boundary. The fielder is in hot pursuit. Well, in fact, I called it as a foundry. That's a very good bit of fielding. Chased down all the way down to the players' pavilion. That must have been pulled back inches inside the boundary rope, but Simpson picks up 3.
Very confident stroke for your second ball faced. It's a lovely shot that by John Simpson. Good chase down there by
Mason Crane.
Mason Crane.
That's a very
really
good bit of fielding.
Yeah, really good. And that will lift Glamorgan spirits.
Just little things like that can help, Bruce.
Of course, absolutely. I was saying, you know, did a piece yesterday, you know, how you know, catches by bowlers like Crocom's caught and bowled, Hunt's running in from long leg yesterday. They just, you know, good fielding. It just lifts the whole mood of the team, especially when your fast bowlers are doing it.
In terms of Kellaway, over the wicket bowls, and Coles plays to square leg. There is no run. I thought yesterday, actually, we were waiting to do the interviews afterwards, and it was a toss-up, wasn't it, between whether James Kirtley was going to do it or Henry Crocombe was going to do it, and Henry was very happy to say, no, you go ahead and do it, James. In comes Kellaway bowls, and Coles bristly turns to mid-wicket. There is no run. But actually, as Henry Crocombe came down, I've interviewed Henry already this season, he's a bigger unit, isn't he? It's quite noticeable, isn't it?
I thought he bowled with genuine pace yesterday.
Yes.
He's definitely, he's certainly been working out in the gym.
And comes Kellaway again. Coles is forward, carefully plays onto the onside. There is no run. There's a good over from Ben Kellaway, who's bowled perhaps a fortunate wicket there in that it kept very low, but he has bowled very well. 14 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 27. What he has done for Kieran Carlson is hold an end up, just going at less than 2 and over. Yep, excellent.
Control. Maybe Sussex's tactics against him will change after lunch. You know, when maybe rather than letting him bowl to them, they will try and be a bit more attacking. That was certainly the intent that Simpson showed to the second ball he got from Kellaway there, which he just swept round the corner for 3. Tom Norton is going to continue. He's figures so far 13 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 62. The youngster, 18 years old, at the top end in only his 3rd championship match. Picked up a wicket yesterday. Tom Haynes, a good wicket actually. Good catch at second, slipped by Tribe. He's into Simpson, who nurdles that down in our direction for a single, down to fine leg, with Ul Hassan coming into field. Total moves on to 201 for 4. 2 slips for Norton, so not a particularly attacking field. There's a fine leg or a long leg, a 3rd man. Deep point, backward point, mid off, mid on, and a deep square leg as Norton comes in past umpire Blackwell and bowls, and well bowled.
He's good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got a wicket-taking ball in him, definitely. Bit of bounce there actually, and James Coles did well. Just played inside the line of that one. Comes down, does a bit of gardening. Simpson does the same. Maybe a few words exchanged there.
Tell you what I like about Norton as well, Bruce. There was a slight misfield at short fine leg a couple of overs ago, and he was furious with himself. He's clearly a very determined cricketer.
Yeah, that one came back in and then held its line. Next delivery. Oh, well, James Coles is slightly fortunate because there's an inside edge there and the ball, Coles looks round, and I half expected him to see one of his stumps flying, but luckily that big inside edge has gone wide of the poles. Let's have a look at this on the replay. Yeah, fortunate, yeah. He probably missed the stumps by a few inches, to be fair, but James Coles was certainly for a split second concerned that he had played on there. 204 for 4, 61st over, so another 20 overs until the new ball. Norton in again, and Coles this time. He made a movement to go forward, and then he sort of sat deep in his crease and just let that one pass by outside the off stump. Quite breezy today. There's a southwest breeze, isn't it, blowing in from left to right as we look. So if you know your Hove ground, that breeze is blowing from the southwest corner, the Sharks stand. Norton turns and rumbles in past the umpire and bowls, and that's a nice shot by James Coles. That's a lovely off drive for 4. He really timed that beautifully. When he's connected, when he's got the timing right today, he's hit some lovely shots, and that was a classic off drive. No chance for the bowler or the fielder indeed, and raced up the hill for 4.
You almost feel with James Coles he's a better player when he takes it to the attack, isn't it? When he got on the front foot there, he'd always made up his mind there that if Norton was going to pitch that up, that was going. And as you say, Bruce, it was a classic shot.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. Really well played. Shot of the day so far, I'd say.
Yeah.
Coles has played quite nicely. 27 from his 43 balls so far. Again, he needs to. He's got in. He's established now. He's seen the bowling. He needs to. Make sure he's there at lunch if he can, as Norton comes in to complete the over. And there's a LBW appeal, probably a bit high and maybe pitched outside. Apart from that, not a bad shout. Wasn't really much of an appeal from Norton himself. The slips were interested in the keeper, but umpire Blackwell straight away said no. End of the over, 208 for 4. Yeah, probably on high. It came in a little bit actually, but that wasn't. I don't think that was going to hit the stumps. End of the over, 208 for 4. Coles 27, Simpson 3.
I mean, just in terms of how the season is panning out, Bruce, and I'm talking from a Sussex, but apologies for our Glamorgan listeners, but talking a little bit of Sussex, and there's a long way to go in this game. But if Sussex were to win this game with the 12-point deduction, I think to get halfway through the season in the position they are is some achievement.
It is. So it isn't, and there's an opportunity next week at Hove as well against Hampshire. No game in Division 1 is easy, but if Sussex could win these next 2 home games, they are very much in the shake-up to win the title, despite the deduction. As you know, they'd be top if that deduction wasn't in place, because they won more games than anyone else. And to get to halfway, if they've got 4 wins out of 7 at halfway, that's a terrific effort.
It is. Then Kellaway is going to come into bowl for the left-handed John Simpson. There's a slip on a short leg. Simpson is forward, plays down the onside, and there is no run. I just wonder, Bruce, and I hadn't picked this up until a couple of weeks ago, which is not great research for me, but the end of the season, it's 6 weeks of consecutive cricket, and that may be tough for Sussex with a fairly limited squad. As in comes Kellaway bowls, and Simpson drills this one into the offside. Good bit of fielding by Carlson. Excellent from the Glamorgan skipper at short extra cover, no run.
Yeah, and there's some quite tough fixtures as well at the end. They've got Notts, they've got Surrey, they've got Essex at Chelmsford, I think. So,
Somerset coming here.
Somerset coming here.
Here comes Kellaway bowls. Simpson uses his feet, plays to backward point. There is no run. And I just wondered, because they, great for Ollie Robinson, but I don't think we're going to see a lot more of Ollie if he keeps taking wickets.
If he plays in the rest of these 2 series, he's probably not going to be available till the very last championship game.
Kellaway in bowl. Simpson hits this one away firmly through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. Just a bit too much whip there from Ben Kellaway, and Simpson was onto that very quickly and drilled the ball through the covers for 4 runs. More sirens around. I was just saying to Nick, there's a big demonstration in Brighton today.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's what it's for, but
I've got an idea who it probably is, but because I know that they're using some of the parking spaces here today.
Yes, they are for the police vehicles. Yeah.
Hopefully you got in, Adrian.
I did, but I was told to park a long way down to leave space for other cars. Kellaway in the bowls. Simpson is very solidly forward, plays to short extra, fielded by Carlson, no run. So I mean, it's really important is that the Sussex are able to get what the bowlers they have got fit, maybe have a bit of rotation in those 6 weeks, Bruce.
I was saying, I wrote a piece in Hove and Away last night. You've still got Hudson Prentice, Goodman and Robinson, and that's not playing in this game, and you've still got a really strong seam attack. So
Kellaway bowls. Simpson clips firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. It is the end of Ben Kellaway's over. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31, 212 for 4, Coles 27, Simpson 7, and indeed for Glamorgan as well. I'm sure they'll be thinking that they've got 6 games, and they'll maybe thinking they need to, young Norton, I wouldn't have thought they want to pay him 6 weeks in a row, because that's tough on the body.
Yeah, tough on the body. But they've won 2 games, Glamorgan. They've acquitted themselves really well. They're hard to beat, at Cardiff. It's difficult to get results there, but if they get one more win. 3 wins is normally you're not guaranteed to stay up with 3 wins, but normally that takes you a long way, plus a few draws. And obviously at the end of the season, you know, you never know with the Norton comes in again to bowl, and this time on his toes, flicking that down to fine leg, fielded down there by Ryan Hadley, who had a spell this morning up the hill, got a wicket. He got Jack Leaning out, caught it second slip. That made it 143 for 3. The fourth wicket fell on 200. It's now 212 for 4. Simpson on 7. Coles is on 28. Simpson now comes into strike for the first time, the left-hander to Norton. Still 2 slips, point, a cover and a mid-off on the offside, and that one passes safely by, and in fact he's angled well away from Simpson, and Chris Cook takes that diving in front of slip. So maybe this might be the last over for Norton. He certainly puts it in, but maybe he's just getting a little bit tired. We'll see.
Yeah, I guess probably as well. They need to be a little careful out there with an 18-year-old. You don't want to bowl him into the ground. He's not a big, strong fella, isn't he? But he's bowled with good pace.
He has. He's enjoyed bowling down the hill, I think, as well, as he comes into bowl to Simpson. That's shorter, and Simpson drops his knees a little bit and lets that one go past outside off stump. That was quite a quick ball. 213 for 4. Good crowd in. There's a few more people in actually than at the start. A few people sitting in the Shark stand with shorts on, so I mean, it's not very hard to tell from in here how warm it is, but it's certainly a lot more pleasant than it was yesterday. It felt like April yesterday, didn't it?
Dreadful.
Very.
I thought it was a good crowd yesterday.
It was over 1,000 apparently. Yeah, decent turnout. In comes Norton again, and this time, well, there's an appeal for a catch behind, and Norton is very interested. He's gone all the way down. He's having a little word with John Simpson. That one ended up in the keeper's gloves as he's diving as he's moving to down the leg side. Let's have a look on the replay. It's quite short. Yeah, that's passing part. That is going past John Simpson's midriff. He's having nothing to do with it. The slips weren't really interested. A great enthusiastic. I mean, he ran all the way down in his follow through. Norton, you've got to give him credit for that. He's really tearing in. He probably senses that this might be his last over, and he's going to give it his all. And he's back in again to bowl to John Simpson, who this time plays off the inside edge.
Ooh.
There's a
bit of misunderstanding.
Little bit of a misunderstanding. It went to Colin Ingram there at wide-ish mid-on. Coles, well, there was never a single there, so rightly sent back by John Simpson. I think because Ingram had to do a bit of scampering to his right-hand side to get the ball, that they thought there might be a run, but there wasn't. And
just thinking, Bruce, that Tom Norton is half John Simpson's age.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, he's going to come in and bowl to Simpson, and that one again passes down the leg side, and a good take actually by Chris Cook, one-handed to his right. So that might be the end of Norton. He's maybe feeling it a little bit. He's bowled well, he's bowled with great enthusiasm, and he's bowled some really quick deliveries at times from that Cromwell Road end. But that's the end of the over. We've had 63 overs. Sussex are 213 for 4. James Coles will take strike. Kellaway looks like he's going to continue. He's having a little chat with Kieran Carlson, and John Simpson is on 7. 2 wickets today. To fall were Jack Leaning for 21 and Daniel Hughes. It was LBW to Kellaway for 72, a ball that kept really low. We haven't seen too much uneven bounce, but that one certainly didn't rise much above ankle height.
Big update with the scores in the other games in a minute. At Grace Road, Leicestershire 396 for 9, a double century for Jordan Cox, who must be very close to an England place.
Well, he's in the squad, isn't he, next week?
Got to be a chance, as is Jofra Archer. I gather he was bowling in the nets yesterday here, Jofra.
With Gus Atkinson.
Right. In comes Kellaway bowls to Coles, who'll be disappointed to miss out on that. It was a full toss, and he's hit it straight to mid-off. And there is no run. You think Atkinson was down here?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, Troy Cooley, the bowling coach, was here as well. Right, so I don't know why Gus Atkinson ended up down here. Maybe just to sort of stay out of the limelight a little bit.
Callaway in again, bowls. Coles defends onto the onside, no run. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 27 for 2. In reply to Somerset's 310. Very impressive Somerset, I thought, down at Taunton. I mean, they've lost a couple of games they felt they shouldn't have lost, but they're a good all-round side, Somerset. Got to come here in August. Callaway in bowls. Coles plays that down to long on and picks up a single, does James Coles. He goes to 29. Sussex 214 for 4.
Beaten by Glamorgan, weren't they?
Yes, they were. And Nick said it was a terrific game. Scarborough, Yorkshire making 469. Makes a change for Sussex not to go to Scarborough. Been there the last 2 years. Johnny Bairstow making 68 today. In reply, Warwickshire have already lost a wicket, 12 for 1. In the second division, Durham at 368 for 8. At home to Derbyshire. Lancashire 73 for 7. At Blackpool against Kent, who made 178. 4 wickets there for Keith Dudgeon, 4 for 14. Comes Callaway bowls. Simpson stretches forward, plays into the offside. There is no run. At Wantage Road, Northants 464 for 8 against Gloucestershire, who are having a bit of a time of it. Bottom of the championship. In comes Callaway bowls. Simpson down the ground, hits this one firmly, and is he going to get caught? No, it's gone for 6. Yeah, definitely went for 6. Drilled straight down the ground. I say, is he going to be caught? Because Zaida Hassan was chasing the ball back towards the boundary edge. It just about limped over the ropes for 6.
He didn't really get hold of it, John
No, he
Simpson.
didn't.
He was aiming leg side, and it's almost sliced off the bat. It went high in the air. Ul Hassan at mid-off was interested, but running towards us down that slope, trying to judge those catches. We've seen it so often in T20 cricket. Very difficult.
Callaway in bowls. He beats Simpson outside the off-stump. That was a quick delivery from Callaway, and it beats Simpson. Well taken by Cook. End of the over. 220 for 4. Just to give you a warning, Bruce, there'll be an update in a minute, but we'll hear some music beforehand. 29 to Coles, 13 to Simpson. Just finishing off those other games. Worcestershire are 11 for 2 at New Road in reply to Middlesex's 339.
As we expected, Tom Norton is going to have a breather, and it looks like Tim van der Guchten is going to come back for a second spell at the Cromwell Road end. He bowled first thing this morning. His figures so far: 17 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 29. He took the wicket yesterday of Tom Alsop for 10. Great trier, great competitor, very skillful bowler. Great servant of Glamorgan cricket over the years in all formats actually. He's warming up, just going to bowl a couple of balls just to get everything in working order.
Well, do you mind if I take over, Bruce, and I'll just do this update to the listeners on the radio? But it is going to be Tim van der Guchten who's going to come in down the hill to bowl to James Coles. He's in and bowls, and Coles pulls, and that's pulled all the way. Is that going all the way for 6? Yes, it is. Too short from Tim van der Guchten. It's a short boundary on that leg side, and James Coles just tucked inside the line and pulled the ball over square leg for 6 runs. Lovely shot by Coles. He goes to 35. Nicely played. So 2 6s in consecutive overs is pushing the scoring rate along for Sussex. Van der Guchten might have enjoyed that. He comes in down the hill, big strong man in and bowls to Coles, who's forward and plays this through mid-wicket, picks up a single. One thing I always think with John Simpson when he's batting is that you see the scoreboard ticking along. He's a great one for picking up, oh here we go, the 1s and 2s.
Yes, let's get the latest, of course, from the cricket. Adrian Harms is watching day 2 of Sussex's game against Glamorgan at Hove for us. Adrian, how goes it there?
Sussex are going along very nicely here, Leo. They're 227 for 4. John Simpson on 13. James Coles looking in terrific form, has just hit a 6. He is on 36. It means the lead here for Sussex is now 71 runs after Glamorgan were bowled out yesterday for 155. The 2 wickets to go down, Jack leaning out for 21, and Daniel Hughes was unfortunate. He got a low delivery. He was LBW for 72. Kent having a terrific day though up at Blackpool, having made 178 yesterday. Lancashire are 77 for 8 in their first innings. 4 wickets there for Keith Dudgeon. As in comes Van der Hookton round the wicket, bowls, and Simpson defends. Ball just drops down in front of him, and there is no run. He just get, when John Simpson comes in, the game just
Busy
seems.
cricketer,
That's the word, Bruce.
Yeah.
He's busy. You just get the feeling he's going to drop.
Yeah, scamper a few singles,
Yeah.
put the fielders under pressure. That's what you need, just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. 227 for 4.
Yes.
The lead now is 45, so 72 lead. So it's starting to build.
Van der Hookton to his mark at the far right swing around the wicket to the left-handed Simpson in the bowl. Simpson is forward, plays it down the offside of the track, no run. I know we don't know the situation about players. There's a lot to be discussed over the next weeks and months with players. John Simpson has been terrific in the 3 years he's been here, Bruce, and I would imagine that Sussex would be very keen if they can to keep him. Whether that's going to be possible, who knows. But
we can chat about this at the end of the over. I had a chat with Mark West yesterday, the CEO, and he, without naming names, he gave a bit of an update on what was going on, so we can talk about that in a moment.
Van Hookton in bowls. Simpson, was he going to pick up a single? No, he's not. Good bit of fielding at backward point by Mason Crane. Very quickly onto that. Prevented a single being taken. That is the end of the over. 227 for 4. Coles on 36. John Simpson is on 13.
Yeah, so there's 8 players out of contract, as we know. They've been told that they've got to lose £400,000 from the wage bill, so obviously some of those 8 players are going to leave, but new offers have been made to some players, so I don't know who they are. Mark wouldn't say, which is fair enough, because but the discussions are virtually over now, and the ones who've been offered contracts have been given a bit more time, I think till the end of next week, to decide whether they're going to take them or not. But there was an interesting story in the Cricketer yesterday about James Coles, who was due a bonus. He's not out of contract until the end of next season, but he was due a bonus as part of his contract, and he's he's foregone that. So that's good for him. Good on him. Kellaway into a new over from the C end, and James Coles just plays him off the back foot down to deep point for a single.
A bonus for performances last season?
Must be. I don't know what it is. It's almost certainly performance related, but he's not taking it.
Right.
I think
Did they give a sum, or?
I don't know what the amount is, but it's he's basically said no, use it to try and keep players here. So good on him.
Wow, well, that's terrific.
I need to get this firmed up by Paul Farbrace, but I've got no reason to believe it's not true. So yeah, well played him. Kellaway into bowl to the aforementioned Coles. That one actually didn't bounce a great deal, but Coles was alert enough, had a big broad bat in front of his pads, and patted that back down the pitch. Few oohs and ahs from the close fielders. Short leg in place, and a slip. Simpson on strike. In comes Kellaway again, and this time quietly played into the offside by John Simpson. No run. 228 for 4. So yeah, there's a lot going on obviously behind the scenes, but I think it's a really tight-knit squad. A lot of these guys have played together for a long time. It must be hard to leave. Kellaway in bowls, and Simpson drives, but straight to Carlson, who's fielding shortish in on the offside, no run.
Yeah, and a lot of them are mates. I mean, I've got a photograph I took at the Oval 6 years ago. Coles, Crocombe and Carson together.
Yeah, and Haynes was around then, wasn't he? So, yeah, they've grown up together. Defended that next delivery by John Simpson into the offside, no run.
So I'd imagine some of those players, Bruce, who perhaps have been offered deals, may not be quite as good as they are at the moment. That's perhaps why they're having to have a little think about.
Maybe think about whether they're staying or not. Yeah.
And indeed, I mean, it's people's livelihoods.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, and you've got to respect players. They've got to take their time to make those decisions. But on the same token, Sussex have got to start planning for next season and beyond. They've advertised for a new head coach. We'll maybe talk about that later on. Kellaway into bowl to Simpson again, forward and guiding it into the offside. No run, just the single I think off that over. 228 for 4. Yeah, single off the first ball and then 5 dots. So well bowled again, Ben Kellaway. 1 for 13.9 off 17 overs. That's pretty good. He's And I wonder if Jack Carson is sitting in the dressing room watching this and thinking, well, maybe there is a little bit in there. Doesn't seem to be massive amounts. It's a second day pitch. We're not even at lunch on day 2. It's not, turning massively, but maybe there's a little bit of assistance there for Callaway. He's done a really good job for Glamorgan this morning. He's kept things quiet at one end since he's come on.
Van der Hookton in bright sunshine down the hill, bowls to Coles, who's wrapped on the thigh pad. The ball bounces out in front of him, and there is no run. Interesting though, Bruce, because clearly the head coach role has been advertised. Paul Farbrace, as we know, is moving on, but actually that influence a player. I mean, if I was a player being offered a contract, I might be thinking to myself, well, who is going to be the head coach? Have I come across him before? Do I want to be here under whoever the new person is? I mean, that might form part of something you're thinking about.
Well, I mean, again, it depends largely on what happens to Paul Farbrace.
Comes Van der Hookton, bowls to Coles. Lets that go. Good take by Cook in front of Ingram at first slip. There is no run.
We did a story a few weeks ago that he's been offered some sort of a role here. It may be part-time, it may not be anything to do with cricket, but the Sussex are desperate to keep him. It wouldn't surprise me if he's still here next season in some capacity. But the interesting thing will be around the coaching. You've got a head coach, and then we'll talk about it in a moment.
Van der Hookton in bowls. Coles forward, plays down the offside of the track, no run.
So at the moment you've got Farbrace, and then you've got 3 coaches working under him: Grant Flower, James Kirtley, and Ashley Wright.
Yes.
So a head coach comes in to work under the director of cricket. So what happens to the 3 under them? Will they be leaving? Will one of them get the head coach's job? I imagine if there is a change in the structure and you've just got a director of cricket and a head coach, that the 3 guys there at the moment I would imagine they'd apply for the head coach's role, and one of them would probably be favourite to get it.
Van der Hookton in bowls. Coles defends down the track. There is no run. You would certainly feel that for continuity purposes, perhaps in a dressing room where everyone is tight together, if someone from outside came in as head coach, those I don't know. I think if I was I might be quite keen to know who that's likely to be.
The job applications end close on the 30th of June, and Mark West said they hope to have someone in place by the beginning of August. I don't think it'll be a long process. Certainly be someone here before the end of the season.
And hooked in bowls, let go by Coles outside the off stump, taken by.
It's just a shame because if people are going to leave coaching roles, good guys, good coaches like James Kirtley, Grant Flower, and Ashley Wright. That is a shame, and it's again, as we've said all year in regard to all the financial issues. There's nothing they've done.
No.
It's not because they're not very good at their jobs or anything like that. It's because of the financial issues which are completely outside of their control. And I'm sure there are players that Paul Farbrace would love to keep beyond this season who are out of contract, but financially they're not able to.
And hooked in bowls to Coles. That got off a bit. That spat a bit at James Coles. He played that well. The ball just dribbles in front of him. There is no run. End of the over. 2:28 for 4. Simpson on 13. Coles on 37. Listening to live cricket here on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Bruce Talbot. Bruce isn't a name you're familiar with. A journalist who's worked in this neck of the woods for many, many years on a range of sports. Nick Webb, familiar to voices in Wales, will be back with us after lunch. And just sort of finishing that conversation, Bruce, for example, perhaps if I was a bowler and I had James Kirtley as my bowling coach, I might think, I'll stay, but you might want to stay with James as the coach. I'm just trying to say, I wonder if some continuity might be a good thing.
Well, exactly. People, he's worked obviously with Henry Crocombe, James Sean Hunt, and look at the improvement that those two bowlers have made in the last couple of years. So, we'll see. Kellaway coming into bowl to the busy Simpson, and he just pushes that into the leg side. They'll come through for an easy single. 229 for 4.
Talking about coaches, Paul Farbrace was full of praise for Richard Dawson. I spoke to Paul last week, and he was saying what a good job Richard Dawson has done and how highly regarded he is.
Yeah. There's some good coaches around, and the job at Hove with Sussex, that's a good job. There's only 18 first-class counties, there's only 8, so there's only 18 head coaches. Callaway in again to bowl, and Coles just drives that one quietly down to long on and trots through for a single. It's a good job to have, because you've got, regardless of what happens, there's still the nucleus here, Adrian, of a very good squad. Look at that. You might well be coming in. You might well be walking into a dressing room with a championship-winning team. We'll see. Simpson chops that one, and now I'm not sure what's happened there. It may have deflected off the keeper's gloves. We'll have to have a look at the replay. It's gone through Slip's hands. Anyway, it's gone down to third man for 2 runs. Let's have a look at the replay there from that ball from Callaway. Yeah, he's cut it. It's dropped in front of Slip, who may have been slightly put off by the keeper moving in front of him. It's dropped in front of Slip and it's gone past his right hand for a couple of runs. Callaway in again this time, and Simpson plays that off the back foot. Not again one that didn't bounce a great deal, but he played it safely enough into the offside. No run. 232 for 4. Simpson on 14. Coles on 38. These two have been together since the fall of Daniel Hughes' wicket when the score was 200. He was out for 72. Ben Callaway settling into a long spell now. He's into his 18th over. He comes in again and bowls, and Simpson gets a big stride in, pushes forward, and there is no run. I think we're going to be joined by a guest.
We are. We're going to be hearing all about the veteran trundler, not you, Bruce.
I'd be very kind to call me a veteran trundler. Anyway, Callaway in and bowls, and off the back foot
shot.
Nice forcing shot by John Simpson. It's beaten the fielder at point and has gone for 4. The outfield is very quick. He's in great condition, as we've spoken about many times. Brilliant job that Ben Gibson and his team do here. 236 for 4. Lovely shot that by John Simpson. Just waited on it and then punished it. Too much width from Callaway's bowl. Pretty tight lines all morning, but that one was too wide, and John Simpson said thank you very much. He moves on to 18. 236 for 4.
Thank you, Bruce. Bruce is going to have a breather. We'll speak to Bruce after lunch. I can see that Zain Al Hassan is warming up just down below us, but it's for the time being going to be Tim van der Hoogten who's going to come in to bowl to the right-handed James Coles, who's 38 not out, 236 for 4. As in comes Van der Hoogten bowls, and Coles at that one go through outside of the off stump, and there is no run. So we've got a special guest come to have a chat to us, who is Peter McQuaid. I hope I've pronounced that correctly, Peter, who's very heavily involved with the Sussex Museum. Good to meet you.
Thank you, Adrian.
Great to see you, and I can see the volunteers of the museum already over there. They've got their books and their photographs out on the trestle tables, ready for people to come and have a look.
We're selling a lot over there, and they've come over with a very important message. Can they have Margaret's cake tin back? Because
here comes Van der Hoogten bowls, goes through to John Simpson, and there is no run.
No cake tin, no more cakes.
Well, and can I just say to Margaret makes a lovely cake, and yesterday's was absolutely fantastic. It was sultana and orange. Bruce is nodding. I'll tell you what, it disappeared in a second. It was a beautiful cake. So if you see Margaret later, can you please say thank you from everybody over here?
I'll pass on the message.
It was magnificent. So we'll have that again for the Hampshire game next week. But we're not here to talk about cakes. And Peter will tell us why in a couple of moments' time. Just a change in the field. You're obviously a big Sussex supporter, and we are got listeners down in Wales as well. And I'm sure you're very pleased with the way things are going here this morning for Sussex.
Indeed. Yes.
236 for 4. Tim van der Hoogten trying to pick up a wicket before the interval, but he comes running in over the wicket and bowls. Coles is forward and plays the ball firmly through mid-wicket. Picks up 1. It's a relatively short boundary on the Spenkarma Pavilion side of the ground. It's just a single to Coles, who goes to 39, and Sussex to 237 for 4. So you're going to tell us all about the veteran trundler, George Reuben Cox. And is 17 wickets in a match. We're going to hear all about that in a moment's time, and about a special exhibition that is going to be in the Sussex Cricket Museum. Van der Hoogten's changing the angle of his attack. He's going to come around the wicket to bowl to John Simpson. 2 slips go down, he's in and bowls, and Simpson defends into the offside, and there is no run. So we can natter away between deliveries. Tell us a bit about George Cox, Peter.
Well, George Cox took 17 wickets in a match against Warwickshire 100 years ago this month. So practically every wicket in the match. Remarkable in itself, never been beaten in first-class cricket, although equalled a number of times. But the really remarkable thing is he was nearly 53 when he did it.
Van der Hookton wheels around at the far end, the Cromwell Road end, bowling down the hill, comes in and bowls to Simpson. Simpson is forward, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run.
So nearly 53 when he did it. They're remarkably not the oldest person on the pitch at the time. There was somebody playing for Warwickshire who was even older, who was also Sussex born, a guy called Willie Quaife. But he did it at Horsham, and bit of a coincidence because he was Warnham born and still lived in Warnham, and he played for both Warnham, obviously on the outskirts of Horsham, and for Horsham itself. So it's kind of his home ground.
Final ball of the over. Van der Hookton in bowls to Simpson, who's beaten. Good delivery by Tim Van der Hookton. John Simpson is beaten. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Chris Cook. End of the over. 2:37 for 4. Coles 39. Simpson on 18.
And as you said, we've got an exhibition in the museum to celebrate him as well. But his grandson came into the museum last summer and introduced himself. Apologised for the fact that he himself wasn't a cricketer.
This is William McMorran.
William McMorran, mentioned in the book. And we probably would have done something on George Cox this year anyway, because it's quite an achievement. But I agreed to write something and did the research over the winter. And it was quite interesting getting into the detail, because although the 17 wickets would be enough to make him a very memorable Sussex cricketer, he did a lot more. And only Maurice Tate has got more wickets for the county. He's got over 1,800 wickets. He got over 14,000 runs, over 500 catches, and a number of other remarkable bowling performances, including a 5-for-0 in Weston-super-Mare against Somerset in 1921, and nobody's done a 6-for-0.
There is a change of bowling, and it's going to be Zain Al Hassan who's going to run away from us. From the C-end, bowls to Coles, keeper standing up to the stumps, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Notice as well here, he scored over 1,000 runs in the season in 1906.
He did. He was a pretty good bat, but one of the things that seemed to be a bit frustrating about him is seasons he had, he was good with the bat, he wasn't so good with the bowling.
Right.
And I think a couple of times even Wisdom commented on it, you know, like, can't he do both well in the same season? But he did have some impressive knocks.
Al Hassan in again bowls. Coles up on his toes, steers that to backward point, no run.
He got 50-odd batting with Ranji in the famous 700-odd that Sussex got in 1902, which was a county record for a long time, and a fast 50. He and wicketkeeper Henry Butt did until only a few years ago hold the record for the 10th wicket, so another achievement with the bat.
Comes Al Hassan running away from us, in and bowls. Coles again defeats it on the pad. There's a stifled appeal, not from the bowler, from behind the stumps, and there is no run.
He also took 100 wickets at the age of 49, which again I think only Wilfred Rhodes has bettered that. So there are lots of things about him that were actually either unique or pretty special. He also bowled the last ball here in 1914 before the war.
Al Hassan wheels round, comes in and bowls, and Coles again defends to backward point. There is no run.
And it was the very last ball and the very last wicket taken by any county until 1919. And curiously, it was Sussex against Yorkshire, and in 1939, the last match here was Sussex against Yorkshire as well. So that was a bit bizarre.
Al Hassan just turns
let's just have this.
Runs away from us again. He's in the bowls, and Coles flicked on the other-side. The ball just bounces down in front of him. There is no run.
The research was quite interesting. It was understanding who his father was. The family would support me in this. Has been somewhat of a challenge. He was down as having an unmarried mother when born.
Sounding again. Bowls, Coles defends into the offside. It was a good over from Zane Halstein. It's a maiden over, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 20. Sussex very much playing for lunch here. 237 for 4. Simpson on 18, Coles on 39.
There was quite a lot of speculation amongst Warner gentry, his mother was a domestic servant, over who the father was. I think there were lots of suspicions that it was a particular person. I won't go into the full detail, it's in the book.
Okay.
But it was confirmed only quite recently in a DNA search who his actual father was.
Right.
And it turned out to be a young curate. And again, you'll have to read the book to get a bit more details about what happened to that young curate.
Yeah, don't give it all away, because I've got the book in front of me, which is called George Rubens Cox.
So you won't get any more detail than me on that. So I guess in terms of his family, he's also pretty well known for having had a famous son, George Cox Jr.
Yes, who was also a cricketer.
Also a cricketer, Sussex. Sussex great. He had a couple of other, or several other interesting relations, including a grandson who was a Coronation Street actor.
Oh, really? Okay.
Peter Baldwin.
Oh. We're going to get a change of bowling, actually. It's going to be Mason Crane for the first time, so we're going to get some leg spin coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road. It bowls to Simpson, who defends into the... Well, I think he played that, John Simpson. He ended up in the gloves of Chris Cook, and there is no run. I noticed as well, Peter, that he was called the Governor.
Yes.
Right. We'll have to come to that in a moment. Mason Crane does get through his overs fairly quickly, the leg spinner. He's coming in down the hill, bowls to Simpson, who's looked to play that on the onside. Didn't really time that at all. He's come down here to short, fine leg, and there is no run. Why the Governor?
Exactly why, specifically, I don't know, but I think you can say it relates to the fact that he was universally respected,
right,
both by the professionals and the amateurs.
Crane again bowls, Simpson defends to mid on, no run.
For example, in terms of the professionals, I think they all loved him but feared him a little bit because he was a senior professional for many years. A little bit taciturn, but also had a reputation for being kind and considerate. So, man of few words, but a good egg.
Crane in again, bowls, Simpson defends, and there is no... in fact, he did. It went past the outside edge, actually, taken by Cook, and there is no run.
And the amateur captains all thought the world of him as well. He had a great relationship with, in his early days, with Ranji, and went out to India.
Crane in again, bowls, Simpson defends into the offside, there is no run.
At Ranji's invitation. And in fact, one of his daughters had a cat called Ranji. So,
mentioned as well. There's a picture of him here, and it's from a cigarette collection. Was that in the days when they had just break off as in comes Crane, bowls, and Simpson defends. So a good opening over from Mason Crane, a maiden over, and Sussex 237 for 4 as we close in on lunch. 4 minutes until the break.
Yeah, well, I think there were a lot of cigarette cards in those days. I think if you go over to the museum and to the bookstore, I think we're even selling some displays with cigarette cards on, so that's a great segue into an advert. And of course, they did smoke in those days. In fact, there's a picture in there as well of a couple of people collecting for his benefit. His original benefit was 1914, but it was end of the year. It got cancelled because of the war. He had one in 1920, but there's 2 people in the picture, and it's his brother-in-law George Street and somebody else, and one of them has got, they're obviously players who've just come off and they've got a cigarette in their mouth, so things were different in those days.
They are. Al-Salid bowls to Coles, who places firmly out into the sweeper on the cover boundary. 1 more to James Coles, he goes to 42.38 for 4. And how long did he play for, Peter?
He started in 1895.
Yes, there's the picture of the cigarette in his mouth.
Yeah, that's it. Started in 1895, and he was a bit of it wasn't until about the turn of the century that he really became established, so you couldn't exactly call him a child prodigy. He was born in 1873.
Comes Al-Hassan again, bowls to Simpson, who drives beautifully through the covers. That's going to race away. Is it going to go for 4? Yes, it will. That's a lovely shot by John Simpson, just over pitched. And Simpson timing that beautifully through the covers for 4. He goes to 22, Sussex 242 for 4.
So we carried on to 1928. He had his last match, appropriately, at Horsham against Hampshire. And then he became Sussex coach. And, of course, by that time...
Sanders in again. Bowles, and Simpson flicks this one down to Feinberg, picks up a single, he goes to 23, Sussex 243 for 4.
By that time his son was on the scene, and that meant there was a Cox associated as a player or as a coach between, well, for well over 50 years, certainly from 1895 to the 1950s. So in a club which is well known for its families, this is they made quite an impressive contribution.
Allison in again, bowls to Coles, who defends onto the onside. There is no run. Did he have a profession apart from playing cricket?
He was a gardener initially, and of course he didn't really play full-time cricket until sometime in his 20s. So he'd left school at probably 12, 13, I'm not sure the exact age, but he certainly did gardening up at Warnham, and he was the groundsman at...
Allison in bowls to Coles, who clips this one firmly down towards fine leg. Now they're going to take one. In fact, it goes to deep backward square when Coles picks it up a single. Now, are we going to get one more over? Yeah. Possibly not. One more ball to go in the over, 244 for 4.
It was the groundman at Warnham Lodge, which was one of the big country homes in Warnham. So he was a gardener, and in the war, it's not clear what he did through out of the war. He was too old for conscription, which is quite remarkable, because an awful lot of the good things he did in cricket were after the war.
Right.
But he was too old for... So let's just watch the ball then.
Al-Hassan in bowls to Simpson, not taken cleanly by Cook behind the stumps. Now we might get one more over here.
So
12.59, 244 for 4. I think we are going to get one more over. Mason Crane is coming in. The clock is not going to tick over, so we are going to get one more over before lunch.
Yeah, so he was too old to fight in the war, but not too old to return to play cricket afterwards and do some quite amazing things. But we do know that for part of the war he was a munitions worker. Possibly taught some cricket at public schools, but that's a bit of a speculation. And he certainly played a few matches for the MCC, who did carry on playing a little bit. Well, the county cricket was cancelled in the First World War, but there was some MCC matches.
Mason Crane, this will be the last over before lunch from the Cromwell Road in bowls to James Coles, who sweeps, and he sweeps well and picks up 4 runs, just James Coles. That's nicely played. He goes to 45. And Sussex 248 for 4. Within sight of their first batting bonus point. Lovely shot. Were you a cricketer yourself, Peter?
Yes, not a great cricketer, but as a youth I did play against a certain Ian Botham.
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, right. Tell us about that. For who?
I played for Weston-super-Mare youth team at youth cricket, and I didn't know I played against him at the time. But he wasn't quite...
Coles plays into the offside, no run.
He wasn't quite the teenage phenomena you'd expect.
Right.
There were better cricketers of his age group in Somerset at the time. Philip Slocum, for example.
Did he get you
Peter
out?
Roebuck. I can't remember playing against him. I honestly can't remember playing. I was told afterwards, some years later, that I did play against him.
In comes Crane, bowls. Coles hammers that one away. Well, James Coles certainly isn't playing for lunch, and he's hoisted that one high over mid-wicket. And what a way to go to your half-century for James Coles. He's picked that up and deposited it into the pavilion, and James Coles goes through to his half-century. It's a super shot. Half-century of 73 balls in 106 minutes, with 6 4s and 2 6s. And James Coles, who's been a little short of runs in the county championship, we always feel that a score is just around the corner. And Sussex go to 254 for 4. And Sussex now have one batting bonus point securely in their pocket as Crane is in bowls and Coles defends. In front of him there is no run. 2 balls to go until lunch. Well, he's certainly not playing for lunch, is he, Peter?
No, he's not. I had to duck for the first 6. It hit it.
Oh, right. Out towards the museum.
Absolutely, yeah.
Crane in again, bowls, and Coles clips this one fine. That's going to run away for another boundary from James Coles. An expensive over from Mason Crane, which has gone for 14, by far the most expensive of the session. And the Sussex lead goes to over 100. 103 is the lead, and Sussex batting himself into a very good position here. They've lost 2 wickets this morning. Jack Leaning out for 21. Daniel Hughes for 72, got a low one from Ben Kellaway. Simpson and Coles are motoring along here. Craning again, and Coles is at it again. Sweeps down to fine leg and picks up a single. That will be the last ball before lunch, so 15 off of the over. And Sussex go to lunch on 2.59 for 4, with John Simpson on 23, James Coles on 56. But we'll carry on nattering away to Peter for a few more minutes. We were talking there about your cricketing prowess. And tell us, for the benefit particularly of people who haven't heard about the museum before, some of the work that you do over at the museum, Peter.
So, well, I'm part of the team of volunteers, so I do a lot of stewarding. I help sort out the books for selling. I've written some stuff on the website. I've done, obviously, the George Cox book. I'm working on a couple of other things. One may be much longer term than the other. I'm very grateful to the expertise that I've been able to suck from over there. People like Roger Packham and Norman Epps, but the volunteers in general, a great bunch. We do need more volunteers. We don't need people necessarily we don't need people necessarily to steward or people to do that, but just somebody with some skills that we could use. So anyone that's interested in being a volunteer, come over and see us. And we would love to have more patrons and friends, because it's entirely a voluntary organisation. We work very closely with Sussex Cricket, but we are a separate organisation. We're a registered charity, so we need money.
and you're a Sussex man? I mean, you said about Western-super-Mare. Did you used to live in the West Country? Or?
I'm actually a Hampshire man who lived his teens in Somerset, which was a wonderful time to live there, because it was the time of Viv and Joel Garner and obviously Ian Botham and latterly, so in my early teens, he wasn't actually well known as a player, and other players like Brian Rose, etc. So it's a great time to watch cricket there until I was in my early 20s. Then we're back to Hampshire, and being a Hampshireman and having a father who liked his cricket and was also a Hampshireman, I was brought up to think that cricket started in Hambledon.
Right, okay.
And I was quickly re-educated down here, of course. Important though Hambledon was. So I'm an adopted Sussex man, but very much into Sussex cricket history now.
Well, I know that Keith Ridge and all the volunteers do a terrific job over at the Sussex Cricket Museum, not least Margaret, who, for the cake. So before you go, we're going to give you the cake box to give back.
Oh, excellent, because otherwise I'd be in real trouble.
Get back. But just briefly to come back to the book, I mean, the exhibition is it in the museum now?
It's in the museum.
Right.
And I must just tell you about George Cox's balls. We have 3 balls on display.
Steady. It's live radio.
We have 3 balls on display, which are all commemorative balls from different matches, including one from the, I forget now which of the innings it is, but one from one of the innings where he got 17 wickets. I think it's one where he got 9. And we didn't know what had happened to these. We'd heard about them. And then the last interview I did, which was the widow of one of his grandchildren, Christopher Baldwin, mentioned she had these in her sideboard. And I was I was a bit excited actually.
Yeah,
the jaw dropped,
fantastic.
I guess, and she's kindly lent them to us, and we've got them on display.
Wonderful.
So yeah, there's an exhibition to the great man there, and the book is on sale outside.
And for people to listen on headsets around the ground, there will be people listening around Sussex who come along to the cricket as well. The museum free to go into?
It's free to go into, which is why I made the plea for donations, because it is totally free, and we don't get paid, of course.
Yeah. Well, you do a wonderful job. And the book itself, you've written The Veteran Trundler by Peter McQuaid. Is this available to buy, Peter?
It is available to buy over in the museum, and we'd be delighted to sell some more today. Wonderful stuff. Well, thank you for that, and thank you as well, because I know that with every match that we have here at Hove, that the Sussex Cricket Museum do provide a quiz. And we've had a few technical issues today, so we haven't had an opportunity to read out the questions. But we have. Can I keep this in front of me? Absolutely. I will send.
And when Nick Webb comes back, because he's the BBC Wales commentator, we can ask him some of these questions. We don't give the answers. We wait till the end of the match, and I know the answers are available from the good folk who run the museum. So we'll make sure that we do that. Can I give you your book back, Peter? and thank you for that.
You're welcome for that, Adrian.
Well, yeah, and you gave me a very good brief as well. So I don't know,
Well, I think we're doing the podcast next week.
Yes, we are.
So if that would be useful for you. For
okay,
that.
well, I will, because we are going to do a podcast next week, which we're going to record, and we're going to talk all about George Cockton. But thank you for coming over and talk about it. Thank you for the great work you do as well, because I know that a lot of people go to the museum, and I can see people over there already looking at the books, and you raise good money as well. So it's great work. So thank you for coming in, and thank you for talking all about George Cox.
Well, thank you, Adrian, for having me.
Pleasure. And so there we are. It's Peter McQuaid from the Sussex Museum. And as I say, if you're listening and you fancy having a mooch around the museum, there's all sorts over there. So please go and do that. And Bruce has very kindly brought the cake box in. You can see the size of the cake, Peter, so you can take that back with you and give that to Margaret. So thank you very much for listening, everybody, this morning. Thank you for Peter for taking the time to come in. We're going to have a break for lunch with Sussex. In a good position here at Hove with James Coles and John Simpson going along very nicely. And we'll be back with you in the sunshine here in about half an hour's time.
truck by falling off the roof, do I? Yes, has been. Yeah.
Van der Hochten, and beats the outside edge. Bruce, very good.
In from the C end and bowls to Leaning, who's out. He's caught at second slip, regulation edge. Just must have done a little bit off the seam, perhaps. Past umpire Long, and this time Coles is back up on his feet. And that's a nice shot, forcing shot through the offside, and it races
towards this Boswell. That's lofted through mid-wicket safely. It'll run away up towards the dressing rooms. It'll go for 4.
Hadley in again, past umpire Long, bowls to Coles, who this time plays on the offside and plays very, very nicely. The diving Carlson to his right, can't stop that.
Hadley's coming around the wicket to Daniel Hughes, is it, and bowls. Hughes is back and thumps that away. That's a good shot. Nothing wrong with that. I think he's been waiting for a loose delivery as Daniel Hughes.
Call at the end of the month as Norton is in bowls, and that's slammed through the covers for 4 by Daniel Hughes.
comes Kellaway, bowls to Hughes, who sweeps. Good shot by Daniel Hughes. Swept away for 4 runs. He's just starting to move through the gear.
It's a hard job. Anyway, he's running in again down the hill. Bowls to Coles, who drives. Lovely shot by James Coles. Lent into that. There was a bit of width on offer, and he punished. Rumbles in past the umpire and bowls, and that's a nice shot by James Coles. That's a lovely off drive for 4. He really timed that beautifully.
Kellaway in bowl. Simpson hits this one away firmly through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. Just a bit too much width there from Ben Kellaway, and Simpson was onto that very quickly. Bottom of the championship. In comes Kellaway, bowls. Simpson down the ground, hits this one firmly, and is he going to get caught? No, it's gone for 6. James Coles is in and bowls, and Coles pulls, and that's pulled all the way. Is that going all the way for 6? Yes, it is.
Anyway, Kellaway in and bowls, and off the back foot
shot.
Nice forcing shot by John Simpson. It's beaten the fielder at point.
Comes Al-Hassan again, bowls to Simpson, who drives beautifully through the covers. That's going to race away. Is it going to go for 4? Yes, it will. That's a lovely shot by John Simpson, just over pitched. Mason Creighton, this will be the last over before lunch from the Cromwell Road, and bowls to James Coles, who sweeps, and he sweeps well and picks up 4 runs. Just James Coles. That's nicely played. He goes to 45. In comes Crane, bowls. Coles hammers that one away. Well, James Coles certainly isn't playing for lunch, and he's hoisted that one high over mid-wicket, and what a way to go to your half-century for James Coles. He's picked that up and deposited it into the pavilion. And Simpson and Coles are motoring along here. Crane in again, and Coles is at it again. Sweeps down to fine leg and picks up a single. That will be the last ball before lunch, so 15 off of the over.
Yes, let's get the latest then. Adrian Harms is watching day 2 of Sussex's match against Glamorgan at Hove for us. How's it looking now then, Adrian?
Yes, hello Leo. Gorgeous afternoon here, and Sussex going along very nicely. We're just about to get underway again after lunch. Sussex 259 for 4. It means they lead Glamorgan by 104. They've lost a couple of wickets today. Daniel Hughes for a very well-made 72. Jack Leaning making 21. But James Cole's going along very nicely. He registered his half-century just before lunch. And an excellent day for Kent up at Blackpool. They bowled Lancashire out for just 87. Keith Dudgeon picking up 6 of those wickets. In reply in their second innings, Kent are 12 for 1, but they're still leading Lancashire by 103.
Real, thanks, Adrian.
Very good afternoon and welcome back to BBC Sport Online from the county ground Hove. Also available via the Sussex and Glamorgan county websites, with Nick Webb and Bruce Talbot with you for the first session of the afternoon. Adrian Harms is taking a well-deserved break after lunch, and Sussex at 259 for 4. That's already 104 runs in the lead. And Mason Crane took a bit of a tap just before lunch, with James Coles racing to his half century by sticking one on the pavilion roof, which is probably why they were a bit reluctant to bowl Crane with this short boundary to a right-hander, as Zainul Hassan will bowl the first over from the C end after lunch. There's a few gulls in the deep mid-wicket area, and on the boundary at deep square, fine leg, and a sweeper on the offside. So 3 on the boundary as Ul Hassan is into bowl, and that's played away gently on the leg side by Coles down to backward square, and they'll amble through for a single. 260 for 4. Very much Sussex's session, especially without late acceleration, Bruce.
Yes, 15 off the last over. James Coles took a liking to Mason Crane, didn't he? 2 4s and a 6 in that last over before lunch. Key for Glamorgan, I guess, Nick, is the new ball due in 6 overs after this one. So, Glamorgan need to make some inroads with that.
Ul Hassan to the left-handed Simpson, who's pushing that into the offside. They think about a single, but it's intercepted by Dixon, and there is no run. So still pretty much blue skies, a little bit of very faint light cloud, but sunny conditions as Ul Hassan bowls around the wicket, and Simpson is tucked up and playing it back to the bowler. And very pleasant watching conditions from the Sharks stand, where I spent most of the second hour, thanks to the efforts of Bruce, Adrian and Gast.
Yeah, it's a lot warmer today than it was yesterday. I wouldn't have fancied sitting in the Sharks stand for very long yesterday.
No, I don't think I'd have been there for an hour.
But yeah, lovely conditions to bat in.
Ul Hassan in, bowls to Simpson, who plays that one to point, where Kellaway makes a tumbling stop, making sure he got everything behind that one, and ending up on his posterior.
There's still that breeze though, isn't there, Nick, from the southwest? You can see it blowing the trees in the gardens, and the flags on the scoreboard as well.
It's quite well protected though, the Sharks stand. I suppose it's face back to the southwest. Ul Hassan bowls and Simpson plays it back to him, and there is no run.
Ben Kellaway did a good job of it this morning. Someone's got to keep an end closed off. Sussex are looking to accelerate. We saw that before lunch. And it's important that from a Glamorgan perspective that they've got a bowler who can plug things up a little bit.
Ul Hassan trying to do just that and beats the bat for once. Simpson pushing forward, so just a single off the first over of the afternoon session. Sussex 260 for 4, 105 runs in the lead.
And this stands now worth 60, so we saw that acceleration before lunch in that last over from Mason Crane, but he is going to come back. Here's the leg spinner to bowl his second over. His third over. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15 so far. Bowled a maiden yesterday, and then got a bit of tap today. But he's going to come on at the Cromwell Road end, just going through a few warm-ups. It's going to be James Coles, who took a liking to him, as we've mentioned. He's on 57. He's on strike. There's a slip. That's the only close to the wicket fielder as Crane comes in and bowls, and Coles gets forward and sweeps, but there's a man there down at short fine leg doing the fielding, Ryan Hadley. He'll be saving his energies for a burst with a new ball in maybe 20-25 minutes time. We're in the 75th over, so the new ball due after 80. Crane rather tosses the ball from hand to hand and then licks his fingers, comes in and bowls, and Coles is well forward, stretching forward, pushing that into the offside for no run.
There was an inquiry on just another bluebird after 65 overs. He said only 4 wickets down and Mason Crane yet to bowl. Am I missing something? Well, yeah, I thought Crane would have had a dart last night or this morning.
He comes in again and bowls to Coles, who drives him down the ground to long off for a single. 261 for 4.
But I think it's because of the layout of this particular pitch, it's probably better for the spinners to be bowling to right-handers at least from this C end.
From the C end, yeah.
And Callaway was doing a useful job from the C end.
It's a very short boundary on the main pavilion side here at Hove for this pitch. This pitch is probably only 6 in from the end of the square. And Crane comes in, and this time Simpson is well forward and drives that the left-hander into the offside. No run, fielded by Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, if we missed yesterday's commentary, it is the closest they're allowed to play for a senior male match to the pavilion.
Crane in again, and this time Simpson just bunts that wing to the leg side down to long on for a single. 262 for 4. Yeah, it's not the biggest square in on the circuit, the one at Hove, and there's a lot of pressure on it these days with women's games, etc., and all the various competitions. So they've got to be careful. But this is, as Nick's mentioned, quite away towards the pavilion side. Crane into Coles, who was looking, I think, to launch him onto the pavilion again. He swung the bat in that sort of, and the bat was heading in that direction, but the ball may well have jammed into his foot because it just dribbled out into the leg side, and no harm done. And certainly no 6 scored. End of the over, 262 for 4. Simpson 24, Coles on 58. Ul Hassan is going to continue from the C end. His figures at the moment: 7 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 28. Sussex's lead is 107, and this is going to be the 76th over, so not long until the new ball.
Yeah, Glamorgan will need to bowl it rather better than they did the first new ball as Ul Hassan bowls, and it's bounced away off something. Was that off the bottom edge or off the keeper's pads? Anyway, it's a
might
dot
have been
ball.
a bit of both, but it's a dot ball. Yeah, it's certainly Simpson trying to play a forcing shot off the back foot there, and the ball just dropped into the offside and picked up easily enough by the fielder at the point running in.
262 for 4 as in comes Ul Hassan bowls, worked on the leg side by Simpson, no run, straight to short mid wicket. If you want to email us, it's glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk or sussexsport@bbc.co.uk. I'm Nick Webb 2017 on X and Blue Sky. Adrian Harms is also on X, as that's through outside off stump. No contact made by Simpson, who might have pulled out the shot, finding the ball is a bit closer to him than he expected. Afternoon to Freddie Jones, who reports a much warmer day than in the Mumbles than yesterday. Well, I think that applies to most of the country. Any sign of the shoeless chap nursing a sore head today? Well, the hospitality area is quiet today, which it certainly wasn't yesterday. As Ul Hassan is in to bowl, turned away on the leg side. There will be a single here, just to the left of try, but short mid wicket.
Chris Cook started the over standing up to Ul Hassan, and now he that last ball he went back, and now with Coles on strike, he's back up to the wicket again.
Well spotted. Tends to stand up quite a lot to Ul Hassan, who's not bowling with huge pace. As in comes the next delivery, and that's a rather tentative prod for once from Coles. And the scoreboard has got confused, has got Simpson on strike. It's rare that we see a false shot from Coles, who's played with great assurance in this half century. 58 not out. As Al Hassan is in bowls, Coles blocks this one on the leg side, so maybe if Hussein Al Hassan has found his radar in this spell, which he didn't have last night, when several of the Glamorgan seamers are rather expensive. 262 for 4 then at the end of the over.
Maiden over there from Al Hassan. It was a good over. A couple of balls that John Simpson played at and played inside the line, fortunately for him. Mason Crane's going to continue from the Cromwell Road end. Just one slip in place. Colin Ingram there. There's a backward point, short fine leg, mid wicket long on, and a deep mid wicket for the left hander. And on the offside we've got a deep point, a mid off, and an extra cover. Crane in, bowls, and Simpson defends off the back foot, no run. Yeah, pleasant afternoon for watching if you're at a loose end in Hove or Brighton, fancy some county cricket. Nice day to be here at the county ground watching this good battle between Sussex and Glamorgan as Mason Crane comes into bowl, and this time Simpson guides that off the back foot, and the fielder down there at backward point, Ryan Hadley, does the job. 263 for 4, just 4 runs added since lunch. These two are settling down, hopefully from the Sussex perspective, to play along, put together a long partnership. This one is defended by Simpson, few U's and R's, Cook and the bowler. That one didn't bounce actually. There was another one that sort of not quite crept along, but Simpson had to have his wits about him, get the bat in front of pads there, because that one didn't get up at all. We saw that earlier with the dismissal of Dan Hughes. Crane in again and well forward. There's an appeal, stifled appeal for an LBW, but no one else was joining in apart from Mason Crane, and John Simpson just steps back, lets things settle down a bit, adjusts his gloves, twirls his bat, and goes back to ready to face this 5th ball of the over from Mason Crane. 4 dots so far, so building some pressure. The Glamorgan leg spinner, he's in again, and this time Simpson well, I'm pretty sure there was some bat involved there.
Sounded like it, didn't it?
He flicked it down into the leg side. Mason Crane, of course, had a very brief loan spell with Sussex a few years ago. I remember him turning up to play a few games in the Championship before he joined Glamorgan. He's in again, and this time Simpson is well forward, very well forward, and just prods that back to the bowler. End of the over, another maiden. So 263 for 4. We've had 77 overs, so new ball is imminent. I can't imagine that Al Hassan and Crane won't carry on.
I just saw a replay of the appeal that we thought, the ball that we thought had been played down the leg side. It was actually off the pad, and it was quite a good appeal. I would have thought it might have hit leg stump. Umpire say no. Al Hassan bowls and clipped away through the leg side by Coles for a single, with Tom Norton doing the fielding out in front of the clock tower scoreboard, away to our right on very much the longer side of the ground. 264 for 4. We have 17 legitimate balls to be delivered with the old ball. As Al Hassan bowls, and Simpson blocks it out on the offside, no run. So after that little pre-lunch flourish by James Coles, tucking in with a 6 and a couple of 4s off one over from Mason Crane. This one virtually went soaring over my head actually. The 6 is having a little walk around the ground at the time. 264 for 4. Well, Hassan bowls, square driven. That's a nice shot from Simpson out on the offside, and it is very square of the wicket, and it beats the dash of Tom Norton round the boundary and races away.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, that. Timing, placement, power, everything really good. Tom Norton wasn't that far away, but there's no chance of cutting that off. The outfield here at Hove is very, very quick. And a lovely shot by John Simpson. Just releases a little bit of the pressure that Glamorgan had imposed in these 4 or 5 overs since lunch. 268 for 4 was a lovely shot by Simpson onto 29.
Well, Hassan going a bit too wide, has another go, and this time Simpson is forced into a more defensive shot, and he just rolls out towards Callaway in the gully, running round towards point. Umpire Blackwell has obviously done his steps for the day, because he's not going to square leg for the left-hander. 268 for 4. Ul Hassan in bowls, nice straight drive. Bowler got a fingertip to it, and Hadley completes the fielding at mid-off, and there is no run.
Surrey at Cardiff next week, Nick, I see.
Yes, that'll be something of a test.
Well, they're not quite the force they have been in recent years, Surrey. They're struggling to bowl teams out. The lack of a decent spinner is costing them. It certainly has in 2 or 3 games this season. So, good contest, that one.
That delivery is played out on the offside by Simpson. 5 came off the Ul Hassan over. It's 268 for 4. 2 to go until the new ball. Yes, it's question of which Surrey side you get, isn't it? It's per mid-11 from about 40.
They've got a very strong squad, yeah. There's a suggestion. I was at the Oval for a couple of days last week when all this business with Ben Stokes and Gus Atkinson broke, that because he's not playing in the Test, Atkinson might play at Cardiff next week.
Okay.
The possibility that Dan Worrell might be fit, who's a bowler that they've missed a lot. He's only played 2 games this season. He's had knee issues, I think. So, yeah, that could be interesting. But like you say, they've got a lot of players that they can choose from. Anyway, Mason Crane's going to continue. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 17 so far. Coles just plays that into the leg side. They think about a single, but there was never any possibility of that with Tim van der Hoogten in close proximity at short fine leg. No run. 268 for 4. The lead now 113 as Mason Crane comes in again and bowls. And off the back foot, Coles plays him into the offside. Norton comes round, completes the fielding, just the single. 269 for 4.
Tell me, Surrey and Hampshire playing that championship match while everyone else was playing T20.
Yeah.
Why?
Because there is a test match at the Oval starting on Wednesday, so they have to bring that forward.
Got you.
Mason Crane comes in and bowls. Simpson leaves that. Crane thought that hit the top of off stump. It hasn't. He was the only one. 1 or 2 excitable appeals from the bowler, putting maybe some doubts in John Simpson's mind. He was going to cut that, and then he withdrew the bat and just let it fly past into the the hands of Cook. In again, that was a bit flatter, a bit quicker. Simpson plays it off the back foot into the offside for a single. 270 for 4. Yeah, that game I did a couple of days up there, and Surrey probably would have won. They lost nearly a whole day spread over 3 days to bad weather, especially on the second day. There's only 24 overs bowled when Surrey were in quite a strong position. Crane comes in this time to Coles, who props forward and plays it into the offside. No run. But Hampshire would certainly have left the Oval a lot more happy with the outcome than Surrey, because they were never really in the game. Dan Lawrence batted really well in that game, a double 100 and 100 for him. Crane in and driven into the leg side this time by Coles. Throw comes in, back to the keeper, end of the over, 2 runs off it, 270 for 4. Simpson on 30, Coles on to 60.
Yes, I suppose the test match would have taken away Surrey's ability to stage Championship cricket in either of the 2 rounds. Mind you, Sussex are playing 2 home games at this time, so
yeah, it's an interesting.
Surrey could have played 2 away games.
It's an interesting how that imbalance, because in the first 6 games, Sussex only played 2 home matches. I think Leicestershire only played 2 home games, and some counties, Warwickshire were definitely one of them, had played 4 home matches in that first sort of batch of 6.
Ul Hassan is in to bowl to Simpson, who pushes it to cover, no run. Yeah, Glamorgan was 3 and 3 in the first block.
I guess with these international grounds like Edgbaston, there's a lot of cricket going to be played in sort of July and August. They need to get the ration of championship matches in fairly quickly, but it doesn't. I'm not sure it's great. It's not great having so many home games in sort of April and early May.
Ul Hassan bowls and Simpson is forward defensively. Well, I suppose Surrey don't have enough capacity at Guildford, do they, to really stage championship games?
Well, it's not so long ago that they were playing a championship game.
Glamorgan and played there.
Yeah, and so Sussex, and it's a nice ground to watch county cricket. They play a couple of one-dayers there as well. I guess it's probably not so much the wicket. The wickets at Guildford have always been good. It's the infrastructure that costs all the money.
Ul Hassan in bowls, and Simpson gets runs here. He'll get 4 of them down to third man. He just about managed to steer it. It might have come off a thickish edge, but it was perfectly safe. Wide.
I don't think it was a full shot. I think he's definitely meaning to playing down there.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. It's a shot he plays quite a lot. Just uses the pace of the ball and just deflects it. Cook is standing up to him, having gone back a couple of times earlier in Ul Hassan's last over. It was a nice shot by Simpson.
Yep. Having seen it on the screen, I'll agree with that. As Ul Hassan bowls him 274 for 5, and Ul Hassan strikes in the very last over with the old ball, and Simpson is gone for a pretty solid 34 of 71, and it's helped Sussex bowl along nicely with a stand of 74 with Coles.
Suggestion as John Simpson left there that one similar to the Hughes delivery didn't really bounce. We'll have a look at the replay now.
He's misjudged the angle a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. He's come from quite wide on the crease. He's straightened a little bit and just nipped back the off stump.
Yeah, it didn't hit a long way off. It might have kept a little bit low, but I think he just misjudged the angle slightly.
Yeah, we're going to put that down. Good wicket for Glamorgan to get just before the new ball is due to end that partnership of 74 between John Simpson and James Coles. Simpson goes for 34, Coles is 60, and the new batsman is going to be Tom Price, and he's probably, well, I'd say the last of the recognised batsmen. You've got a guy at number 8, Jack Carson, who got 100 against Surrey earlier this year, so he's definitely more than capable, and then you get into the tail. So Glamorgan will sense an opportunity here with the new ball due very shortly, that they can make further inroads and make sure this deficit doesn't get beyond maybe anything more than 200. It's hard to see Glamorgan getting away with it in terms of winning, drawing the game from that position. Sussex's lead at the moment is 119.
Glamorgan can always remember the great escape of was it 3 years ago when they scored 700 in the second innings here over 2 days.
That was a flat pitch. Yeah, we've not seen many like that here at Hove. There's always it's a good cricket wicket, has been for a number of years now, but occasionally you will get a very, very slow, flat surface.
Ul Hassan in bowls to Price, who blocks it. Tom Price going well with the bat this season, averaging 61 in the 3 matches that he played before injury.
Yeah, he did his ankle up at Headingley back in April, missed 3 games like you said, Nick, back for this one. He played a bit of T20 last week. Been an important signing for Sussex, really good all-rounder.
Final ball then of the 80th over. Ul Hassan is in bowls and Price plays it down into the gully. It's fielded. It's 274 for 5 after 80 overs. Bruce Talbot will be joined by Adrian Harms as I go and talk to some radio listeners.
Just trying to see whether that new ball... No, Mason Crane's going to carry on, so they're going to bowl with the old ball for a bit longer. And why not? Al Hassan has just taken a wicket. And Mason Crane's bowl been tidy enough so far. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 19. He's operating at the Cromwell Road end. Adrian is back. I saw him placing the outside effects mic on top of the covers.
Not taking the new ball, Bruce?
No, surprise, but maybe that, getting that wicket just before the new ball was due made them delay it. Anyway, Crane's into bowl, and that one is off the outside edge of the bat as Coles pushes forward, and it dribbles out into the offside. No run. It's important next hour in this game.
Very
It's
important.
going to be important. With the new ball, which they will obviously take fairly shortly, you'd imagine, Glamorgan can nip out a couple of wickets and expose that tail.
Yeah.
Be an interesting afternoon. Crane in again.
Oh.
And this time Coles takes full toll of a full toss and smashes it over mid-wicket for 6. Well, more mid-wicket long on really, but it was a horrible delivery from the leg spinner. Leg spinners can bowl balls like that occasionally. Even the greats like Mushy. I mean, he wasn't. He would have very occasionally bowl a full toss like that and get smashed, and that's exactly what's happened there. Not a long boundary on that on the pavilion side, and James Cole said thank you very much, and smashed it over wide long on for 6. 280 for 5. So the lead now is 125, and. That happening might just concentrate Glamorgan minds in terms of taking the new ball.
Yeah, I mean, but you're right there, Bruce. And Paul Farbrace has spoken a lot this season about Sussex. When you've got the foot on the throat, really making sure that you don't let it go. And
we saw that in the Leicester game, didn't we? They sort of
Definitely.
let Leicestershire off the hook.
They did
won the game in the end.
They did. No, you're absolutely. And this is the sort of look at the ball now, Bruce. Absolutely, and I think the message will be sort of loud and clear here. This is going to be interesting, trying to change a ball that's 80 overs old. I mean, I'd imagine that they're going to get the new ball out fairly soon. But you'd have thought taking the new ball is probably Glamorgan's best chance of getting back into the game. I mean, they're certainly not out of this game. I mean,
no, 125 behind. If they can keep Sussex to the lead to deficit to under 200, they will feel. I mean, the wicket is not. It's playing pretty well, I think, and the Glamorgan have got some good players,
They have.
good batters, and they will feel that they can, put Sussex under pressure again. Brenda Lower, the old ball carrier, has come out. Is she? Is that Brenda? No, it's not. It's one of the.
It's one of the Glamorgan fields.
One of the Glamorgan fields as well.
I'm sure Brenda's there. I think she is.
She is there. She's
Got a
probably
great background.
supervising from her seat.
Yes.
And making sure that everything is done properly. But she didn't actually hand over the replacement ball to Ian Blackwell. He's got it in his hand now. He's going to throw it to Mason Crane, who'll bowl a couple of practice deliveries on the edge of the wicket just to get used to it. Anyways, a new ball in the 81st, an old replacement ball in the 81st over. Let's see what Crane can bounce back with. What's his response going to be to being hit for 6 by James Coles? He faces his next delivery and just turns it into the leg side, and there's a comfortable single. The man on deep mid-wicket boundary comes in and fields. Just a 1 run to Coles. He moves to 67, and Tom Price, who's just faced 2 deliveries, is into strike now. Takes his guard from Ian Blackwell. Number 53 on his back. 1 slip. Backward point. There's a man at short extra, mid off, short mid wicket, mid on, fine leg, and deep square for the sweep shot, which Price plays really well. Just waited on that and helped it on its way wide of Tim van der Hoogten at short, fine leg, and down to the boundaries, short boundary as we mentioned, and downhill as well. Not much chance for poor old Tim chasing that one. Once it had gone past him, that's 4 So 4 to Price. Nice shot to get off the mark.
Hasn't really worked, the Mason Crane experiment, is it?
It's been quite tidy, but unthreatening, I'd say. This time Price plays that a bit squarer, but it's straight to the fielder at short mid wicket, and there is no run. 11 runs off this over, 285 for 5, so that lead is building, and Sussex should get another batting point fairly quickly. Crane in again, and Price this time again playing into the leg side, high off the bat but perfectly safely, and there is no run. So 285 for 5, Price on 4, Coles on 67, and the lead is 130.
Listening to live cricket on the BBC. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Bruce Talbot, Nick Webb, the third member of our commentary team, on the most glorious afternoon at Hove. Lots and lots of blue sky, some high-level cloud, but the forecast good for the rest of the game actually, which is great news. Now, is the new ball been taken? I think it has. That's interesting because it hasn't been given to one of the opening bowlers. It's been given to Zain Al Hassan, who picked up that wicket of John Simpson at an important time as well, Bruce. You know, just before the new ball, to pick up a wicket of as prized as Simpson.
And who've been batting well and putting together a good partnership. I thought this was a bit of a suggestion that they might want to have kept a little bit low, but
he comes in now and bowls to James Coles, and it's the first ball he rather errs down the leg side, and James Coles, who's batting himself into good form. He's been short as runs, as we were saying, James Coles, in the Championship this season, but he's really showing signs of returning to his best form. Clipped away down the leg side, down to fine leg for 4. He goes to 71. Sussex 289 for 5.
He's timing the ball really well, Coles, which suggests he's he's finding that form. We know how capable he is, but he's looked really good today. I have to say, he's batted really well.
Sussex could do with a really big score from him. Al Hassan in again bowls, and Coles defends everything in the right place down the offside of the track, and there is no run. I mean, a big weight of expectation on James Coles' shoulders. I mean, you know, he is only 22, as we said earlier. You go for that massive price in the 100, and I'm sure as he makes his way to the crease, he's reminded of that by one or two members of the fielding side.
I'm sure he is.
Here he comes, and you know, he wouldn't be human if that didn't sort of start to niggle away at you a bit. Al Hassan in bowls down the leg side, good tumbling take by Cook, and there is no run.
Well, he's a target now for the opposition as well. He's a known name, and whereas before he's probably slipped under the radar a little bit until last year when he was playing in the First Division. But he's a name on everyone's lips, you know, because of that massive fee that was paid for him in the 100, and with that comes pressure.
Al Hassan makes his way in again over the wicket, bowls. Coles again defends to a ball of good length, fielded off his own bowling. There is no run. And it's interesting, we were talking beforehand, weren't we, and James Coles isn't one of those who's out of contract here at Sussex, but you know, the fact that he knows a lot of people here, he probably feels comfortable here as well. I wonder if that's good for his career. You know, Sussex are playing in the First Division, you know, to be around people that he knows at this age. Al Hassan in again, bowls, and James Coles defends to mid-wicket. And again, there is no run.
Well, when we spoke to him, and I think you were there, Adrian, in pre-season, he gave no indication at all that he wants to leave Sussex.
No.
He likes the area. He's got a place down here. He's settled. He knows a lot of the players. He's grown up playing with them over the last 4 or 5 years. And what, you know, if he gets sent, I mean, it's probably a big if at the moment, he gets a central contract, it's even less reason for him to switch counties.
Al Hassan in again, bowls to Coles, who plays firmly down the ground to mid-off. He probably heard the crack off of the middle of James Coles' bat. Fielded well at mid-off. There is no run. End of the over, 289 for 5. For that, you deduct 155. My maths isn't very good, Bruce, but I reckon that's a lead of 134. Is that right?
134, yeah.
Very briefly, elsewhere around the country, in the First Division, Leicestershire 18 for 2 in reply to Essex's 401. I'm afraid Leicestershire having a tough time. Not 76 for 3. The county champions and leaders of the championship in reply to Somerset's 310. And Warwickshire 38 for 1 up at Scarborough after Yorkshire made 469. Second Division, Derbyshire 22 for 3 in reply to Durham's 377. Kent 25 for 1 in their second innings, having rolled Lancashire out for just 87, leading by 116. Gloucestershire's 32 for 1 in reply to Northants 465, and Worcestershire 56 for 2 in reply to Middlesex's 339. And we have got that expected
point, cover mid-off, and a fine leg. And his first ball is edged and probably dropped short of slip. Not sure that carried. Have to look at the replay on that one. It's a good length ball from Van der Hoogten. I think it dropped short of first slip.
Yeah. A reach for Glamorgan.
Van der Hoogten in again and bowls. And this time it's a solid defensive shot by Tom Price into the offside. No run.
He was in very good form, Tom Price, Bruce, before he got that unfortunate injury at Headingley, which was so innocuous. He was on the third morning. He was just running round the boundary edge, just seemed to lose his footing, and initially Sussex I think just thought it was a sprain, but it was clearly more than that. And they've missed his batting in the middle order.
Very much so, and he's also chipped in with some useful wickets this year.
Yes.
Van der Hoogten in again, bowls to Price, and this time he defends off the back foot into the offside. Tumbling stop at backward point by Sean Dixon. No run. 289 for 5.
Yes, I mean, he only played the first 3 matches before he was injured. So first game 43 in the first innings at Leicester, followed by 73. And then he made runs here against Warwickshire in a good victory for Sussex, 16 in the first innings, but that super knock alongside Jack Leading that sort of won Sussex the game.
He's facing this next ball from Van der Hoogten and plays that into the leg side this time, off the hip, but drops safely. A couple of yards from the bat, no run.
Yeah, he finished 70 not out. Together with Jack Leading, saw Sussex home. Then they got injured up at Yorkshire, having made 93 in that first innings.
Yeah, no, he's a good cricketer. And hopefully he's going to be at Sussex for a long time. Still got a lot to offer. 289 for 5. Van der Hoogten comes in from the Cromwell Road end and bowls, and that one kept a bit low, and Price did well to keep that out actually. Sort of splayed feet in the end, squared him up a bit, but he got the bat down in time. But that one did, another one there that's a little bit of uneven bounce. It's unusual for Hove. I was saying this to Nick earlier, Adrian.
Yeah.
That, the wicket does do a bit here, but low bounce is not normally much of an issue. That one didn't get up at all, and that was at the C end. We've seen a couple at the Cromwell Road end not bounce, and that one was at the other end on this occasion. Van der Hoogten comes in to complete the over, beats him on the outside, and he's gone. There's a very faint edge. Van der Hoogten was convinced. Tom Price not so sure, but he's dragging himself off, caught behind for 4, and the new ball has done the trick for Glamorgan. Tom Price has gone, and it's 289 for 6.
Well, we did say the new ball could hold the key here, and Kieran Carlson, very quick, having taken the new ball to get his primary seam bowler back into the attack. Let's just see this again.
Just a very faint inside edge, I think. Price disappointed, but I'm not sure it's about the decision, but maybe shot selection possibly. But that's a good ball. Angled in slightly and then just straightened enough, and Tim Van der Hoogten's made a career out of dismissals like that with the new ball. Keeper was convinced, and Tom Price has to go. So Sussex 289 for 6, the second wicket that's fallen since lunch. Sussex lost John Simpson for 34 to Ul Hassan earlier in the afternoon, and the lead now is 134. It should be Jack Carson coming down the steps. Yes, it is. Wheeling his arms. This is an important period in the game. Sussex are in a good position, but they're by far from being in an impregnable one, and they need these two to see off this new ball if they can, and just get that lead, hopefully, from a Sussex perspective, over 200. But Glamorgan will feel if they can break this partnership, and certainly if they can get James Coles out, they're going to expose quite a longish, by Sussex standards, tail with Crocombe, Hunt and Unadkat to come. Mind you, James Hunt has... show my age there. Sean Hunt has made a first-class 50 on this ground, Adrian, hasn't he?
Yes, and Henry Crocombe has also made a first-class half 50, but I think it's pretty testing against the new ball. I just think that wicket of John Simpson was crucial.
Yeah.
With the couple of balls left with the old ball. So Sussex holding the upper hand, but as we've said, they're by no means out of sight in this game, so hope for Glamorgan. James Coles perhaps holding the key here for Sussex. He's 71 not out, 289 for 6 as Ryan Hadley runs away from us up the hill, comes in and bowls to Coles, who's up on his toes and plays that firmly into the covers. There is no run. Kieran Carson hasn't opted to go all out attack here. He's just got the one slip in place, the third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men set back on the leg side. I suspect that when Jack Carson gets on strike, he may look to be a little more attacking. Jack Carson with 100 to his name already this season up at the Oval. Big partnership with Ollie Robinson. In comes Hadley, bowls short, and Coles just sways out of the way, lets the ball go through to keeper Cook, and there is no run. Interesting, Bruce. I would imagine he'll be looking to pressurise the new man when he gets in, but James Coles is playing very nicely at the moment.
He's the key, I think. Adrian.
I think he is. If Coles were to score another, get himself into the hundreds, and Sussex will have a substantial lead. Hadley in, bowls, and Coles flicks this one down towards fine leg, and it's just a single, and I'd imagine we're going to see a more attacking field here from Kieran Carson to the new man, who is Jack Carson, who's a perfectly capable lower order batsman. As I say, 100 to his name already this season. He made a first class 100 last season as well. 290 for 6, Coles on to 72. Well, they haven't got everyone around the bat, but they have moved a second slip in place. I wonder if there's going to be a third slip as well. Looks like there might be. They've brought 3 men up inside the circle, saving 1. And there's going to be 2 slips and a gully, and the fielder down at deep backward square. Are they bringing him up as well? No, they've got a fine leg. The deep backward square leg is about 3/4 of the way to the boundary. As Hadley pauses and runs away for us in lovely afternoon sunshine. Up the hill, bowling to Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson is forward defensively, placed a point, and there is no run. Decent sized crowd today, Bruce. It's not huge, but it's you were saying yesterday over 1,000 in the ground. There's not as many as that today, but
it's lovely. We're certainly enjoying better weather than we did yesterday.
I mean, it was awful yesterday, wasn't it? It was just overcast, cold, floodlights on all day. It was very un-June-like. This is ideal cricket weather, really. I mean, it's not too warm outside, and there's a nice breeze. The trees are swaying away outside the ground. The flags are billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard as Hadley runs in again over the wicket, bowls, and Carson just ducks out of the way, watches that sail through to Chris Cook, and there is no run. In fact, that signal is a wide. Which is interesting. Let's just see this again. I think it was overly short. I'm quite surprised at that.
Yeah. That's interesting. I mean,
total goes up by 1.
Borderline at best, I think.
Yes. They're caught by the square leg umpire.
No, it was Nigel Long gave it straight away. I didn't see any signal from Blackwell, but yeah.
291 for 6. Hadley in again. Bowls, and Jack Carson with a model forward defensive shot. Plays it back down the ground. There is no run. Well, it's Jack Carson's job to stay here and keep James Coles company. That'll be the Sussex tactic, and they're just moving the field out here. They're allowing Carson the single. And in fact, now there are 3 slips in place and a gully. Sweeper out on the cover boundary. 2 men back on the leg side. There's a fine leg and a deep backward square leg. Hadley, tall man. Back to his mark, coming in to bowl the final ball of the over to Jack Carson, having taken the new ball. Hadley in, bowls, and Carson he'll take the single that's offered down to the sweeper on the cover boundary. James Coles quite happy to take the single with his ending up at the non-striker's end, which will mean Jack Carson is on strike for the first ball of the next over. 292 for 6, Coles on 72. Carson is on 1. From that you deduct 155. Oh, that's not an easy equation, that, Bruce.
137.
137 is the Sussex lead. Which is, it's a substantial lead.
It's a decent lead, it is.
It's not a lead to be sneaky, but it's not necessarily a winning lead.
No, absolutely not, because I think the pitch is definitely, batting conditions are definitely a lot easier today than they were yesterday. But so in that regard, Jack Carson, who's just taking guard now, is going to face his first ball from Tim van der Hoogten, bowling in down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. Has got an important job to play here. Perfectly capable batsman, as we've seen. I mean, a lot of teams he would be a lot higher than number 8, and he's got a big job because this is a quite an important half hour or so for Sussex. Van der Hoogten is in and bowls, and Carson strides forward and plays that off the inside half of the bat, but very safely into the leg side. No run, comes down the wicket, picks up a bit of something off the length, throws it onto the outfield.
It is Nottinghamshire in trouble at Trent Bridge. Bruce 82 for 5 in reply to Somerset's 310.
Interesting game.
Yeah, I think they're a strong side. I mean, Glamorgan, that was a terrific result to beat Somerset, because I think they're a good all-round side.
In comes Van der Hoogten, bowls and that beats Carson outside off stump, but he's played successfully inside the line. There was an ooh-and-ah from the slip fielder, but no edge there.
And certainly Sussex, had it not rained
would have lost
in Taunton, they would have lost. Yeah. And they Paul Farbrace is always unerringly honest, isn't he? And he said after the game that
got away with
they really got away with one down at Taunton, no question about that.
But I think it just shows, that you're talking about that game here, that it's such a competitive division this year, isn't it? Really competitive. Every team can beat the other. Van der Hoogten in and bowls, and that's a solid forward defensive shot by Carson. No run.
I was saying to Nick earlier, I felt at that stage of the season that Sussex was slightly starting to suffer from the amount of travelling as well, because 4 of the first 6 games were away from home, and they did look pretty flat down at Taunton.
A bit wary, and that's understandable.
And actually, in the away games they've got left, they've got to go to Southampton and Chelmsford, so none of those are particularly long trips, and then up to Edgbaston, which is not so bad either, really.
No, it's not as far as Headingley anyway. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and again solid defensive shot from Jack Carson. These are some of the close fielders, but
it's just a shame we don't go down to Cardiff this season, which is always an enjoyable trip. Not like, I like staying down in Cardiff, because you can stay in the city centre and just wander through. Is it Bute Park? Down to the ground. It's always lovely this time of year.
Have you ever done a game at Swansea?
I did do a game at Swansea, but we had about 5 overs and it was called off.
A one-day match, presumably.
Yeah, I've been Swansea and Neath.
Neath, yeah, I remember seeing you at Neath a couple of years ago. Next ball is defended into the offside by Carson, no run. Well, I was at Colwyn Bay when
if it's Colwyn Bay,
got 300.
Oh, have you? Right. That's one of the questions in the quiz, actually.
It is, and I was looking at that, and I'm sure this isn't the answer to the question, which is...
I think it's question 2.
Question 2. The highest ever first-class score in Wales is 309 by Steve James against Sussex, blah, blah. What happened before the game? Well, I don't think I've got the answer, but I will tell you something that did happen before that game that will make you chuckle, or in the lead-up to that game.
My only thought about what happened before the game was that Sussex won the toss.
They did.
And put Glamorgan in.
They did put Glamorgan in.
So I wonder if that's the answer.
And Glamorgan would have bowled first as well, because there was a bit in the wicket. It rained the day before, club ground. There was definitely a little bit in there early on. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and again Carson plays into the offside. They think about a single, but Carson sends his partner back. Now, what I remember about that game was we were staying in Llandudno, which is not far from Rothesay, about 10 minutes away, and obviously North Wales, and 2 Sussex players drove. This is pre-coach, motor coach days when they all travelled together, and ended up phoning Peter Moores, who was coach at the time, at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and asking where the ground was or the hotel, and they were about 10 miles outside Cardiff. So they'd just gone to Wales, gone to Cardiff, and thinking, it's got to be near there, without realising it was on the North Wales coast. And they got to the ground at about 9:30, I think. Sorry, got to the hotel at about 9:30. Yeah, Billy Taylor and Umar Rashid, that was it. Yeah.
Good story.
Yeah. Good trip. It was a good game, actually. It was a very enjoyable few days up there.
Ryan Hadley running away from us, coming into bowl to the right-handed James Coles, who's forward, plays onto the onside. They're looking for a single. Coles wanted a single, but it wasn't there. In reality, we'll have a little change around at the end of the over. I think Nick's going to come in for Bruce. But that was... so I went to Colwyn Bay. In fact, I remember being with Nick because we were in a tent at one end of the ground, on the bank. I stayed in Llandudno as well, because I remember Nick and I, we went and had a pizza.
The Imperial Hotel in Llandudno we stayed in, and what I remember as well about that game was so wet. There was a little press tent in the corner. When you put because it was outside, when you put your chair into the ground, it just gradually sunk. So you every 20 minutes you had to lift your chair off. It sunk about 3 or 4 inches into the turf.
That was another Ollie Robinson game actually, because Ollie Robinson hit a 6 to win the match.
Yeah.
Terrific game of cricket. And it's all ebbed and flowed, and Sussex got themselves in a bit of a pickle chasing down the total. And comes Hadley, bowls, and Hadley onside by Coles. There is no run. I remember Mark Davis was the coach of Sussex at the time. I remember he was sitting outside on the bank with John Lewis, and Luke Wright went into bat, and Luke played a very attacking shot, which perhaps wasn't quite the right shot to play for the occasion. And I remember Mark Davis was unimpressed. That's probably, I'll leave it there.
Well, I've got a couple of other stories about that game. I'll tell you those when I come back on commentary later on. But yeah, involving Robin Martin Jenkins. I'll tell you about that later on. But yeah, it's a very eventful but enjoyable game.
Hadley over the wicket bowls, and beats James Coles. That kept a little low, and all of a sudden batting doesn't look quite so easy against this new ball.
I think that just died on him when it went past the bat, didn't it? Because Chris Cook took that. It was on the bounce, and it barely got up. He certainly wasn't taking it in front of his face.
292 for 6. Glamorgan fighting their way back into the game. John Simpson out since lunch for 34. Quickly followed by Tom Price, who made just 4. Comes in again, bowls, and Coles this time turns it onto the leg side. They take a quick single, and there was always a single there as the throw came in from Ben Kellaway. Missed the stumps. James Coles picks up a single. He goes to 73. Sussex to 2. So is that 293 for 6?
293, yeah.
Yes, for 6. And he wanders back to his mark. I agree with you. You just get the feeling this is a really important time of the match. And I'm not saying Sussex can put the game to bed here. They certainly can't. But
it's an opportunity for Glamorgan, isn't it?
To get them back, very much so.
Back in the game.
Yeah. Hadley turns again. 2 slips and a gully as he comes into bowl to the right-handed Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson is beaten. That's a good delivery by Hadley. And Carson just playing down the wrong line. Let's just watch this again. It was a pacey delivery from Hadley. Well, good delivery. It wasn't just moved away a bit off the pitch as well.
Yeah, he's a good bowler, Hadley. I've been impressed with him.
Yeah.
I know he's not in the top sort of rank of Australian bowlers, but he's a big, strong lad. Gets it through.
Well, you can see why, we were both waxing lyrical, weren't we, about Tom Norton a little earlier on, and saying what a good prospect he looks, and there's plenty of variation to this Glamorgan attack. Hadley again, wheels round just in front of us. Final ball of the over coming running into bowl to Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson this time is right behind this, plays into the offside. There is no run. We're going to have a little change around in the commentary box. Thanks for now, Bruce. And Nick Webb is going to join the commentary. As Coles and Carson have a little bit of a natter in the middle of the pitch. I'll just move all my gubbins out of Nick's way.
Thank you, Adrian.
You might be able to answer some of the questions in the quiz that's been set by the Sussex Cricket Museum. But they don't like to give the answers out. They like people to go online and have a look at the quiz as well.
Okay.
So here's one for you. Plenty of matches have been played by England, but how many first-class matches have been played by Wales? None, 10, or 16?
Oh, don't, you'll start a whole political argument.
Oh, really? Okay. We don't want to get politics involved.
Oh dear, it's a hugely contentious
Is
issue.
it?
Every time there's occasionally a debate on it. Usually when Scotland or Ireland are doing something exciting in
Right.
a tournament, and people bring this issue up.
Right. Okay. We won't go.
Yes. Let's have a look.
Yeah. Find maybe a slightly less contentious question then, Nick. Maybe that's the thing to
Oh,
do.
more Davises. Have there been more Davises or Joneses? Oh, I don't know that one.
That played for
I
Glamorgan.
could look it up. I've got the Glamorgan yearbook in front of me. Yes, I know the Glamorgan player who's a member of the Gorsedd of Bards at the Eisteddfod. Van der Hochten from the Cromwell Road end bowls and steered away on the offside by Coles. No run. Callaway does the fielding. One of those questions is not entirely accurate, I'm afraid.
Go on. Tell me the question.
The highest first class score in Wales, that has been superseded. It was Steve James for a couple of decades, but it isn't now.
North East.
Nope. As Van der Hochten is in to ball, big appeal for LBW, not impressed is umpire Blackwell.
Didn't the bigger appeals from behind the stumps, wasn't it? Not given. Well, that's it. So when was that broken, Nick? Recently?
Last maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Right. Okay. That's the highest first class score.
Yeah, David Lloyd's gone past that one.
Right. Okay.
That's not giving away an answer, by the way. As Van der Hochten bowls, that's a beautiful off drive by James Coles. Hang that one in the Louvre, as they say. He moves on to 77 and Sussex under 297 for 6.
Just getting the impression here with the shot that James Coles played off the previous delivery that he's feeling here doesn't want Sussex just to survive here against the new ball, to pick up runs whilst they can. And he and Jack Carson just having a bit of a natter in the middle of the pitch. 3 runs short of what will be another batting bonus point for Sussex.
As on his way in again is Van der Hochten, bowls to Coles, who plays that one rather more gently up to mid-off, and there is no run. I think we might have just mentioned the answer to one of those questions about outgrounds.
All first-class counties have played championship matches on outgrounds away from their HQ. Glamorgan have played at the outground most distance from its usual home pitch. Where is it? Yes, I think that's what we were saying. Yeah, that's what Bruce, you and I were talking about.
As Van der Hochten is in to bowl, as the appeal for caught behind, not given. Everyone went up. There might have been some contact somewhere.
They were all up, weren't they? Tim Van Hochten even looks disappointed about that.
As I certainly don't know which long-serving record-holding Glamorgan bowler started life as a blacksmith's son here in Sussex and is thought to be the oldest scorer in championship matches at age 88. Oof, don't know that one. As Van der Hochten is in to bowl to Coles, who leaves that one go through outside off stump, keeping us slightly on the low side, taken by Chris Cook around knee high. I mean, the question about Steve James and the match against Sussex in 2000, I suppose the question stands even if the premise that it's the highest score in Wales doesn't, because David Lloyd got 313 against Derbyshire in the current decade, I'm going to say.
Wow.
That'll probably be in your playfet if you want to check what year it was in, because it would have been David Lloyd's highest score.
David Lloyd, who is now
retired from Derbyshire.
Did he? He actually left there for Yes.
He had a couple of years with Derbyshire, but is now packed in the first-class game.
Ryan Hadley running away from us is coming into bowl to Jack Carson's in the bowls. Carson defends onto the onside. In fact, he defends, but he picks up a single to mid-wicket. So he goes to 298 for 6. So just
It's true. 2022, David Lloyd hit the highest score by a Welshman, and the highest score, actually, joint highest score in Wales. Not even sure if the question was right up until then, to be honest.
some news hot off the press, which I shall read in a moment to you. In comes Hadley, bowls to Coles, who absolutely hammers that away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. That was short, and James Coles has absolutely smashed that away. 4 runs. He goes to 81, 302 for 6. So some news that Henry Crocombe has been called into England's Test match squad as cover for Ollie Robinson.
Ooh.
Ollie Robinson, who experienced some knee soreness yesterday after training. Crocombe has been taken out of this game with immediate effect against Glamorgan. He'll be replaced by Dom Goodman, who hasn't played so far for Sussex. So that's hot off the press. Henry Crocombe called up to the England Test match squad. As in comes Ryan Hadley, and James Coles is distracted by a seagull who rather inconveniently decided to fly right in front of James Coles. So Ollie Robinson with soreness in his knee, and Henry Crocombe called up to the full England squad. Funny enough, I saw Henry last night, and he was going to do the post-match interview, but then he said James Kirtley was available, and I was talking to Henry. He was saying how much he'd enjoyed it with the Lions. He's clearly made a big impression, and interesting talking to Bruce earlier on today, and Bruce was saying both felt how he'd really bulked up Henry Crocombe. He's bowling very quickly. Well, congratulations, Henry, if you're listening. Wow. In comes Hadley. Bowls, and Coles at it again. Clips the ball away. That's going to be 4 more. Successive boundaries to James Coles. A lovely shot. Clip to 8. He goes to 85. And Sussex to 306 for 6. Just get the feeling in that previous over that maybe James Coles was just looking to get on with it a little bit. So Dom Goodman, who hasn't played for Sussex, he's been injured since he picked up an injury pre-season, will come into the Sussex attack.
And presumably we'll see him batting in the next
yes, we could. Yes, absolutely.
So.
Yeah. But disappointing news for Ollie Robinson, having picked up all those wickets in the first match. I mean, it's a bit of soreness, so you never know whether that's a precaution or quite what. But Henry Crocombe is in people's thoughts. In comes Hadley, bowls to Coles, who clips this one down towards fine leg. They've taken one. I think they're going to come back for the second. They do, but we'll need to get a move on as the throw comes in. But it's good running by James Coles, who goes to 87. And Sussex 306 for 6, and a bit of a step change here from Coles.
Yep, if the people from the Sussex Cricket Magazine Museum are listening, it's not and was not the highest score in Wales. It was the highest Glamorgan score for a couple of decades, but it wasn't the highest in Wales.
Hadley in bowls, Coles lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Cook. Thank you, Nick. Actually, while we're talking about the museum, I don't know if you heard us earlier on, Peter McQuaid was on talking about George Cox and his 17 wickets at Horsham. It was good to hear from Peter, and thank you for the quiz, but most of all thank you to Margaret from the museum, who made the most fantastic cake for us yesterday, sultana and orange, best cake of the season. And we were very grateful, and the cake tin has been taken back to Margaret so that, well, no, she might make another one for next week. Let Sussex play Hampshire. Here.
Is that a gentle hint?
Oh, that sounds awful, doesn't it? Comes Hadley, bowls to Coles, lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. If you're listening, Margaret, I don't mean you've got to make us a cake, but it was such a lovely cake yesterday. Into the over, 308 for 6. James Coles moved to within 13 of his century. Jack Carson is on 2.
So where can people get this quiz? Sorry, I missed your guess earlier. Is it online somewhere?
Yes, I
did
think
you
it
say?
is. I'm pretty certain it is online, and I'll find out exactly where you find it online. I think it's on the. I think Sussex Cricket Museum may have their own website. Perhaps I'll ask Isaac next door where it comes from, and then they put the answers up there. So I'll go and find out when the stint is finished.
Yeah, you can still have the Steve James question, but it wasn't the highest first class score in Wales.
Okay.
That is jointly held by Jimmy Cook, who made 313 not out for Somerset against Glamorgan in 1990, and David Lloyd, who made 313 not out for Glamorgan against Derbyshire in 2022.
Oh, great stats.
Van der Hoogten bowls, that looks close. It's not given.
He takes some convincing, doesn't he? Ian Blackwell.
Jack Carson hit on the pad, playing back. That was very close indeed. Might just have got the impact outside off stump, as we are offered a was it doing a bit too much even? Did zip back in, and this wicket is providing still assistance to the bowlers, and Sussex will be very grateful that they're 153 runs ahead at this point. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Carson plays that defensively to Norton at cover.
Much laughter around the ground. I'm not quite sure why that was, but I don't know, there's something that's been said that's made people chuckle.
Yeah, I know a few of these.
Right.
I can make a guess at some of them, but
I reckon you'd be a good bloke to have in a pub quiz team.
no. I avoid pub quizzes generally. As that's played on the leg side off thick inside edge by Carson for a single. Ball trickling near the umpire at square leg. 309 for 6. Because if I'm there with a group of non-sporty people, oh, you're a sports journalist, you'll know all the answers, you know, and I've got no more chance of getting a golf or a motorsport answer than anyone else, because there's some sports that are completely blank areas for me ever since really I stopped working on the sports desk, where you had to sort of synthesise all the sports into a radio bulletin. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Coles plays defensively. On 87, the Australian unlucky number, 13 short of 100. So Sussex making a team change, with Crocombe having taken 2 for 41. He's made some contribution to this match, including that brilliant leaping catch to dismiss James Coles. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Coles with to dismiss Ben Callaway. Sorry, Coles defended that one. Was there general expectation that Crocombe might be in the mix somewhere?
Well, he's played for the Lions. He went,
Yeah.
And I was up at the Oval earlier on this year in Sussex, and there was one or two raised eyebrows about just how quick Henry Crocombe was. You know, one or two people around, you know, sort of faces in the media that you recognise saying, it's quite useful, Crocombe. And I think he's gone slightly under the radar.
As that's driven hard by Coles straight to mid-off, who does well to parry it. Carlson, no run, 309 for 6 at the end of the over. We've had 89, so another 21 overs to get bonus points. Sussex will have to accelerate if they want to get maximum batting points at 450, and Glamorgan need another 3 wickets in the next 21 overs or less.
I would imagine that's been picked up by the BBC website. It's just lovely day in London today. Just all pictures of the trooping of the colour. Yeah, I'm not sure there's nothing on the front page of the BBC
Perhaps you
website.
better email them.
Yes, I've just dropped a line up to the sports desk to let them know. In the meantime, Al Hassan is coming back into the attack. He's going to be bowling to Jack Carson, who's 3 not out. He's running away from us. In and bowls, and Carson.
Oh,
Crumbs, that he didn't really play on.
nearly played on, yeah.
Not far away from playing on.
Dribbled back past the stumps.
Was Jack Carson. Yes, in fact they put it on the website. Yeah. So they have mentioned it. Well, it'll be disappointing news for Ollie Robinson, knees and fast bowlers. Comes Al Hassan bowls. Ooh, and he's hit Jack Carson. I think that was probably going down the leg side, the way that Carson was looking to play the shot. 309 for 6.
So, just not kept the pressure on in the way that the Sussex bowlers did. Glamorgan rattled out in just 51.2 overs for 155. All right, conditions have been overhead conditions much more favourable yesterday for the bowlers. Van der Hoogten bowls and Carson shoulders arms.
There's always a little bit in this Hove pitch as well for bowlers. I think if you can get it in good areas.
Yeah, it's no use having 4 balls and over in good areas though, is it?
No.
You need at least 5 and preferably 6. Van der Hoogten on his way in. Bowls and beats Carson, I think.
Yeah, he
did try and withdraw his bat, but it was rather too late.
No, he did. He did play at that.
Shaped to play at it. He might tell us that he withdrew his bat at the last minute. 316 for 6, 2 wickets falling then in the afternoon session so far. But Glamorgan really could do with rattling through this lower order, suggesting they're maybe not as strong as usual, as that's edged and didn't carry to gully, and it wasn't stopped either by Sean Dixon. Got a rather awkward ball bouncing just in front of him and had to block it, and they went through for the single.
Yes, I mean certainly. I mean I've not seen Dom Goodman bat, so I can't really comment on Dom Goodman. But in terms of Sean Hunt and J. Devon Newcastle, I mean Sean Hunt has made a first-class half-century, but it's a longer Sussex tour. We've only got Robinson coming in at sort of 9 or 10.
As that's through outside off stump, no shot played by Coles. Goodman played 1 championship match for Gloucestershire last year and took 9 wickets.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So that was injury, presume that.
Yes, it was, and yeah.
He also made 1 run.
and he's been injured. My understanding was he picked up the injury in some sort of pre-season practice. Hasn't played at all. So Sussex will be hoping that he's not going to just play the 1 match this season as well. So there we are. Paul Farbrace is a great one for saying, one door shuts, another one opens. So, opportunities for. I would imagine. I don't know where that all came about. I mean, Henry Kroger. There was no sign of that last night when we spoke to Henry in front of the pavilion, and I just asked him about his experience with the Lions, and he said he had a great time, and so this must have happened overnight, I'd imagine, or first thing this morning. Al Hassan comes in and bowls to Jack Carson, beats him outside the off stump through to Cook, who whipped off the bows. He's a very fine wicket keeper, Chris Cook, and there is no run. So the experiment of Ryan Hadley, he didn't stay on for too long, Hadley. Al Hassan back to his mark, comes into bowl to Jack Carson, in and bowls. Carson digs that one out, plays it back to Al Hassan. There is no run. 317 for 6. Seagull cries in the background as Al Hassan He's in again, bowls, and Carson again. He's a lot of the strike here, Jack Carson. He's just struggling to get on strike, James Coles. He's probably getting a little frustrated because when he's been on strike, he's picked up runs very quickly since lunch. Here he comes again. Over the wicket and bowls, and Carlson drives to mid-on. Again, there is no run, fielded by Hadley. Jofra Archer was on the ground yesterday here at Hove practising. I've got on good authority that Gus Atkinson was here as well, under the England bowling coach Troy Cooley was here as well. As Carson defends down the onside of the track, there is no run. Not quite sure why Atkinson was here as well, but he was bowling with Jofra Archer. So I'd have thought if Robinson is out, I mean, we were speculating would Archer play in the test. I would think he almost certainly will be playing. As the field spreads, this is a captaincy, you know, from Kieran Carlson. He's just trying to keep James Coles away from the strike. Coles 90 off 120 balls. And Al Hassan is in bowls, and Carson plays that to enough, and again he's going to pinch the strike off the last ball of the over, and again James Coles is left not facing the bowling. End of the over, 2:18 for 6. Carson goes to 9, James Coles on 90. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online. Adrian Harms, Nick Webb and Bruce Talbot, your commentary team.
Good afternoon to Play Up Pompey, alias Paul. Thank you for your contributions. Says his cousin Sarah has just married Nico O'Reilly's grandfather, Joe Benson, in Gibraltar. That makes me a very distant relative of Nico, the England footballer. Does Adrian think Adam Webster should resign for his first club, Pompey? Kind regards.
I didn't realise that was his first club, actually. I knew he played for Bristol City because he was transferred from Bristol City to Brighton. Yeah, he's had a difficult time with injuries. Adam Webster had a cruciate ligament injury right at the beginning of last season. Was then released. I'm sure he'd do a very good job.
Tom Norton's going to have another burst from the Cromwell Road end, taking over from Tim van der Hoogten. Norton with 1 for 67 off his 15 as he's into bowl, past the outside edge, through to Cook. Carson pushing forward. Good afternoon to Martin Hall, thanking us for the coverage. He's following on YouTube. Says, poor health keeps me in a lot. How I miss wall-to-wall test matches on the BBC with commentators like John Arlott and Trevor Bailey. Thank you from Martin in Dinas Powys. I hope you're enjoying proceedings. As that is up in the block hole from Norton and well kept out by Carson.
It's quite the sight, isn't it? The trooping of the colour with the red arrows flying over Buckingham Palace today on a glorious day. I can see the pictures of the...
You've got good eyesight. I know we're looking north.
The mall packed with people.
It's just over the Cromwell Road flats.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Up there somewhere.
Yeah, we haven't seen the red arrows, but yeah.
3:18 for 6. Norton bowls. Nicely driven through the offside by Carson. Carlson is off in pursuit, but it is David Harrison who fields the ball, and since he's a Glamorgan assistant coach rather than a fielder, it is 4 runs, 3:22 for 6.
A message has come in from Andy, who says, really pleased for Crofton getting a deserved England call-up, albeit reserve, he says, but couldn't the ECB have waited until this round finished so he could have played out this match? Further disadvantage towards Sussex this year. And he's grumbling.
Norton bowls and Carson turns that away on the leg side, down to fine leg. That'll be just a single, 323 for 6. Afternoon to Duncan in Kent, who mentions the Matthew Elliott and Steve James partnership in Colwyn Bay, but I think the question was asking something about pre-match, Duncan, rather than what actually happened in the match.
And I think we're only assuming that pre-match that Sussex won the toss and put Glamorgan in. I mean, I don't know whether that's the answer to the question. I will find out where you can find this quiz online, so you can have a look at what goes on. I think actually I'll come back to in a moment.
Norton balls, and that scooped towards mid-on, but didn't quite get there by Coles. I'm not sure if the fielder picked that one up.
He's cross with himself, James Coles, isn't he? As soon as he played the shot, he smacked his thigh with annoyance. I think with the test sides, Andy, that the test match starts on Wednesday, so they generally get together 2 or 3 days beforehand.
Norton in balls. Coles plays it gently to mid-wicket, and there is no run. End of the over, 3:23 for 6. I've got some radio business, so
Right.
I'll give way to Bruce, and then I'll come back and replace you in 5 minutes or so, Adrian.
No problem. Thanks, Nick. Nick Webb from BBC Wales, off to do his radio duties. Bruce Talbot comes back in, who very kindly alerted me to the news of Henry Crocombe. If there's a scoop around,
Well, I
Bruce will find
I
it.
can't claim a scoop. I was given that little tidbit by Isaac in the Sussex media department.
I guess kind of good and bad news, really, as in comes Al Hassan, bowls to Jack Carson. Delighted there is no run. Delighted for Henry Crocombe, but worrying news of Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, he's going to have a scan, I think. I think at this stage it's probably just a precaution to bring in some extra cover. And there's no, there's obviously other bowlers who are probably ahead of Henry in the pecking order, and it may well be that they see this as an opportunity just to see him around those elite players and see how he does.
Al Hassan in bowls to Carson, who defends to the onside. There is no run. And it's funny, isn't it? We were talking to Henry last night, and we made the comment this morning about how he's just a bigger guy. He used to be quite wiry, Henry, but he's...
Yeah, he looks a proper fast bowler now,
And he-
doesn't he?
and
He's fit. That's the thing, Adrian. He's played 8 championship games over 2 seasons before this year, and this season he's played in all 7, hasn't he? So that's a massive difference. He's fit. He's obviously, and with that knowledge that your body's holding up, it comes confidence, I guess.
Al Hassan bowls to Carson, who plays onto the onside, fielded at square leg, no run. And also, Bruce, we were saying about James Coles, he's been around a long time. Henry Crocombe's only 24, and he's played something like 50 first-class matches.
He has. He's obviously had a few injuries. He was in and out of the side. Like I mentioned last year, he only played 4 games. Season before, only 4 games. But this year, his stock's really risen. He's playing for England Lions. Rob Key name checked him a few weeks ago.
Hassan bowls to Carson, who again clips that straight to square leg again. There is no run.
Opportunity for Dom Goodman as well. Let's not forget that.
Yes, well, amazing, really. Sussex. The Sussex bowling attack, Goodman and Hunt, neither of whom have played a championship game this season, both of whom have been injured.
I'm just taking a look to see what if Goodman's got a better batting record than Henry Crocombe.
Al Hassan in bowls to Carson, who defends to mid-wicket. There is no run. He only played 1 championship game last year.
Yeah.
Took 9 wickets, Nick was saying.
But
Sussex will need him. I think Kieran Carson's doing a decent job here, actually, because what he's doing, he's starving James Coles of the strike.
Yeah.
And James just looked a little frustrated in that last over, didn't he? I mean, he's seeing the ball and timing it beautifully, but again, they've just moved the field back here to allow Jack Carson to take the single.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get frustrated, James, because he's playing really well.
Al Hassan in bowls to Jack Carson, who does indeed pick up the single. And again, James Coles finds himself off of strike. So 3:24 for 6. We've had 94 overs, so Sussex have got another 16 overs in which to score batting bonus points. They would dearly love to get to 400 if they could. That might be a big ask, and much of that will depend on James Coles. They'll certainly want to pick up a 3rd batting bonus point.
Definitely. I mean, the lead is nearly 170, nearly as good as 169. The lead. They are in a strong position. That little period after when the new ball became available, Glamorgan sensed an opportunity, but you just feel in the last sort of 20 minutes or so, Coles and Carson have taken that away from them a little bit.
Yep.
169 the lead, 324 for 6. It's going to be Tom Norton continuing from the Cromwell Road end. Flashing drive through the offside by Jack Carson. Didn't quite time it, but he's getting a single nonetheless. 325 for 6. Carson moves on to 16, quite wide of the that one from Norton, and Ben Kellaway has to do the fielding. 325 for 6. 3 Glamorgan coaching staff members.
There we are, it's on the BBC website now. Uncapped Crocombe called up by England as cover for Robinson. Nice picture of Henry on the front of the BBC website.
In comes Norton bowling to Coles, who takes a couple of steps down the pitch to try and negate the swing. He's done that quite often in his innings today, and no run.
It's interesting, Bruce experienced knee soreness after a training session on Saturday, so it's obviously come about very quickly.
Yeah.
Must have been this morning then, presumably.
Well, I think Sussex got the call, I'll tell you at the end of this, once this ball has been bowled. In is
Sharp.
Norton, and James Coles clips that through mid-wicket for 4. It was a half stop by the fielder at mid-wicket, but he couldn't prevent it from going to the boundary. Over pitch, nicely put away by James Coles. He moves on to 94. Yeah, the call came at lunchtime apparently, and Henry Crocombe wasn't feeling very well at that point, and there was a little bit of a concern that he might not be able to go, but he's fine now, and he's headed up to London. And obviously Dom Goodman is coming into the team. I'm trying to think when the last time that happened to Sussex, an injury or a sort of substitute replacement. You probably have a better idea than me, but it's been a while. If it's happened at all. This one's down the leg side from Norton, and that might just beat the dive. Well fielded down there by Tim van der Hoogten. Well, he thought he'd done the fielding, but the ball, he sort of tipped it onto the rope, and it's rolled along.
That's bad luck, isn't it?
It was, because it was a terrific bit of fielding for a fast bowler to do that. Great commitment by Tim van der Hoogten. Deserved to stop it because it's coming quickly down the slope. He got a hand on it. He thought he'd done it, but unfortunately the ball just trickled onto the rope. Not runs off the bat. Leg byes there. So 4 more to the total nonetheless. 333 for 6. The lead is 178. As Norton turns and comes in and bowls, and pulled dismissively but straight to the fielder by James Coles. So they'll pick up a single to the fielder at deep backward square, and he picked him out unerringly, did Coles there.
He's desperately got on with it here, James Coles, isn't he? Interesting here. I mean, and they're talking about the other bowlers in the squad. So Josh Tongue, Jofra Archer, Sonny Baker, and Fisher. You'd have thought they will probably turn to the bowlers who were selected in the first squad for the first
I'd
Test
imagine
match.
if there is a vacancy, obviously Atkinson's not there, but Fisher, I saw him bowl at the Oval this
Good,
week.
wasn't he?
He's a good bowler, I like him.
And he bowled well against Sussex.
He did. He's a good bowler. I imagine he'll get an opportunity. They'll probably want to have a look at Sonny Baker as well. I saw a bit of him as well. Not seen much of him before. In comes Norton. That's again down the leg side, and sort of waved on its way by Jack Carson through to the keeper. End of the over, 334 for 6. Carson is on 16. Coles 95, and Sussex's lead is 179. Yeah, he's. I would imagine I'd be very surprised if he played. But what an opportunity, and a good a chance for the England management, for Brendan McCullum and the coaches. He'll know Sarah Taylor, he'll know Mike Yard, who are part of the coaching staff for this series, which will help him in terms of settling in. Ollie Robinson will be around as well, so it won't be a dressing room full of strangers. But what an opportunity for him to but he's definitely on England's radar. We know that from a few weeks ago when Rob Key spoke very positively about him when he announced the squad for the first Test. So well done, Henry, and whatever happens, he's got a good few days to look forward to, and even if he's not in the squad, he'll be back here down here on Friday to play against Hampshire.
How exciting. For
a 24-year-old.
I'll
say, it's great.
And last night, probably this morning, he had absolutely no idea at all.
No, he was meant to do an interview last night, wasn't he? And,
he was, and James Curtley said, I'll do it, and Henry went, I don't really want to do it anyway.
And you can't blame him wanting to speak to Adrian and I, but...
He goes Mason Crane to bowl to James Coles, who plays onto the onside. There is no run, so a change in tactic here from Kieran Coulson.
3 Sussex bowlers in an England squad.
Wow, yeah.
I can't imagine. I imagine it's never. well, I'm sure it might have happened before, but I don't know. Someone might know the answer to that one.
Crane in bowls. Coles back and hammers that one away through the offside. Picks up a single as James Coles. He goes to 96. As the field, will it come in? No, it slightly. The deep mid wicket has come in to
we were speculating.
Single.
We were speculating yesterday if Jofra Archer shared the new ball on Wednesday at the Oval with Ollie Robinson, when the last time 2 Sussex bowlers opened the bowling for England, and we worked it out. It happened we think in 1924. Arthur Gilligan and Maurice Tate, just before you started, Adrian.
Thank you, Bruce. In comes Mason Crane bowls, and Carson eases that one out to the offside boundary, picks up a signal. Sometimes feels it's that long ago, Bruce. 3:36.
I bet it felt like that this morning when you were sorting out.
Oh my lord! Yeah, I bet in those days they didn't have problems setting up the internet and.
Simpler times.
Yeah, I know they say progress is a good thing. I'm not so sure sometimes. In comes Crane, bowls. Coles drives down the ground, picks up a single as James Coles. He goes to 97 in sight of what will be his first 100 of the season, his 9th of his first-class career. He has been a little short of runs, James Coles, this season, but he's really looked back to his best in this innings as Crane comes in again. With wicket bowls, and Carson just dabs that onto the onside, picks up a single as Jack Carson is playing a dab hand here. He often does at the lower end of the order, Jack Carson. He goes to 18 not out, 3:38 for 6. So now will the field come in? Will James Coles look for a big shot here to go to his 100? We shall see. Mason Crane flips the ball from hand to hand. Comes in over the wicket, bowls to Coles, and Coles hammers that, but straight. It's a good bit of fielding actually. Short extra cover by Kieran Carson again, who's a very, very fine fielder. So there is no run. End of the over. 3:38 for 6. We'll do one more over, then Nick will take over from me. Carson on 18, Coles on 97. Here on a lovely sunlit afternoon at Hove. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC. You may be watching via the Sussex live stream. Well done to Jack and Isaac, who are the camera operators who do a terrific job for Sussex. The media team here is small, is the word to say, and they other clubs have a lot more people involved in their media, and they work very hard to make sure you're seeing the pictures. So well done to the fellas.
Especially Jack, he's the
head
director.
Yeah, he is.
Director,
he's there, and he's got to concentrate
all day.
Yeah, it's a long day. So well done, chaps, and they're doing a good job, as you can probably see from the pictures.
Ryan Hadley's going to have a go from the Cromwell Road end. He's bowled most of his overs today up the hill, but he's got the ball in his hand, and he's steaming in now to bowl to Jack Carson. In he comes, and Carson clips that nicely off his toes into the leg side, and they pick up a single. 339 for 6, 50 partnership. It's come at an important time for Sussex.
Well, it has, and just as the new ball had been taken as well, and we were speculating that sometimes this season Sussex have these good positions, they've just got away from them. I think Paul Farbrace and the coaching staff will be very pleased that these two have really got their heads down. And I say Jack Carson is a good guy to have coming in around 8 or 9, Bruce. He's very solid. Oh, that's very kind. As Hadley is going to come into bowl to James Coles, will he get his 100? We shall see. Over bowls to Coles, who has a wild yahoo at one outside the off stump. Well, it was a half volley outside the off stump, and James Coles was looking to launch that one away through extra cover for 4. But he nearly nicked that,
Well outside off stump. Whether that was a deliberate tactic by Ryan Hadley, it nearly worked. He stepped across, full flourish of the bat. Unfortunately for James Coles, no contact. He would have been absolutely mortified if he got a nick on that.
He would. The last time I saw James get 100 was down at Worcester, the last game of last season, when he batted beautifully, got a ton, and second innings he was out first ball, but we won't mention that. Hadley again, in and bowls, and Coles, crumbs, he nearly played on there,
A little bit of an anxious look behind him.
It was a little bit of an anxious look, Bruce.
Just right off the toe end of the bat, and just dropped down. I don't think it was anywhere near the stumps, but
Well, I'm sure James's mum and dad are in the ground. They're at pretty much every game. They come and watch him play. And I'm sure they'll be very pleased with the way he's played. 3 6s, 12 4s so far in this 97. But he'll want to make it 3 figures. Conversely, Ryan Hadley will be very pleased if he doesn't. Hadley in again, down the hill, bowls, and Coles drives down the ground. There's a good shot, and that is going to be his 100 for James Coles. And he pumps his fist, James Coles. It's his first century of the season, the 9th of his first-class career. Hove stands and applauds. It's been a wonderful innings from 22-year-old James Coles. 13 4s, 3 6s. He raises his bat. All around the ground, people stand up to applaud. And that's a super innings by James Coles. He's been a little short of runs in the county championship this season, but you always felt a big score was just around the corner, and he's delivered today. Sussex 343 for 6.
And what a way to get it. What a lovely shot that was. And a couple of full shots earlier in the over, and then an authoritative straight drive. And his 13th 4. Yeah, well played. He's looked in good order pretty much from the start today. He's looked in good. He's timing the ball really well. Now he needs to really push on here.
Hadley in the bowls, and Coles works this one down to third man. Yes, the job is far from done from Sussex, not least the fact that there are still another, how many overs? Another 13 overs in which to pick up batting bonus points, and with Jack Carson at the other end, you know, Sussex want to get as big a lead as they can here. It's currently 189, is that right, Bruce? Yes.
189, yeah.
Which brings Jack Carson on strike. I'll make way for Nick Webb in a couple of moments' time. David Harrison is down below us chatting away to one of the Glamorgan fielders as in comes Hadley. Bowls to Carson, who drives sweetly to mid-off. And there is no run. So, James Coles has got his 100. Thank you very much to Bruce. Bruce is going to move and sit here, and Nick Webb will come and enjoy the commentary.
Yes, Glamorgan continue to toil in the afternoon sunshine. And there is no easy solution. Sussex, you'd have thought, would just let this innings run its natural conclusion unless they get to 6 o'clock and they want to get Glamorgan into for a nasty few overs tonight. As Mason Crane comes in from the C end and bowls, turned away on the leg side by Coles for a single. 345 for 6. So Glamorgan struggling in terms of getting any more bowling bonus points. It's obviously not out of the question. They need a further 3 in 13 overs. Sussex, well, they should get to 400, but Glamorgan would be asking questions if they got to 450. Crane bowls, played straight to mid-off. There's a tumbling stop by Carlson, a half stop, and they think about a single. And decide against. So Crane in bowls to Carson, who plays this one on the leg side, and there is no run. Let's just hope the Glamorgan captain doesn't bring himself onto bowl, because that's one of my least favourite combinations in county cricket.
Does he know that?
Probably not. Does he care? Probably not. Crane bowls, a cut and a miss from Carson. Carlson in combination is probably even more difficult than one that we had a couple of years ago when Andrew Salter played for Glamorgan and bowled to Ben Slater for Notts. Crane bowls, turned round his round the corner off his legs by Carson, but there is no run. 345 for 6, the lead 190 and growing. And Glamorgan are going to have to, as they did in 2023, as he says, clutching at straws, bat for 2 days. As that's defended by Carson. No run. And the Crane over. 345 for 6. And we are through 98 of your British overs.
Might see a bit of Ben Kellaway, do you think, Nick, shortly, just to try and do what he did in the first innings and sort of tie an end down a little bit. But Coles and Carson will definitely, certainly after tea, you would imagine, which is another 8 overs away, we'll try and accelerate the scoring. I don't know what the plan is. I think the innings, you're right, will run its course, and then Sussex will hopefully, if it's tonight or first thing tomorrow, they will have another crack at Glamorgan.
55 in 12 overs for a bonus point. I mean, they'll get to 350. Will they get to 400?
Unlikely, I would say. Anyway, Ryan Hadley's coming in from the Cromwell Road end up past umpire Blackwell bowls and driven back down the ground by Coles, but Hadley does the fielding off his own bowling, no run. Coles 103, not out.
And obviously most of my commentary has been done in the second division, but I think this is the first time I've worked on a game where a player has been withdrawn to play for England.
Well, I was mentioning that to Adrian, and I can't remember it happening before. Very rarely, even in county substitutions for injuries or what have you, or the other criteria that now cover the substitution rule. I've not seen that happen very often at all in terms of regards to Sussex. Hadley comes in and bowls, pulled. Well, an attempted pull by James Coles, but that sort of came off the bottom end of the bat, ended up in the big gap on the onside. They've gone through for a single, and Coles is now giving his bat a bit of an inspection. The bottom end, maybe it's split, who knows. Might have to call for a replacement in a minute, but it wasn't the best, most authoritative shot that he's played today. He's still looking at his bat actually, as Hadley takes the ball from the fielder and prepares to come into bowl to Jack Carson as the man comes in from the deep point boundary, saving one now on the offside. 2 slips. Carson waits as Hadley comes in to bowl, and Carson this time plays off the back foot very nicely, and the fielder who moved in from the point boundary would have been able to trot a couple of yards to his right hand side to pick that up and throw it in, but as it is, he's well in on the one. It's gone past him, and Jack Carson has a boundary and moves to 23, 350 for 6. So there's that third batting point for Sussex. They've now got 6 bonus points. Glamorgan at the moment have 2. It's a nice shot, to be fair, by Carson, but one of those, and that fielder, who you will identify for me, Nick, has gone back onto the boundary. Anyway, here comes Hadley again. Bowls, and back and across. Carson plays it into the offside, no run.
It's Billy Root.
Billy Root, yeah, I wasn't someone I recognised, so Root's obviously come on as a 12th man.
Yeah, Root wearing 7 and Gorvin wearing 11 of the two
subs.
fielders.
And did I see this week that Billy Root captained Glamorgan seconds on the club ground where he played all his young cricket in Sheffield?
Certainly it was in Sheffield, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was.
I wasn't aware of the. I mean, I knew he's from Sheffield. I didn't know it was his home ground.
It's his home ground, yeah. As in comes Hadley bowls, and that's a great delivery from left him off the pitch. Jack Carson has an accusing look at the surface, but there was some bounce there, extra bounce there for Ryan Hadley. Now and again, one or two balls have misbehaved. We've seen one or two keep low. There was a lot of good bounce yesterday. The Sussex seamers managed to extract, and that one really was pushed through by Ryan Hadley. It's a good ball, and Carson didn't get a nick, fortunately for him, but
did climb quite late, didn't it, on him? But we saw similar from Sean Hunt, who's around about the same height of 6'5".
Yeah, good ball that from Ryan Hadley. Anyway, he turns and bowls to Carson, who is deep in his crease there and just defends that off the top half of the bat into the offside. End of the over, 5 runs from it, 350 for 6. So Sussex's lead is 195. 41 overs left today, so 9 more overs before tea. Mason Crane gives his cap to Nigel Long, and he's going to continue from the sea end.
Yes, we haven't seen a lot of Crane in this match. It hasn't really been his week since I spoke to him at Taunton Thursday night of last week, because he was called into the England Lions squad and didn't take any wickets. Well, didn't even bowl in one of the 3 matches that he played in. As England Lions, they got a token win in the end, having been hammered by South Africa A over a couple of matches. As Crane bowls, that's turned away on the leg side for a single, out to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, they won. I think they won the 2 first-class matches, didn't they? The 2 4-day games, because one of them was at Arundel. Crocombe played in the second one at Beckenham, which they lost a bit more. It was a bit closer.
Yeah, so Asa Tribe got a century in one of them, as Crane's next ball is left by Carson. 351 for 6, but yeah, South Africa won both the A side 4-dayers and the first 2 of the 3 1-dayers. Crane in, bowls to Carson, who works it away on the leg side for a single. Root is the fielder. 352 for 6. Yeah, Glamorgan seconds didn't particularly enjoy that encounter against Yorkshire. They had very much second best of a rather rain-ruined affair. Crane bowls and driven with a flourish, but straight to cover by Coles. Good shot for no runs.
We were looking for that somewhere down here.
Yes.
But straight to the fielder.
Crane bowls, knocked into a gap on the leg side. Coles trots through for a single. Moves to 106. The total is 353 for 6. And 4 wickets claimed today by Glamorgan, but you wonder where the next 4 are coming from, really.
Yeah, these are good batting conditions now. The pitch is flattened out, as it tends to do here at Hove on days 2 and 3.
Crane into Carson, who's hit on the pad. There's a gentle inquiry, but no more. And the over, 353 for 6, as the lead is just now 2 short of 200 for the hosts. 100 overs gone, 47 off 10 needed for the 4th.
Uh, 10 overs, that's, yeah, like you said, Nick, that's very... Ryan Hadley's going to continue from the Cromwell Road end. 17 overs for him so far, no maidens, 1 for 78. Every wicket the Glamorgan have taken in this innings has been hard earned, but they've kept coming in. It's never really felt like Sussex are completely on top in terms of the scoring rate, but they are in a very strong position, which they're going to hope to improve upon over the next hour or so, as Ryan Hadley comes in past umpire Blackwell and pulled for 4 in front of square by James Coles. A shortish delivery. It got up a little bit, not particularly quick, and Coles was onto that in a flash and pulled it in front of the pavilion for 4 runs. 357 for 6, so the lead is now 202. He was into position quickly to play that, to be fair. Stepped outside off stump and just pulled it. Big gap there between mid-wicket and mid-on.
You get the impression that Coles is on occasion particularly targeting that short side of the ground, and well he might.
Absolutely. Very tempting. He's hit some nice shots in that area today. Very strong off on the leg side. Hadley in again and bowls, and this time it's played with the full face of the bat, back up the pitch and past Hadley, and they'll go through for a single. Tim van der Hoogten does the fielding there. 358 for 6. So if they're going to score at 5 and over to get a maximum, a 4th batting point, they've got the 5 runs they need in this over with 2 balls bowled. Carson is on strike. He's played well now. 24 or 59 deliveries. Done a solid job. Played, given Coles really good support in this partnership. Hadley into bowl to Carson, who defends perfectly down into the ground, and the ball rolls out into the leg side, and there is no run.
It's about this time of the day when you start thinking, when's the tea interval? And the answer is probably just before 4 or around about 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit late. What we 25 to 4 now, so we've got another 39.3, 7.3 overs. Crane will probably bowl 4 of those, so yeah, another 20-25 minutes. It won't be too late, but we won't be having tea at the normal time, or the normal time of 20 to 4. But when did that ever happen? In comes Hadley and bowled, and lovely shot that by Jack Carson. It was over pitched by Hadley, and Jack Carson has punched that back up the slope here at Hove for 4. A lovely shot, as good as anything we've seen all day there from Jack Carson.
No ball as well.
And a no ball to boot, so double punishment. 6 runs off, 366 for 6.
Yeah.
Lovely shot.
Hadley, after having Jack leaning caught for the first wicket of the day, has not been at his best.
Yeah, these are the grinding overs that Glamorgan have got to get through now. But Sussex are in a really strong position. Hadley in again and bowls to Carson, who defends quietly back up the pitch. Has not been too much seam or lateral movement today. Obviously the overheads are much better than they were yesterday. It's completely different actually. Yesterday we were under a canopy of grey cloud all day. The floodlights were on. It was cold, it was windy, not very felt like the first week in April, second week in April, never mind the second week in June. But today, this is proper English seaside summer weather, Nick, isn't it? Not too hot, a nice breeze, and definitely a batting day. Sussex 364 for 6. He started on 136 for 2, so made good progress. That one is played again down straight by Carson, bit aerial, but perfectly safe, but dropped in front of the 2 fielders at mid-on and mid-off. He takes a single, 365 for 6.
I'm told there's a big music festival going on the seafront, so it's lovely weather for that as well.
Well, you'll be down there later, no doubt. Just catch the last of it, Nick.
Yes, I could hear bits of it last night, to be honest, but
yeah.
No, I'm not in a fit state at the moment to cut a rug in the evening.
Here comes Ryan Hadley to complete this over. Bowls, and again driven, and quick single, and well run, well judged single. Coles was quick to respond to that call from Jack Carson, and he moves on to 30, 366 for 6. Throw came in, but Coles would have been comfortably in his ground. End of the over. Carson will be on strike. 366 for 6, and 6 overs to go. 7 overs to go before tea.
Ben Kellaway having a little chat to Chris Cook. Is it to be Kellaway to bowl?
It is.
It is. Very economical last night. Slightly less so today, but respectable. He and Carlson just setting the field, which will feature several boundary riders by the look of it. Callaway's gone at just 2.5 runs and over overall, but he's going to be bowling with a deep square leg, a deep mid wicket, a cover on the boundary, a long on. Wow.
Yeah,
Is he going to toss a few up?
Well, it's a big boundary. We're talking about a short boundary on the pavilion side. It's a very long boundary out to the scoreboard side here at Hove, and the rope is what, 20 yards in? 15, 20 yards in. That's quite a long carry, but it would, if they're going to take it on, they have got the wind behind them.
So 4 boundary-ish fielders as the first delivery is knocked away on the leg side by Coles. Single down to deep backward square. Are they all going to lurk out for Carson as well? I suppose he's well set by now. 29 off 63 deliveries. The deep square leg comes in, but the mid-wicket remains out, as does the long on. Ace of Tribe down beneath us. and the boundary rider on the pavilion side, Zainal Hassan, who is struggling to locate which way he needs to be moving for a moment.
Frantic pushing and
That way, no, that way.
gesturing by the keeper and by the skipper there. But there are singles to be had, definitely. If Sussex, if they 5 or 6 and over to get to 400.
Callaway is in then to bowl, and Carson starts with a defensive shot back to the bowler. There are 3 saving the single on the leg side, 2 on the offside, 1 slip, and 3 outfielders at the moment. As Callaway is in, bowls, turned away through the gap on the leg side, out towards Crane at deep mid wicket. Single again. And Sussex can almost get this 400 in singles without too many big shots, and maybe that's the way they'll choose to go off Callaway, who's been largely fairly accurate. As that one's drifting down leg side, but he misses out rather there. Coles clipped it straight to short fine leg, and it is a dot ball. Glorious afternoon, sunshine still, lovely watching conditions. Callaway in, balls turned away by Coles through the leg side. A single taken. Crane again doing the fielding and not wasting energy by lobbing it back to the nearest field of the bowler, Kieran Carlson. So Glamorgan not messing around in terms of over-eighters. Down the wicket comes Coles and launches one towards the sea, and that one has gone for half a dozen. Very straight indeed, over long on. Just a question of go fetch for Asa Tribe as Coles moves on remorselessly to 119 and Sussex to 374 for 6. Big shot there. So they could get there in singles to 400, but Coles obviously fancies his chances.
At this rate, he might fancy his chances of 450.
Yeah.
Unlikely, but...
I wonder if he's thinking about it.
Well, I think 400 is well within their compass now. 6 overs to go before tea, and the Crane is now going to have a go from the Cromwell Road end, so maybe that was just 1 over of Ben Callaway to facilitate the change of ends. But Mason Crane is coming into bowl his 10th over and bowls 2. Coles, who prods it into the onside, looks for a single. Crane does the fielding off his own bowling. Crane 9 overs 2 maidens, 0 for 38. 1 slip, backward point, cover, long off, long on, deep mid wicket, short fine leg. Crane in again and nicely driven over the head of the fielder at extra cover, and that's going to go for 4. It's dissected the 2 fielders out there and the deep on the offside. Ben Callaway, well, it went over, it was travelling, to be fair. It was aerial. I'm not sure there was ever an opportunity there for Callaway to take a catch. It would have been a fantastic catch if he had done, but it's not. It's 4 for Sussex, 4 for James Coles, and 378 for 6 is the score. As Crane comes in and bowls and played back down the pitch. Quicker ball that from Mason Crane, played back down the pitch by James Coles. 375 for 6. So the lead is now 220, and Sussex need another 25 runs to get a 4th batting bonus point. Conversation between the captain and his bowler, but for the first time today, I think Glamorgan, I wouldn't say they're not looking ragged, but they are looking like a side in desperate need of a wicket.
Yes, a lot of field changing, a lot of changes of bowling.
Crane in again and bowls to Coles, who again drives through the offside, and the same result as the previous delivery. This time that was all along the ground, dissected those two fielders on the offside, and Mason Crane might have to think here about putting another fielder in there to plug that gap. There's a conversation going on between him and Chris Cook. I think the slip might be coming out, that's a possibility. Kellaway might move a bit straighter, but 2 fours in 3 balls from James Coles, and he's on to 122. No change in the field. Kellaway still in that sort of extra cover position. He had no chance. It's a lovely shot actually from James Coles. He is timing the ball really nicely today. What's he going to do with this delivery? He's hitting it into the leg side this time. 2 fielders out there, one of whom will come in and field off the boundary, but they go through for a single. 384 for 6. So Sussex should comfortably get 400, and that falls batting point. Carson takes a fresh guard as he prepares to face Mason Crane. Looks round, see where his scoring options are. Crane comes in and bowls, and Carson just lets that one hit the bat and drop out into the offside to finish the over. So Coles will will have the strike for the next over. 384 for 6, and Sussex's lead now is 229. We've got 5 overs until tea.
Yeah, Crane's suffering really, as he rarely does. 10 overs, going for 47. Leg spinners by their very nature are usually a little bit more expensive, but he doesn't seem to be posing quite as many questions to the batters as he has in most matches this season, with 18 wickets in the first 6 games of the county championship at an average of 33. As Ben Kellaway will bowl from this C end, and again they're spread far and wide from Coles, with 3 on the boundary on the leg side, 1 on the offside. Kellaway in bowls to Coles, who comes a stride down but then plays defensively when he gets there. I wonder whether James Coles has a career best at the back of his mind. 180 is his current best. It's on 123 now. Kellaway bowls and Coles hits it up towards us. That's another huge blow as it goes clattering into the furniture away to our right, over wide, long on. Coles gallops on to 129, and the total to 390 for 6. Really got hold of that one.
100 partnership, 123 balls. The 50 partnership came up in 79 deliveries, so they've certainly stepped on the gas. The second 50, just 44 balls. So good progress being made now by Carson and Coles, whose 100 came off 133 balls. He's now on 129, so he's added 29 runs off a further 20 deliveries. Really getting into his stride.
He's motoring. Kellaway in, bowls, and Coles works this away down towards square leg. I think this will just be a single. It will. 130 for Coles, 391 for 6. You're on BBC Sport Online. If you want to email us, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk. 3 stay out for Carson now, as Kellaway is in to bowl and Carson is stretching forward and defending, treating that with due respect. And Kellaway is starting to suffer today, like all the rest of the bowlers, having been very tight indeed last night. And he comes, bowls, defended to short mid-wicket by Carson. There's not many goals in evidence at the moment. I wonder if they'll swoop in for the tea interval. Kellaway bowls, driven by Carson. Nice shot away on the offside, but he'll just pick out a single to Al Hassan, sweeping in front of the pavilion. Bruce can go and investigate the tea time cake provision, brackets if any, brackets. We have four overs to go until the interval, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, 36 remaining in the day. The over 8 is +1 for Glamorgan. And the situation is plus quite a lot for Sussex at 392 for 6 in reply to a mere 155 all out. How Kieran Carlson must have been wishing he called differently yesterday morning.
Well, there's no question Glamorgan had the worst of the conditions yesterday. Floodlights on all day. It wasn't easy. As in comes Crane, bowls to Carson, who sweeps away for 4 runs. And Sussex are getting a real move on here. 396 for 8. And Jack Carson goes to 41. He's a very capable lower order batsman, is Jack Carson. Promoted one in the order this week, actually, with no Finn Hudson-Prentice in the side. He has been batting at 9 in the championship.
They've got an outside chance of getting to 450 now.
Yeah, I'd have to go some, wouldn't they? I mean, if they keep going like this, they might.
Off 6.1 or 5.5 overs, so it's T20 doable.
It is. Crane in again, bowls, and Carson drives down the grass 4 more. Well, that's the 400, and that's the 4th batting bonus point for Sussex. And it's been a really good performance by these two, coming together when Tom Price was out, when the score was 289, and you wondered then whether, Sussex get somewhere over 300, but now 400 on the board, and I'll say it'd be a long shot to get to another batting bonus point, but they might just fancy a dip at it. In comes Crane, bowls, Carlson defends down the track, fielded by Crane, no run.
I think with 2 batters now both timing the ball nicely, I mean Carson has stepped up from his support role and is playing aggressively as well. They might as well have a go at it now.
Crane in again, bowls, and Carson plays the ball straight down the ground to long on and picks up a single, so he goes to 47. Is that 40? 46
on the board.
Total to 401, so 49 needed off of 5 overs and 2 balls if Sussex are to get that bonus point. Well, they may just decide to bat and enjoy themselves a bit longer, we'll see. Crane in bowls, Coles wistfully clips that away onto the leg side to deep mid-wicket, picks up another single. James Coles to 131. Sussex to 402 for 6. 3 overs left until the tea break. As Crane is in again, bowls, and Carson just prods forward, plays it back to Mason Crane, who doesn't look desperately happy about life as he rolls the ball back down the track, fielded by Chris Cook. So 3 overs to go until tea. 402 for 6 are Sussex. James Coles 131. Jack Carlson on 46. Sussex beginning the day on 136 for 2. So they've added 260 odd runs, 270 odd runs today. There is a relatively short leg side boundary which helps, but certainly the game is moving on apace.
Yeah, he's had a rough few days, Mason Crane, since he bowled 4 overs for 24 in a T20 game in Taunton. No wickets for the England Lions. Quite expensive in the 2 matches that he did bowl, and now getting a bit of Humpty here. Callaway then to try and break this very strong partnership of 113 and counting. He's got 5 on the boundary now as he bowls 2 Coles, and that means there are lots of singles available like that one down to deep backwards square. It's noticeable that several Glamorgan fielders are throwing the ball back to Carlson to return to the bowler rather than ping it into the keeper. Keeps the game going more quickly, keeps their over 8 positive, I suppose. Gives them something to be positive about as Callaway bowls to Carson, who cuts, and it's well stopped at backward point, no run. think that's Ingram who's out there, because Glamorgan are now slipless. Callaway in to Carson on 46. Bats it back to him on the bounce. No run. So approaching the tea interval. Couple of overs to come off this one as Carson defends that one. Bit of control in this over so far for Ben Callaway, who's not done much wrong with the ball. Not getting a huge amount of turn, but he's bowled largely accurately. As that's bowled him! As Carson stepped back, tried to force on the offside, and sees the bails dislodged. And Glamorgan at last break. A very positive stand from the Sussex point of view. They've put on 114 runs for the 7th wicket, and Carson has gone for 46, bowled Callaway off 79 deliveries. And the replay shows, I think that was an inside edge onto leg stump. It did turn quite sharply, but it was chopped down. Both bails fell off, and Carson must have been envisaging a 50 at least. The second of the season, didn't quite get these out for 46, 403 for 7.
Well, he's a very useful cricketer, is Jack Carson, who I suspect will have quite a bit of bowling to do in the Glamorgan second innings. So the new man coming in is Dom Goodman. This is the first time we've seen anything of Dom Goodman since his move from Gloucestershire in the winter. He's had a problem, I think, around his rib area, but hasn't played at all. But he's in the side, and the reason he's come out is because Henry Crocombe, if you haven't heard, has been called up by England to travel to the Oval and join the England squad. That's the good news. The slightly bad news is it's as cover for Ollie Robinson, who we understand is having a scan on soreness in a knee tomorrow. So we wish Ollie well and hope that's nothing too serious. And also we wish Henry Crocombe well as to whether he'll make his Test debut. I suspect with other bowlers, Sonny Baker and Matthew Fisher, Jofra Archer back in the country, that he may not. But I'm sure he'll be delighted to have been called up. Apparently he wasn't too well, Henry, today. But he's okay. I'm sure that news makes you think, yeah, I'll be there. I feel better now.
Callaway and to Goodman then from the sea end, and Goodman defends his first ball in Sussex first team colours, and it's 403 for 7, and 47 off 4 overs seems a little improbable, even if Coles is opening his shoulders.
I agree. Derek's been in touch. He says, hello Adrian and all. I've just read about Henry's call up. Huge congratulations to him, as it shows that despite the off-field issues, the club and in particular Paul Brabrace and his team are doing something right. I was at a chilly Hove yesterday to see a great bowling performance from all together with what is obviously a great team ethic. We'll be back on Friday. Your Wiltshire correspondent, Derek. Hello Derek, lovely to hear from you. Julian Purvey says, good afternoon Adrian, great news for Henry Crocombe, not such good news for Sussex. I remember you were a great supporter when Crocombe first played for Sussex, suggesting he was destined to great things, and so it's proved. I think Julian is slightly taking the mickey here. So it just goes to show us what an expert reader of the game you are. Ha ha, thank you Julian. The top deck of the pavilion over there. In comes Mason Crane, bowls to James Close, who hammers that one away through the offside. They've taken one, they'll think about two, but there isn't a second one there, fielded down below us by Tom Norton. Coles goes to 133, 404 for 7. Gary Knight's been in touch. Gary, hello to you. We were talking about George Cox earlier on, George Cox Senior. He says, I'm pleased to be able to say I'm a very distant relation to the great man. You ought to tell them that in the Sussex Cricket Museum, Gary. Just read your email in a moment as in comes Crane, bowls and Goodman. That's a handsome looking shot, played to mid-off where it's fielded, but not before Goodman can go through for a second run. He's a tall man, isn't he, Dom Goodman? 405 for 7.
6'5" apparently.
Oh, so he's the same as
Hunt and Hadley.
Hadley, yeah. So the field spreads for James Coles. In fact, everyone bar the slip is on the boundary edge. As Crane is in bowls and Coles decides to go for a single. Well, why wouldn't you? Mason Crane runs round and fields the ball. Don Goodman was a little slow to set off, but Coles picks up his 134th run. Gary goes on to say, like George, my family emanates from Warnham, which is a village about 5 miles north of Horsham. My father, who is still going strong at the age of 92, has lived there all his life. George Senior is his granddad's sister's son. Whoa. Crane comes in, bowls to Goodman, bit of extra bounce. The ball bounces off the thigh pad down into the track. There is no run. Dad actually knew his son George Cox Jr. used to drive Dad into Horsham to watch cricket at their lovely ground. That's a lovely story, Gary. George Jr. was an attacking right-handed batsman. He was known as a very witty man and played football for Arsenal and Fulham. There you go. Crane in, bowls, and Goodman turns that to short fine leg fielded by Al Hassan, and there is no run. I don't know if you're still listening, Gary, but it'd be good to forward that onto the Cricket Museum so they've got that information. Crane in again, bowls, and Goodman plays it onto the onside. Oh, they decide not to go for the single. I think he wanted to keep James Coles on the strike, did Don Goodman. End of the over. 406 for 7 are Sussex. We were talking about Henry Croghan going off to the Oval and being replaced, and a couple of people have been in touch, Terence being one of them. Terry Sadler in Arundel. He says, I remember some years ago at Horsham that Kevin Innes scored 100, then got replaced by James Kirtley, who wasn't required by England. So that was sort of the reverse of what happened here, and Derek Lloyd has said exactly the same.
I think it happened in a Glamorgan. I think it was the case that happened in a Glamorgan match at Southampton, where Simon Jones was returning from a Test squad, and Darren Thomas hit a century off Shane Warne, knowing that he was going to be replaced overnight.
Last over before tea. Is it you? Sorry, it's you, Nick.
Callaway is in to bowl, and the first ball is defended by Coles to point, and there is no run. Yes, because Thomas had nothing effectively to lose.
Yeah.
Went for it and reverse swept Warne repeatedly, much to the great Aussie's infuriation. Turned away on the leg side by Coles. I don't think that's a word, is it? Infuriation?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It is now.
Well, you know what you mean, though.
Yes.
He was cross.
He was cross. Callaway bowls a swing and a miss by Coles, who was trying to stick that one into the clock tower.
He's helping the Chris Cook repair the timbers there.
3 balls to go until the tea interval then here on BBC Sport Online. 2:59 for 4 it was at lunch, so 147 runs added for 3 wickets in the afternoon, as there's a dot ball. Coles turning that one rather gently to mid-wicket, no run. Callaway with 2 for 63, 2 wickets to Tim van der Hoogten as well. They have been by some margin the pick of the bowlers, as Callaway bowls turned on the leg side, well stopped by Carlson, who flings it in towards Cook just in case Coles was wandering. And the last ball of the afternoon session from Ben Callaway. It's a 20-minute interval, so we'll be back just after 20 past 4. Callaway in, bowls. It's a single taken by Coles as he turns it away gently on the leg side, and thus conclude the afternoon proceedings with Sussex on 407 for 7, and that a lead of 252 runs, and still with power to add as far as James Coles in particular is concerned.
Thanks very much indeed, Nick. As the players leave the field, I'm sure James Coles will get a good ovation from the Sussex supporters who are here enjoying the sunshine. Lovely cricket watching weather actually, with not too hot, nice breeze, but a lovely sunny day. And Sussex will be very pleased with their afternoon's work. We'll just into the round of applause for James Coles as he makes his way towards the pavilion, little and large really, with walking alongside Dom Goodman He's a tall man. Not that he's that short, James Coles, but well batted. Good performance from Sussex this afternoon, having at one stage lost those wickets quickly of Simpson and Price. So warm applause as Coles makes his way off. We can have a cup of tea and a bit of cake, if there is any cake. And Nick and I will speak to you, as he says, in about 20 minutes' time. Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the final session of today's play. With Sussex 407 for 7 after 108 overs. James Cole's 135 let out. Dom Goodman, who's making his first appearance for Sussex, 1 not out. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, the reason that Dom Goodman is on the field is because Henry Crocombe has been called up as a replacement for Ollie Robinson. For the test at the Oval next week. Robinson having a scan on a knee injury, we understand, tomorrow, a bit of soreness. So good news for Henry Crocombe, maybe not for Ollie Robinson, but we'll see how that plays out. Meanwhile, it's going to be Tom Norton, who's coming in to bowl to James Cole as he gets underway after tee, driving the ball to short extra cover, picks up, well, it's not short extra cover at all, sorry, deep extra cover, fielded by Kieran Coulson. One more to Coles, who goes to 136. I'm Adrian Harms, Nick Webb next door to me. True to say, Nick, that was very much Sussex's session. I think Glamorgan will come out after tea, just keen to wrap this up now and start to try and clear these arrears.
Yeah, 3 wickets claimed in the afternoon, but another 150 odd runs. So Sussex strengthening their position in the match. And Glamorgan, for the first ball of that over, had fielders scattered far and wide, so it looks like they want to bowl pretty exclusively at the new man, Dom Goodman.
As in comes Norton bowls, and Goodman is caught, and there we are, wicket goes down straight away. Caught at slip. Dom Goodman's stay at the crease doesn't last too long. Well caught at slip by Asa Tribe, so a wicket goes down. Just what the doctor ordered as far as Glamorgan were concerned, but not too many sort of celebrations from the Glamorgan lads. We did say that Sussex have got a lengthy tail with Goodman, Hunt and Nudcat, so I'd imagine if James Coles does get back on strike, we could see him looking to farm the strike and smash a few quick runs. But reward for Norton, who I think's bowled really well for Glamorgan. He's only a young man, 18 years of age, and he's kept on coming, and he's picked up his reward there.
Yeah, he's been game. He's bowled with a bit of pace and hostility at times, just needs to work on his consistency, really, as you'd expect with a young bowler making his way in first-class cricket. You don't expect him to come and be able to reel off the maidens, but another 2 wickets, so that's 13 in 3 matches, which is pretty decent for any player, really. If you expect a bowler to maybe average 3.5, 4 wickets if he's really good. 4 wickets a match is a pretty good average in first-class games.
Well, I think no question at all. He's been excellent. And only 18 years of age as well. He looks more than 18, and he's he's a tall fella, and he's got all the build that you'd expect for a quick bowler. So I'm sure we're going to hear much more about him in the future. But he's going to come into bowl to another quick bowler, who is Sean Hunt, who's taking guard. There are now 3 slips and a gully in place. As in comes Norton and bowls, and Hunt is solidly forward to a first ball. Plays it back down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So 408 for 8, so almost certainly we're going to see Glamorgan batting tonight.
Yeah, they'll be hoping it's a decent chunk of time rather than a fiddly little...
No, I agree. Yeah, sort of...
half an hour or something.
And I'll be keen to get this wrapped up as Horton runs in again. Bowls, and he said, that looks very out. Blackbar, I don't think he hasn't given an LBW. In fact, I don't think there's been an LBW. Yes, there has been an LBW. Daniel Hughes was LBW to Ben Kellaway.
But that was a decent inquiry.
Well, I thought it was a good shout. I mean, so perhaps it was just
maybe
going down
doing a little bit too much.
It's just going down the leg side.
Hit fairly low down. It wasn't on height.
I suspect we'll see James Coles really looking to motor on again here. But Sean Hunt has got a first-class 50 to his name. He's no mug with the bat, is Sean. Norton again bowls short, and Hunt just ducks underneath it, goes through to the keeper, no run. I guess the concern for Sussex will be with Henry Crocombe going off to England, that neither Sean Hunt nor Dom Goodman have played a first-class match for Sussex this season because they've both been injured. So Sussex have got an attack with 2 of the 3 seamers, the front line seamers, I would have thought Tom Haynes is going to have to treat them fairly gently in terms of overload. So there's a big onus here on J. Devon Nugcat, the Indian quick bowler. In comes down the leg side, taken well by Cook, as we hear some sirens in the background.
Yes, there's a lot of political demonstrations of opposing views in Brighton today.
Yes, and suddenly the ground staff people making provision for some of the police vehicles to be parked inside the ground here. Not that it's anything to do with the cricket, just to emphasise, but just so they've got some parking space.
Yes, I did see one police officer tucking into an ice cream. I think he probably earned that in advance, if you see what I mean, because I suspect that they're having their work cut out this afternoon, unfortunately.
Yeah. So it's going to be Ben Callaway who's going to get things underway from the sea end of the ground, and I suspect we might see James Coles doing this the heave-ho.
Mason Crane then is in from the sea end to bowl, and this is clubbed up to long on. Carlson fields, and they will take the single. Yeah, I thought Coles might start farming the strike now, but
perhaps Sean Hunt last year.
he's obviously confident in Hunt's abilities.
Yes, he won in the moment of the season last year. Sean Hunt with a shot down the ground, won Sussex a game against Lancashire in the One Day Cup. There's a big crowd here for that, and
409 for 8. Morgan have in their sights the end of this innings. We're in the 110th over as Hunt pushes forward. So Glamorgan have got 4 balls now to take this 9th wicket to get a 3rd point. Hence the attacking nature of a short leg and a couple of slips, and everyone else saving the single. Crane is in, bowls, and plays it, and he'll get runs here. He was unsure whether to run initially, but it's beaten mid-on. Callaway has a long way to chase, and they'll go through for a couple of runs. Callaway picked it up just inside the long-on boundary. 411 for 8. 3 balls left of the 110th over, and it is the last one in which bonus points can be gathered. So it's 7-2 to Sussex at the moment. Morgan striving for a 3rd. If Crane can get Hunt, who drives into the offside sprawling stop at cover, prevents any runs coming. It's a good shot actually, and a good save from Dixon, the former Somerset, Kent and Durham man. Crane bowls. Oh, that's, I think, gone off an edge.
Yeah, I think it was edged.
Through
slip.
Between slip and keeper. I'm not sure if anyone got a hand on it. It was low down to Chris Cook's right. Couldn't get anything on it. Neither could Colin Ingram at slip.
Went very fine, didn't it?
You couldn't hit it there if you tried. Just low to Ingram's left. He couldn't quite react in time. And a possible point for... hello. Has that gone down as byes on the board? As this final ball is lofted out towards long on. They'll go through for a single, and that will be it. And Glamorgan miss out on the 3rd bowling point. 7-2 on bonus points. The penultimate ball of the over that we all thought had gone off an edge, off Hunt's bat. It didn't. It was through for byes. So it is 416 for 8 at the end of 110 overs.
In which case, I wonder if that turned.
It must have done.
With the leg spinner. So maybe there's some encouragement there for the Sussex spinners, because I'm sure that Carsten Coles will have a good deal of bowling to do second time around. However, for the time being, it's going to be Tom Norton, who's into his 19th over, figures of 2 for 79, over the wicket bowls to Hunt down the leg side, well taken by Cook, and there is no run.
It's Cook's little nonchalant flick that
Yes.
he does without looking, assuming that Ingram or Tribe is going to be paying attention, and indeed they were.
You have to be on your toes with Chris Cook behind the stumps, or people on the outfield having a wander around. I saw you, Julian, walking around. As in comes Norton bowls, Hunt drives, firmly fielded at mid-off by Carlson, and there is no run. Those tea intervals go pretty quickly, don't they, by the time you've got ourselves sorted out, etc. But it would have been rather nice to have had a wander around the outfield in the sunshine. Very pleasant day for watching cricket. Change in the field, mid-wicket's gone down to deep square leg. 3 slips and a gully in place, backward point, mid-off, mid-on. There's a fine leg as well as Norton. Persevering Norton comes in and bowls, and Hunt is right in behind this, plays it out into the offside, and there is no run. Sean Hunt, who started his career with Surrey, plays some cricket at Sendon Horsley Cricket Club, and as we understand is a very popular member of the team. He's had to fight through a lot of injuries in his short career as Sean Hunt, and always very pleasant to speak to after matches. So good to see him back as Norton is in bowls and Hunt drives firmly to backward point, fielded there by Galloway, and again there is no run, so he's had most of the strikes since tea as Sean Hunt.
Women's World Cup today. Scotland beat Ireland by 40 runs at Old Trafford, and Australia looked like beating South Africa. Australia rattled up 172 for 8, South Africa 16 for 2 in the third over, and West Indies play New Zealand at Southampton tonight.
Norton in bowls, Hunt has to get right down on his haunches to avoid that delivery that whacks into the gloves of Chris Cook, and there is no run. So there's a crowd of about 14,000 at Edgbaston last night for the England game, which they convincingly beat Sri Lanka. Hunt waits. Norton's going to change his angle. No, he's coming over the wicket. Oh, there were no balls actually. Over the wicket, bowls. And Hunt's bowled! And Norton picks up his third wicket. And Sean Hunt is comprehensively bowled. He looks back over his shoulder. There's Sean Hunt. I'm not sure which stump that is, but there's a stump that's out of the ground. And Norton has picked up wickets in back-to-back overs here since tea. And Sussex are 400. There we go. Cat coming out to bat. And I wonder whether if James Coles gets an opportunity, whether he might now think, well, I'm gonna really swing the last few, see if I can add a few more runs.
What are you feeding these gulls on down here, Adrian?
They're looking great, Nick.
They're enormous.
They are, aren't they? Too much fish and chips they get.
Oh dear.
There was one just sitting, Nick was looking at one, there was one on the dugout just in front of us here who was looking into the commentary box. Here he comes again, he or she.
You could get a Sunday steak out of that.
Yeah, but it's this time of day, they all seem to swoop around. Here they all come, look.
Ooh, meaty gulls.
Yeah. So, J. Devon Nugcat, who's going to have a big part to play if Sussex are going to, when they're in a very, very strong position in this match. But as I say, good weather forecast for the next couple of days down here on the south coast. I think for most of next week, actually. But we'll just be hoping that Hunt and Goodman, aided by Nugcat and Tom Price, that Sussex have got enough to bowl Glamorgan out a second time. But we shall see. Not a lost cause for Glamorgan by any manner of means, but they've got a lot of batting to do.
Yeah, 2-6-3 the lead. Glamorgan will need to bat probably as they did 3 years ago. Sorry to keep going on about this, but
yeah.
it's the only hope they have. They'll need to bat for 2 days.
Well, and you know they've got there's plenty of good players in there. As Norton comes in, bowls to J. Devon Nugcat, and Nugcat gets into line and plays a comfortable shot on the offside and gets a nice round of applause from the crowd. End of the over. 418 for 9.
Here come the fireworks, I suspect, with Coles likely to have a go.
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you? There doesn't seem much point sort of fiddling around here, picking up ones and twos. I'd have thought, you know, Sussex are probably at this stage as eager as, you know, Glamorgan to get up. Well, I suppose if you know, perhaps not. Maybe they might think, well, we'll hang around and just get as big a lead as we can. But you rather think that James Coles might be looking to clear the ropes here a few times. He's batted beautifully today.
Well, Glamorgan have spread their field far and wide, apart from slip. Colin Ingram just directing a bit of traffic from slip and making sure that everyone gets their angles right. And indeed, he's being told to get out of slip. Well, Galloway doesn't want him there, and he's going down to fine leg. So it's everyone on the boundary time.
It is.
4:18 for 9. As Crane is in to bowl to Coles, who will not take the single. There's probably two there as umpire Blackwell motions as if to pick it up. Indeed, he does pick it up. The umpire's fielded it.
I suppose you're allowed to do that, are you? I think the two umpires are having a bit of a joke, actually.
As Crane is into bowl, and Coles again pushes it away on the leg side, this down to fine leg where Ingram comes in and does the fielding. Afternoon to Steve West, who's following us in Porthcawl in the sunshine there.
Hello, Steve.
And afternoon to Romeo. I'm not sure whether this is the same contributor or a different person with the same point, as this is smashed away on the leg side by Coles, but out to one of the mid-wicket fielders. Henry Crocombe withdrawal, he says, disrespecting the county championship. Betty doesn't play in the test either. The county championship is not a training session for the England team to fiddle with. Thank you for your thoughts. As that's pulled away on the onside as Coles cleared the field. Yes, just about. The man running around from square leg almost got a hand to it, but it's dropped, I think, over the ropes.
Well, I thought that went for 6, actually. They've signalled 4.
Yeah, looked 6 from this distance.
Yes.
Not sure if we'll be able to pick it up on the replay. I think it was Dixon running round. Difficult to see where.
Was difficult to see.
Where it pitched. Yeah, if you're going to send us emails, if you could make it the official one, because I don't always look at my private one. Crane bowls and knocked away on the leg side. This time Coles will take the single off the 5th ball. 4:22, 4:23 for 9. And Hunt just gets, Unadkat just gets 1 ball to face at the end of the over.
Well, the field comes in. I don't think I want J-Dev out there for too long, because he's going to do a good amount of bowling. But he's had plenty of time to put his feet up.
In comes Crane to bowl to Unadkat, who prods it away on the offside. There was a single there. They don't take it. Applause for Coles' adventure in that over, and tactical appreciation, really.
Yes, I mean, I don't know when England get together for these games. I mean, the test match doesn't start until Wednesday. You'd imagine they'd have a couple of days practice at the Oval perhaps before, unless they get them all together on a Sunday. I've absolutely no idea, but the fact that good care for 2 bowlers who haven't played any championship cricket at all this season to be 2 of the 3 seamers in the match. So the Sussex attack really completely different from what it was down at Taunton a few weeks ago in the championship. I have to see how they get on. Anyway, Tom Norton's looking for his 4th wicket. Coming running in down the hill, bowls to James Coles, and Coles plays that onto the onside. And there is no run. Again, we've got the sight of all these fielders scattered around the boundary edge. Just the one slip in place. The other 8 fielders, 4 on each side of the wicket, are set up right back on the fence as Norton turns and comes in again to bowl to the right-handed James Coles in and bowls, and Coles launches this one. That's gone many a mile. That's gone for 6. No, it hasn't. It's just bounced this other road. 4 runs. So he's hammered that straight, James Coles. He goes to 146 for 27 for 9.
Another 35 he needs for a career best.
Yeah. Which came here against, I think it might have been Gloucestershire. I need to check my... Oh, you got the play fair, Nick.
I've got your play fair.
Yeah, thank you. That's all right.
Omitted to pack mine for some reason.
Coles surveys.
Came here against Derbyshire in 2023.
Completely wrong, Adrian. In comes Norton again, bowls. Coles hammers that one away. It's gone just for... I lost track of the ball there. He didn't quite time
Bounced
that.
out towards the dressing room's single.
Out sort of towards Cow Corner. Coles goes to 147 for 28 for 9. So the lead now is 270. Let's say on
273.
273. Thank you. It does say on our
Just
screen
popped
here.
up on the corner of the screen.
Now more attacking field for J. Devon Nudcatters. Norton comes running in, looking for his 4th wicket. Bowls, and Nudcat is struck, I think, on the somewhere painful. Well, his foot.
Possibly on the foot, yeah, on the boot. He's
dear.
flexing his right foot.
Don't get injured, J. Dev. I mean, there's a danger here. I mean, there's a bit of you that sort of thinks, you know, that Sussex can seriously not afford for J. Devon Nudcat to get injured. That would be not good news. As he waits, 2 slips and a gully go down. In and bowls, and Nudcat's going to get a boundary, and that won't please Tom Norton any. The ball runs away down to 3rd man for 4 runs, and Norton wanders back to the far end looking a bit disconsolate. 432 for 9. And Nudcat on his way. Wasn't a chance, it bounced well short of the slip cordon, but it went in between 2nd slip and gully. These are all runs that Glamorgan are going to have to score to clear the arrears. But you know, with the likes of Carlson and Cook and Ingram, Asa Tribe, you know, there's plenty of batting in this Glamorgan side. 3 slips in place now. The skipper's gone in there himself. As Norton makes his way down the hill, bowls to a Nudcat. That was a pace. It crumbs. That was a quick delivery. And Chris Cook took that, and it was still on the rise as it zipped into his gloves. He gave that a bit of oomph. I don't think he was too happy getting edged down to 3rd man for a boundary was Tom Norton. So end of the over. 432 for 9. A Nudcat on 4. James Coles on 147.
Yes, and Nudcat pretended to leave that one, but actually he was well beaten by it.
He was.
And it did climb.
It did. That was quick.
And tall figures of Goodman and Hunt will be looking to reproduce that sort of bounce, you suspect, in the 2nd innings.
Yes, they will. Yes, they certainly will.
So Glamorgan not quite able to put an end to their torment in the field. Lead is 277 as first ball is hammered back, and Crane, I think, has stopped that with his boot in his follow through, and might be thinking better of it as Coles hit that one extremely firmly back to him. There's no run.
Yeah, he's in a bit of pain, you know, Mason Crane.
Yeah, stopped it with his right foot instinctively in the follow through.
He's in a bit of discomfort, to be honest. Yeah, it looked like his
Might have
instep.
struck him on the instep, yeah. And he might not be able to finish this over, I suspect, as Kieran Carlson goes over to offer sympathy, and physios come on to offer more than sympathy. I'll give you a few scores from elsewhere while we're waiting for Mason Crane to be treated. He's sitting on the ground. At Leicestershire struggling at 113 for 6 in reply to Essex's 401 after that double century from Jordan Cox. The Leicestershire wickets shared round among the Essex bowlers. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire are struggling on 187 for 8. Haynes is still there, 53 not out. That's in reply to Somerset's 310. 4 wickets for Lewis Gregory and 3 for Jack Leach. At Scarborough, Yorkshire made 469 all out. Warwickshire are 145 for 4 in reply, with Rob Yates on 65 not out. 3 wickets for Jack White there for the Yorkies. Crane is still undergoing treatment, so I'll rattle through the second division as well. Now he's up on his feet, and I think he's going to continue, but I suspect he's going to have something of a swelling there, and we'll be keen not to need to be batting tonight. Division 2, Durham in control against Derbyshire. Durham made 377 all out. Derbyshire 32 for naught in their second innings, still 227 behind. Blackpool, Kent 168 for 3 in their second innings, but that's a lead of 259 over Lancashire, who were shot out for just 87. We are going to continue with Mason Crane here at Hove.
Yes, thankfully he's okay.
Comes in and bowls to Coles, who plays it gently out on the onside. There was the easiest single you could ever have wanted, but they decline it as Carlson comes in from in front of us at long on. At Northampton, Gloucestershire 135 for 4, recovering slightly in reply to Northants 465 all out. Crane in to Coles and goes to swing it away on the leg side. Carlson in front of us was getting excited, thought he might have been bowled, but he wasn't.
He was excited, wasn't he?
And at New Road, Worcestershire 163 for 5 in reply to Middlesex's 339. Crane bowls and Coles blocks it. 4 balls in the over gone. Now I suspect Glamorgan ought to be getting the field in. Someone shouts get the field in, I think. And Kieran Carlson eventually realises that Coles will take a single if he can, and therefore he needs to get a couple saving the single here and there.
He does.
So yes, he's got it this time. He had a bit of trouble with one of these in-out last wicket things earlier in the season, Kieran Carlson. He's got 4 in saving the single. Crane bowls it, but Coles can find the gap on the leg side, steers it away, ambles through for a single to retain the strike off the 5th ball. So Crane has got 1 ball to dismiss Jada for Nudcat, and Glamorgan, well, it's a good job they're +2 on the over rate, because this is a lot of fiddling around involved in getting your field right in these circumstances with a established batter and a number 11. Last ball off the Crane over to a Nudcat, who turns it round the corner, and they fancy 2 here, down to fine leg. They will get it very comfortably indeed. Nudcat goes to 6. The total to 4, 3, 5 for 9. And the crowd enjoying this, at least the 95% of it that are home supporters.
I thought I just saw Kieran Carlson signal towards Tim van der Hookton. Well, I may have got that wrong.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Well, there's still going to be Norton.
Yeah, he's got picked up a couple of tail enders, hasn't he? Tonight?
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
3 for 90 in his 20 overs.
The sun, for the first time today, goes behind a bit of cloud, but there's no chance of any rain. Lots of blue sky around, some wispy cloud as well above Hove, as in comes Tom Norton, running in towards us and bowls, and James Coles tries to deftly play that down towards third man, but then he runs it into where the slip cordon would be, except there are no slips, and Chris Cook is very quickly round to field, and there is no run.
So he's taken 14 wickets, having bowled in 5 innings, Tom Norton, in the first class game, one of which was fairly limited as well by rain, so 4.5 innings.
Norton again, down the hill bowls, and Coles launches that down the ground. all the way down to long on, but he decides not to run.
Nudcat was getting frisky there.
He was.
Maybe
James
he
Coles,
thought there were two there.
yeah, it looks at the bottom of his bat, James Coles, if he didn't quite time that as well as he'd have liked.
I wish I could mistime it to long on.
Yeah, I agree. Colin Ingram's doing some warming up exercises down below us. Oh, that's impressive. Standing on one leg. There's Norton in, bowls and short, and Coles hammers that one away. What a go away to go to 150. That is from James Coles. Short, hooked away over backward square leg for 6 runs. And what a wonderful innings this has been from James Coles. 154 and 182 balls, 18 fours, 5 sixes. It really has been a tremendous knock, and Hove rises to applaud. Too short from Tom Norton, and James Coles absolutely belted that away for 6 runs. Now the umpires are going to confer about the ball, so we've got even more delays. They're having a look at the. No, they've decided it's. Have they decided it's okay, or have they got another ball? Oh, heaven only knows.
Reached his 50 with a 6. He's reached his 150 with a 6 as well.
Oh, good spot. Well done, Nick.
Helmets all round in the pavilion.
441 for 9. So the lead extending towards 300. As Norton's in again. Bowls. Coles takes a step down the wicket. He's hammered that away. He's going to get away with it as well. He's going to come back for the second. No, they're not. They're just going to settle aside themselves with a single. James Coles goes to 155. 442 for 9. Oh, Sussex. And the field will now come in for Jaydev and Nudcat with 2 balls remaining in the over. Glamorgan lads just starting to look a little bit weary, perhaps understandably. We will lose 2 overs for a change. I mean, I'd have thought Sussex, might fancy it. They'll certainly want to bowl at Glamorgan tonight. No question about that. Depends whether they declare or whether Glamorgan clean this up. In comes Norton, bowls to a Nudcat who steers this nice, lovely shot. Nothing wrong with that. Jaydev and Nudcat picks up at least a couple of runs, and there's a bit of roar as James Coles got. Very popular figure down here at Hove is Jaydev. He goes to 8, and Sussex all the 4s. 444 for 9. So the lead now is 289 for Sussex. Nudcat wakes, and Norton comes in with 3 slips and a gully. Bowls to Jaydev, who's running this one. That was a good bit of fielding, very smart bit of fielding in the gully by who is that?
Hadley.
Yeah, very good by Ryan Hadley, because that could easily have gone away for 4 runs, which wouldn't have pleased Tom Norton at all. End of the over. 444 for 9. James Coles and Jaydev and Nudcat have a little natter in the middle of the pitch. We've got another 25 overs to be bowled tonight. As I say, we will lose 2 of those if Glamorgan get to bat. So actually once this ball is bowled, they would only have to face 22 overs tonight, Glamorgan. Tim van der Hookton has gone wandering off the field, actually, over towards I think there's a loo over by the corporate area. So I presume they've got a 12th man on.
Well, they've got the leg side sufficiently staffed anyway, as Mason Crane will bowl from this C end.
Yeah.
And Crane is in to bowl, and Coles lofts this one up towards us. Carlson is underneath it.
Whoa! It's got for
but
6.
Can't get there. The ball thudded into the advertising hoarding, which is around about 3 metres behind the rope anyway. And I don't think even the tallest man in the Glamorgan side could have got to that, and not Carlson. And he had a glorious view of that one as Coles launched it towards us. Hope this glass is made of strong stuff. Next delivery is pulled away on the leg side. Looking for the ball in the air, but it was rolling down towards Carlson this time, and he just underarms it back along the ground towards Crane. 450 for 9 are Sussex. The lead could go past 300 with one more blow. Coles pulls out precisely that blow as he smashes another 6 on the leg side. 4.56 for 9, and the Sussex lead goes past the 300 mark. 301 ahead are the home side.
Well, that's gone miles. Kieran Carlson's just signalled, I think, to Ryan Hadley that he's going to come on to bowl from this end.
Yeah.
Because he's rather going around the park, Mason Crane, isn't he, unfortunately. Tim van der Hoogten has returned from his loo break while he's sitting on the edge of the balcony doing up his boots. And we're going to have another change of ball. That's James Coles' 6th 6, is that right?
Yeah, we better get the stats ready for the end of this Coles innings.
7th 6.
Which Glamorgan will be hoping is ASAP.
We say he's honing in on his best score ever.
As that's another big hit up towards long on. Carlson can't quite get underneath it. It was a fiendishly difficult one. Carlson did well, really, not to get one in the chops there.
Oh, someone said something, I think, and Kieran Carlson doesn't look best pleased.
Well, I'm not sure what the crowd expected of him. He got there more or less on the half volley.
It was a great effort.
It was a tremendous effort. It was a brave effort.
It was.
It wasn't a catch. As Crane bowls to Coles, who turns one round the corner and will take a single off the 5th ball of the over. Crowd are enjoying this one. It's torment really for the Glamorgan fielders and the away spectators. And once more Crane has one ball to try and get out the number 11, and Kieran Carlson's brain must be slightly frazzled at the moment.
No, I agree.
Here's Crane to bowl to Anudkat, who stretches forward and defends. Coles is on 168 not out. Anudkat has 8, 4, 5, 7 for 9. So the lead is 302. And Coles is back on strike for a new over, which will be delivered by... Is Carlson going to be the golden arm himself? No, it looks as though Hadley is being handed the task of dismissing one of these last pair. Bruce Talbot is back alongside me. Bruce, you have a go.
Thanks, Nick. Well, for Glamorgan supporters listening to this, that game that Nick's referred to in 2023, Sussex's first innings lead was 358, and Glamorgan ended up getting 737 in the second innings, of which Kieran Carlson made 192, and I think Michael Nesser got 100, Labuschagne got 100.
Yep.
I'm not sure this pitch is quite as flat as that one turned out to be. Hadley comes in to start a new over, and James Coles guides that down to backward point. They're going to come back for 2, and they'll make it fairly comfortably in the end. Good running there by the Sussex last wicket pair. They came together with a score on 418, and it's now 459 for 9. So just more and more punishment for Glamorgan. They look a little bit bedraggled at the moment. They desperately want this stand to finish, and then they want to get through the remaining 20 overs or so tonight, hopefully with all their wickets intact. In comes Ryan Hadley again to bowl to Coles, who goes leg side and aerial, and that is on to the roof of the stand. Bowled it quite quickly, Hadley, but James Coles is really it's an easy expression to use, seeing it like a football, but my God, he got hold of that one. Smashed it as a short boundary on that pavilion side, and that's 8 sixes now for James Coles. 176 not out. He's only gone past 150 twice in his career. His career best is 180. So he will be very much eyeing up that, maybe even a double 100, because Unadkat, to be fair, has batted pretty well in support. He's only got 8 runs, but when he's been in strike, he's looked more than capable. Hadley comes in again and bowls to Coles, who again pulls and swings high, and that's probably gone even further than the previous 6. I'm not sure where that's landed. It's very hard to tell through this glass, but it's certainly 6 in, and it's a career best for James Coles. 182 not out. Fabulous shot. 2 fabulous shots in a row. In came Hadley, just a swing. It's almost like a one-day. He's starting to play one-day shots now. A really, really magnificent innings this from James Coles. He's been in great. He looked in great form. He looked fluid and timing the ball so well from very early in his innings today. And he's really cashed in now. 182 off 191 balls. Sussex 471 for 9 as Hadley comes in and bowls, and this time Coles flays it into the offside, but there's a fielder down there at deep backward point, and he'll throw the ball in. That comes in, so they take a single.
That's interesting. They've taken the single off the fourth ball now, yeah. So Nadcat's got 2 to defend from the Aussie paceman Hadley. 50 partnership as well has come up in the course of this carnage.
Yeah, just punishment, more and more punishment for the Glamorgan bowlers here. And what can they do to end this innings? Nadcat this time plays that into the leg side. Actually, it's hit him on the under the arm. Just reared up a little bit. He's just composing himself now. He's just taking a few moments just to make sure. That hit him just under the armpit. It's quite a nasty blow onto the ribs. It's the last thing he'll want. Or is it? Might even be his elbow. It's very hard to tell. Have a look at the replay now. It just nipped back and maybe just struck it. Yeah, struck him on the just under the armpit.
Actually, it looked as though they were turning to Hadley. He was certainly lurking in the vicinity, yeah. But it's Van der Hoogten.
He's coming to try and finish this partnership off. The physio, well, 2 physios, one's carrying drinks and probably another pair of gloves maybe for James Coles, who looks in the mood to carry on a little bit longer.
And it's rare that, Van der Hoogten has been as economical as you like, hasn't he? He's been 2 runs and over for most of this innings, so to be suddenly struck for a couple of 6s.
Yeah, 2 in a row. It's not very often you see Tim van der Hoogten deposited over deep mid-wicket in the manner that James Coles did earlier in this over. Unadcat's getting a little bit of treatment, but he looks like he's fine. He's putting his gloves back on. The physios are going back to the dressing room. Bit of a conference in the middle involving the 3 slips plus the wicket-keeper. 2 slips plus the wicket-keeper. See how they can break this part. It's just so frustrating. We see this so often in cricket, Nick, don't we? The last wicket pair. In situations like this, when there's already a big lead on the board, the bowlers are tired. It's been a unforgiving day for the Glamorgan attack. To be fair, they've stuck at it really well. It's only in the last sort of half hour when Coles has really gone for his shots that I won't say the wheels have come off, but they're wobbling a little bit. Van Hook stretches his left arm up above his head just to get some feeling back on that left hand side. End of that over. 472 for 9, 183 to Coles, and he'll be on strike. Unadcat on 8, and it's looks like it's Hadley from this end, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's on the left hand side, the ribs maybe under the left arm that Unadcat was struck. So you'd imagine that. Well, there'll be some painful sort of pain-killing administration, whether it's an injection or tablets, you would have thought, before he's called on to bowl, because that would, although it's on the left side. He is left-handed.
He is left-armer, yes. He doesn't want an intercostal injury if he can help it.
Cause a bit of pain, you might fear. Hadley is going to start a new over to bowl to Coles, who defends. Hadley, the tall New South Wales right arm medium fast bowler.
Everyone on the boundary apart from the keeper and the bowler.
Yes, this cat and mouse cricket where you get the batter trying to hit boundaries off the first 4 balls, then taking a single, and the fielding side having 1 ball at the end of the over to dismiss the number 11. We've seen it lots of times. Hadley comes racing in. Bowls to Coles, who hammers it down the ground to Carlson at long on. No run.
He's disappointed there. I think he thought I don't think he was aiming in that direction. Maybe he's aiming a bit more towards long on, because there is a big gap at Kieran Carlson is very straight at long on. There's a big gap at cow corner between him and the fielder at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, there's almost 2 mid wickets, aren't there?
Yeah, they're quite close to 2 mid wickets, aren't they? There's a big gap here. I'm sure Coles is targeting that.
Hadley comes racing in again up the slope and bowls, and Coles chops it down to third man, and there's no run. Coles with a career best 183, but surely the 200 is now the target for Sussex as a team. Maybe 500 is a target. A few more swings of the bat and Coles and Sussex might be there. Glamorgan fed up with this nonsense hours ago probably. They've chipped away during the course of the day, but they haven't really put any concerted pressure on Sussex. As Hadley bowls short and wide, but he gets away. No, he doesn't get away with it. Wide is given. Outside off stump, and it seems that the umpires are quite strict on this at the moment. It's probably a directive, as the replay shows that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit harsh on.
That looked to be under head height, to be honest.
that,
when it passed the, I mean, it ballooned a bit by the time it reached Cook, but no, sorry, that's.
Not sure that. I think that's being very harsh on the bowler.
Hadley in again, bowls to Coles up in the block hole, driven back past him, and Adcat sets off for a single. Carlson fields it long off. Coles says, hang on a moment, that's only the 4th ball. He took a single off the 4th ball in the last over from this end, but that was off the spinner. So 2 balls of the over left. It's 4-7-3 for 9. The lead is 3-1-8. The sun is now quite low into us in the commentary box. Up at wide long on as Hadley bowls to Coles, who plays it away on the onside. Has to think for a moment. What ball is that there? That's the 5th one. Okay, I'll have a single, please. 4-7-5 for 9. Oh, no ball has been called somewhere in the process as well.
Yeah.
According to the graphic in front of us, anyway, I didn't notice that.
Don't think he's. I'm not sure there was a there was a signal. It was quite late.
So there may well be 2 balls of the over here, and the score's gone on, added to 2 for no ball. So Ryan Hadley, a bit disconsolate at the moment, 1 for 95. As he looks to blast out to Nadcat, who pulls.
Dropped.
And is dropped at square leg. Callaway, I believe.
Yeah.
In front of the umpire. Hit it fairly firmly, but Callaway, oh dear, drags himself off the floor. So just what Glamorgan don't need at this stage of proceedings.
Yes, just in this last sort of hour, 3/4 of an hour to an hour, Nick, that things have started to go. I think Glamorgan have stuck at it pretty well all day, but things like that are indicative of a tired team. They're desperate to get this innings finished and get the bowlers certainly get their feet up in the changing room.
Lead is 3-2-1 as Hadley bowls to Unadkat, who plays inside the line through to keeper. So wide, 2 from a no ball and 1 single off the over. And total is 4-7-6 for 9. The lead is 3-2-1, and there are 22 overs remaining, which means that Glamorgan will not face more than 19, given the 2 off that are deducted for the change in innings.
Tim van der Hoogten is continuing from the Cromwell Road end. His figures 26 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 61. Those figures rather spoiled in the last over when James Coles pulled him for 2 sixes into the pavilion. Coles will be on strike. Unidkat is still in some discomfort. He's out there. The physio is back on again. He's just taken a drink of water, and is now applying probably a pain killing spray to that left rib cage. Actually, no, he's putting on a protector, isn't he? It's not a spray or anything. He's putting on a chest guard. Give him a bit more protection. So he'll continue. Very important runs these at the end. These two came together and the score was 418 for 9. It's now 476 for 9, so 58 put on. And James Coles, who's on 184, so he is eyeing up a maiden double 100. He's already got his career best. He's gone past 180. Second 100 against Glamorgan. Van der Hoogten is in. He tries to ramp him down. Unconventional, getting straight through to keeper Cook. Every Glamorgan fielder bar the wicketkeeper is on the boundary.
Yeah, you would think that if Coles does get to 200, then Tom Haynes might pull them in.
I would
because he doesn't want Unadkat to be messing around batting when he's needed to bowl.
Exactly. I would imagine that is very likely that they'll pull out if he gets to 200. It's a big if. Still got 16 runs to find. As Van der Hoogten comes in, and Coles again aims leg side. That might be out. There's a fielder under it. They're going to collide, and they've dropped it between them. Well, that was pretty poor cricket. Two fielders were both honing in on the ball, and they sort of passed each other, and the ball ended up going over the rope. I don't know who the two fielders are, Nick, but that was a bit comical, to be honest. One sort of stopped, one of the fielders stopped, one went for it, and neither in the end made contact with the ball. It's dropped over the rope for 6.
Crane and Dixon,
yeah.
Call someone, call!
Well, there didn't seem to be a lot of communication there between those two fielders. They're 25-30 yards apart. They converged, and neither of them was able to take the catch. As Van der Hoogten comes in, Cole's on one knee trying to smash it through the leg side again.
Wide called,
and it was wide. Coles couldn't really make contact with that. 190 for James Coles. Again, we were just talking about it. The drop catch by Kellaway in the last over. Just now, in the last half hour or so, Glamorgan have started to look a bit ragged, I'm afraid. James Coles has batted really, really well, but he should have been out off the ball the previous 2 balls ago. That was a disappointing bit of fielding on the boundary there. Van der Hoogten comes in again. Coles this time has got a lot of that, and he's going to be caught. No, he's dropped. I think that's Dixon out there. He had it in both hands. He fell to the ground, and out it spilled. So James Coles is living a charmed life, certainly in this over. I can't remember too many chances offered today, but he's offered 2 in this over, and neither of them been accepted. He seemed to lose his footing a little bit, didn't he, as he went for the catch? It looked like it was going straight down his throat, and then he fell. Yeah, not his finest hour. So, but James Coles...
Crane that was.
Yeah, James Coles' intent is pretty clear here. This time he just drives it gently by his recent standards up to long on, and takes a single, and there will be 2 balls left in this over because we've had a wide. The score is 484 for 9. So 2 opportunities taken to end that Coles innings. Neither of them were taken, and James Coles is now 9 runs short of his maiden double 100.
Yeah, the first of those 2 catching opportunities could have been taken by either. All right, it was a boundary catch, but it was quite a takeable one for either, but the fact they distracted each other meant that neither got near it or got a hand on it.
Van der Hoogten into Unadkat, inside edge. No, through to the keeper. And no run. And 1 ball left of this over. 484 for 9. Certainly Sussex's highest total of the season. Adrian will confirm. He's sitting behind me and consulting his ledger.
That ball from Van der Hoogten moved a bit off the pitch as well.
It did, didn't it?
Still a bit of shape to be had for the fast bowlers, and a bit of bounce from the Cromwell Road end.
Here he comes, Van der Hoogten, to complete the over. No, that's not.
Please, umpire, please.
A plead from Van der Hoogten, but no dice from Ian Blackwell. at the far end. End of the over, 484 for 9. Coles is on strike on 191. Unad Cat on 8. And here comes Ryan Hadley again to bowl from this C end.
As
502 Yorkshire.
Okay, 502 at Headingley, Sussex made in the first innings in that game. So
heading towards potentially highest of the season, as Hadley runs in from the C end and bowls to Coles, who defends on the off side. Hadley shapes to go after it to make sure they don't try and nick a 2. Ball rolls out towards deep cover. So on the leg side there's a fine leg, backward square leg, forward square leg, mid wicket and long on, all on the boundary. The offside there's a third man, there's a cover point, an extra cover and a long off, ditto, all on the boundary. 484 for 9. Hadley in, bowls, Coles gives himself room and misses. So he tries to steer it away on the offside. Coles on 191, looking for a maiden double century. 22-year-old all-rounder. 18 fours and 10 sixes he's struck. It's been quite the innings. Destruction to add to his earlier stroke play, but he should have been out twice in the nervous 180s and 190s. Hadley in, bowls to Coles, who drives down towards long on. They'll run the first one fast. Carlson has got it. They'll come back for a second. Cook nicks off the bails, but Coles has run that one really fast, and Carlson can't believe that he got back for 2 there.
it was a good throw. It just, he had to take it slightly to his right hand side, did Chris Cook, but the umpire was in good position.
Yeah, and the replay that we're seeing shows that Coles was indeed home.
Yeah.
To
Good
move
running.
on to 193 not out. And the total on to 486 for 9. Hadley in. Balls to Coles, who swishes at that one. It goes down leg side. No contact made. 486 for 9. The two batters meet for a little bit of a chat. I'm not quite sure why. They're doing fine as it is.
2 balls of the over left, so
Yes.
plenty of opportunity for Coles to take a single and then just expose Unad Cat to one more ball of this over from Ryan Hadley.
The last ball actually from Hadley went over the top of the stumps as he tried to hammer it into Kingdom Come. 486 for 9. Hadley in to bowl to Coles on 193 not out, outside off stump. Will that be called wide? No. Mr. Long has mercy for once. So, last ball of the over. Coles is on strike.
Well, he should have a bit more faith in his partner than he seems to be showing, because a couple of shots that Unad Cat have played have been absolutely glorious. That down on one knee drive into the offside where he took a couple. There was a nicely steered boundary down to fine leg. To third man.
He's played Test match cricket. He'll know which way is up.
He looks the part.
Last ball of the over. Can Glamorgan get the number 11 on strike as Hadley is in to bowl to Coles, who drives into the offside and straight to mid-off. No possibility of a scrambled single. It's 486 for 9. Unad Cat has 8. Coles has 193, having struck 28 boundaries. 18
fours and 10 sixes so far for James Coles, and until that double drop when he was in the 190s, he's not really given a chance today. As I say, it's been a really, really commanding innings by him. From the moment he got to the crease this morning, he scored a boundary quite early in his innings, I seem to remember, and I thought, yeah, it looks in good order here. James Coles was timing the ball nicely, and since then he's gone from strength to strength. But it's Jadev Unadkat who is on strike now. Tim van der Hoogten is coming in from the Cromwell Road end, and that is bunted by Unadkat. He was probably aiming to hit it a little bit squarer than he did.
That probably hurt his hands, I reckon, Bruce.
Toe end of the bat, and just sort of rolled out to mid-on. Kieran Carlson does the fielding.
I was a little worried when Jadev Unadkat got hit by was it Norton, and you know, because Sussex cannot afford to lose Jadev with Sean Hunt and Don Goodman as their other bowlers. Both have had injuries this season.
He looks fine now, and he plays that one quite nicely from Van der Hoogten into the offside, no run.
I mean, there's still another 19 overs after this, but would Sussex be thinking, well, if we could bat the 19 overs, or are they thinking we'd like to have half a dozen overs at Glamorgan tonight?
Well, there's 2 days left. I mean, yeah, they would definitely like a little dart at Glamorgan tonight, maybe nip out 1 or 2 this evening. If Coles gets to his double 100, is there an argument to be made to pull out then? And then have a go at Glamorgan tonight. Unadkat plays that one nicely as well into the offside, and there is no run. This ball is now 40 overs old, so it's losing its hardness. It's hard work for the Glamorgan bowlers, but as I say, until the last hour or so, they stuck at it pretty well. I think.
Yes.
Just the wheels came off a little bit, and when Coles was hitting the ball towards Shoreham and Port Slade a few minutes ago.
Well, they were big sixes, weren't they? Huge sixes.
It's not a big boundary for that boundary these days. Players with the bats and the strength that they've got. In comes Van der Hoogten, and this time
short
edges, and it's short of Gully. Well short, dropped about a foot in front of the Gully fieldsman, who was Hadley, who is Hadley. 2 slips. The field completely different, of course, for the tail ender than it is for James Coles. Everyone's in saving singles apart from a fine leg. But he's done pretty well, Jadev.
He has done well.
He's made an argument certainly to promotion up maybe one place in the batting order, as he takes this one, glances this one off the pad down the leg side, and there is no runs. 5 balls of this over gone, so he'll be quite happy to defend this last one.
Well, 289 for 6 has become 486 for 9.
Yeah.
So the last couple of wickets have added the best part of 200 runs.
Yeah, this is, well, we've seen this so often here, haven't we, with Sussex, Adrian. The lower order is, the middle and lower order is really, really strong. We had our reservations today, but to be fair to Sean Hunt and Jadev Unadkat in particular, they've given, and Jack Carson with that 46, they've given James Coles really, really good support. I mean, the 8th wicket fell on 408, what we now have 486, so the last 2 wickets are put on 78, and it's just more and more pain for Glamorgan.
Yeah, Jack Carson was out sort of well, when Tom Price was out, 289 for 6.
So the lead at that stage was only 124. Now it's
331.
331, yeah. Punishing day for Glamorgan, a good day for Sussex. It started long time ago. 136 for 2 was the overnight score, so they've put on 350 runs today, and we've still got another 19 overs to go.
Ryan Hadley runs away from us, comes in and bowls to James Coles, and Coles defends down the ground. They think about a single, but Kieran Carlson has to trot in from long on to field, and there is no run. Well, he's had a difficult start to the season, James Coles. He certainly was out of sorts in the first 6 matches, but he's just too good a player for that to continue. But I'm sure that he even a young player with his ability, he must begin to think, oh crumbs, when am I going to get some runs? But I just wonder whether I think those runs done at Worcester in the week for the England Lions.
Yeah, probably helped against a decent attack. Against as good an bowling attack as he's probably going to face all season.
Hadley in bowls, and Coles plays that one not quite where he intended. It goes down to fine leg, and it's just they think about a single, but it isn't there.
I was going to tell you that story about what happened at Colwyn Bay that year.
Yes.
We'll get on to that at the end of the over. I'm just looking up the scores now from that match. Wow, just shudder thinking about it, to be honest. 457 for 1 at the end of the first day, Glamorgan.
Whoa, that's a bit of a
Matthew
pound.
Elliott, do you remember him, the
Yes, I do,
Australian?
the Australian
he got
opener.
100 that day opening. Did he open? He may have come in at 3.
Hadley again over the wicket bowls, and Coles. Now he's going to look for 2 here, is James Coles. He's worked that down to fine leg. They're going to come back for the second. They need to get a bit of a move on as the throw comes in. That's well run by James Coles. Very well run. Played it down to fine leg. It was a good bit of fielding. It was a good throw, but Coles was looking for the 2, and he goes to 195 within 5 at what would be a maiden double century for 22-year-old James Coles. 18 fours, 10 sixes. It has been some innings. He waits and surveys the field. Now he went to his 100 and his 150 with 6s, Bruce.
He did, you're right.
So I wonder whether he might go to his 200 with a 6. He's hitting towards the long part of the ground if he is.
He'll do well to hit 6 off Ryan Hadley into this long boundary.
Hadley in bowls, and Coles just plays into the offside. He decides to take the single. There's warm applause around the ground.
Well, it's funny because we saw earlier, not so much now, that the massive expanse with all the fielders on the boundary, and James Coles just patting it into the leg side and just keeping the strike. And people walking in who don't know much about cricket say, well, he's just hit it. Why is he not running? He just stands there and just someone runs in from the boundary and picks up.
Well, he's just... now James Coles just seems to be sort of stretching a little. Maybe he's okay. He's been out there for a little while. He's a young man, I'm sure he'll be okay. 196 not out, so 4 away from his maiden 100. But J. Devon Nugcat's got to survive a couple of balls of this over from Ryan Hadley. He's slightly bent over his bat, is James Coles. In comes Hadley bowls, and J. Dev plays that away through the offside. They've taken 1, and it's gone away for 4 runs to J. Devon Nugcat.
Just used the pace of the ball, didn't he, and guided it down through backward point for 4. I think we've seen
Sussex go to 491. So this partnership, these two coming together, and the score's 418.
It only went. It wasn't 4. It went for 2. I
For
thought it
2.
had gone for 4. Yeah, it only went for 2. Yeah.
Well, this partnership is worth 83.
Yeah, it's a good to check whether that is a 10th wicket record against Glamorgan. I imagine it's
can't be far
must
off.
be far off.
Hadley wheels around in front of us. Comes into bowl to J. Devon Nugcat. He's in and bowls. And Nugcat just lets that one go down the leg side. So a chance for James Coles to go to his double 100. I wonder whether Sussex will declare if he gets to that, or whether they'll just bat on and on.
Well, they don't look in too much trouble, do they?
No, they don't. I mean, it makes you wonder whether they might just keep going. I mean, Glamorgan are probably feeling a little demoralised at the moment.
I'd like to think they'll have a few overs at them tonight. Maybe not an immediate declaration, but certainly 10. They're probably looking at 10 overs tonight to have, winkle out a couple of the Glamorgan top order.
Well, he's going to be Tim van der Hookten, who's going to bowl to James Coles from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. The sun is back with us, and he's coming in to bowl to James Coles. Everybody back on the boundary. Coles on 196. Van der Hookten in. Coles hammers that one away. Where's that gone? It's gone down to wideish deep backward point. Well, he's hitting towards the right side of the ground, that leg side, Bruce.
Yeah.
If he wants to go for his 200. Fielded by Ryan Hadley down to our right hand side. Decided not to run. Don't blame him, really.
Big thick edge past the keeper straight would get him 4, wouldn't it? I'm not sure Colin Ingram, who's standing in front of us, would be able to get round in time, but there are gaps.
Comes Van der Hookten again down the hill, bowls to Coles, and I reckon he was trying to do that then, Bruce.
Yeah.
It was wide of the off stump, and Coles was just stretching and reaching, looking maybe to nick that one down to the boundary edge. Good hand here played by Jack Carson as well today for Sussex, because it would have been very easy for Sussex, from 289.
Yeah, to be bowled out for
6.
350 or
Yeah,
something.
yeah.
Still a 200 lead, but this is really swelled now. 491 for 9.
Yeah. So Van der Hookten in again. Bowls to James Coles, and Coles is forward. They're going to look to take a couple of runs here. You know, he's played into the offside. They've taken one. They're going to come back for the second. He's going to move on as the throw comes in, and he gets there as James Coles. That's good cricket and good running. He played it down to third man. Ingram came in, but he was always looking for the 2 as James Coles. He goes to 198.
Intelligent cricket, wasn't it? There are so many gaps. I mean, he just dropped the bat into the offside.
Yep. And
there's no one within 80, 90 yards of the ball. Ingram came in, Ryan Hadley came in, but it was to be able to sprint and get that second run when you're on 198 is pretty good.
They looked at him. Bowls to Coles. Coles plays it away to the offside. Are they going to take the single? They are, you know. Coles goes to 199.
Don't get that now, J-Dev.
No, poor old J-Dev.
No pressure.
He's got poor old J-Dev. I mean, he's done so well though, hasn't he? These 2 now. What's this? Is that 494, Bruce?
Yeah.
So the partnership is worth 86 between these 2.
Yeah. I think you're thinking what I'm thinking, Nadram, but let's hope it doesn't happen.
Van der Hoogten is in bowls, and Nukat is going to take a single. They might even come back for 2. They are going to come back for 2. It means that J-Dev is going to face one more ball of this over. Nukat goes to 12. The Hove crowd are loving it.
Oh, it's been a tremendous day's cricket, hasn't it? If you're a Sussex supporter, you've come today in the sunshine, nice day, and watch your team utterly dominate the day's proceedings, and a brilliant innings by James Coles, which hopefully, if J-Dev Unadkat can negotiate this last ball of the over, we'll see him score his maiden double 100.
Wouldn't that be a thing? Punch of 88 between these 2 now. And hooked it in. Bowls to Nukat, who the biggest roar of the day.
Well, there won't be a massively louder cheer when James Coles gets the 200 than there was for J-Dev Unadkat just quietly propping forward and playing that into the leg side. And the end of that over, 496 for 9. Who's going to bowl now?
I think Ben Callaway's going to bowl. Ben
Callaway's coming back on, yeah, so this is an opportunity for James Coles to get to 200. I'll let you see this over and hopefully see Coles to his double 100. Adrian?
I mean, Callaway, thank you. Callaway's actually escaped punishment, really. He's, look at his figures, 22 overs, 2 for 64. I mean, they're pretty decent figures, really.
Him and Van der Hoogten have bowled really well. They've been very economical.
So in comes Ben Callaway. James Coles on 199. He's in and bowls, and Coles turns it onto the leg side. Doesn't beat mid-wicket, and there is no run. Callaway. Everybody in on the single now. The sirens wail in the background, and Callaway is in. Bowls to James Coles, who flicks this onto the leg side. Again, there is no run. They will certainly not give this to James Coles because...
But there is an opportunity if he wants it to come down the wicket and just smash it over the top.
There is.
I wonder if he'll be tempted.
Callaway in again. Bowls. Coles is forward. Plays it onto the onside. It's a dot ball. James Coles is making us wait. Is he going to go to this double 100? Waits, adjusts his pads, a little twirl of the bat. Ben Callaway is in, over the wicket, bowls to James Coles, and Coles hits that one away through backward point, and there we are! A double 100 for James Coles, the first of his career. He does it with a 4 through point, a most magnificent innings. 18 fours, 10 sixes, everybody in Hove is on their feet applauding a quite magnificent innings by James Coles. It also draws sporting applause from the Glamorgan fielders as well. Absolutely magnificent from the 22-year-old James Coles. 203 not out in 219 balls in 326 minutes, 18 fours, 10 sixes. Simply magnificent.
Couldn't have put it better myself, Adrian. What a lovely innings, and privileged to be here today to see James Coles batting as well as he has this afternoon and this morning.
Callaway in bowls, and he's got more to add here as he flicks that one down to fine leg.
There's no sign of a declaration. We got one ball left of this over. Maybe they will come in at the end of this over, I'm not sure, but Unadkat is on strike. Ben Callaway has a few words with James Cole, so hopefully offering him congratulations. It's been a fine innings. And Glamorgan's batters will look at this innings, Adrian, and go, well, one of us has got to play a similar sort of innings if we're going to get out of this game. The lead is, Sussex's lead is 346, so there's a lot of work for Glamorgan to do.
Callaway in bowls to Unadkat, who defends down the track. And there is no run, so it is the end of the over. As you say, no sign of a declaration. Sussex are just batting on and on here. 501 for 9. The highest score this season was 502. 502, I think it was up at Leeds earlier this season, but there's a long way to go in this match. And, Sussex clearly very much in the box seat, but, this is far from done and dusted. Carlson, Cook, Ingram, Tribe, Glamorgan have got a good batting lineup. And
I was saying earlier, in 2023, Glamorgan's deficit on first innings was 358, and they got 737 in their second dig. So I'm not sure that this wicket's got a little bit more in it than that one did, because that really flattened out. But that's unusual for Hove. There is always something in it for the bowlers. As Norton comes in to start a new over, and James Coles is going to be out. I think Norton's under it. No, he's dropped it. Well, that, I'm afraid, is club cricket. It would shame a club cricketer, to be honest. Even one as modestly talented as you and I, Adrian. James Coles is trying to hit that one over the pavilion again. He's got massive top edge. It's gone high into the air. Norton, in his follow through, steps a few paces to his right hand side. He's under the catch. He has it in both hands, and then it falls to the ground. Comes in again, and Coles this time hits it towards long on. Is it going to go for 4? No, it's well stopped. They're going to go through for 2. Oh, it's a direct hit there, and Unadkat was in comfortably, but it took out middle stump. There's a great piece of fielding down there at long on. To throw in and take out middle stump, but Jaydev Unadkat had made his ground. But it's only, theoretically, factually, James Coles has been dropped 3 times, twice in the 190s and once when he got past 200.
Yes.
But apart from that, he's played pretty flawlessly, but that was a bad drop there by young Tom Norton. But anyway, he comes back in again and bowls to Coles, and this time he drives it into the offside. That's gone miles straight, actually, over long off. It's heading towards that big white van that's parked up at the end of the drive behind the stand there. Someone's gone to fetch it. It might even have gone under the wheels of that. No, someone's got it. That's gone miles over long off to the side, to the right hand side of the black sight screen that they use for the T20 games. One of the spectators has fished it out of the. Looks like it went under that. Might have gone under that, rolled under that van. Anyway,
it went miles.
It did. That was a big hit, a really big hit. He's a powerful young man, is James Coles, and he's absolutely loving this now. 212 he's on. 354 is the lead. Norton in, and Coles flays that into the offside again for 4 more. 2 fielders on the offside boundary, and neither of them had any remote chance of cutting that off. Not great bowling this, it has to be said, by Tom Norton. He dropped Coles' first ball of the over, and since then he's gone 264.
Is that the
513 for 9.
So
nearly
partnership of 95.
Yeah, close to 100 partnership for the last wicket.
And it's come very quickly, Bruce, as well. Just have a look how many overs it's taken. Let me have a quick look at that statistic, because the 9th wicket went down in the 110.5 overs.
So yeah, what are we on now?
It's about 13 overs it's coming.
Coles this time plays it off the inside edge of the bats. 4 more. Just flick that. He's so well now. It must be, what a feeling it must be for a batter when you're in this such good nick, and everything you hit cleanly out of the middle of the bat. That's just a flick. Timing, no, not really a great deal of power that we saw a couple of shots earlier in the over. Adrian just flicked that away, dismissed it almost, that ball, length ball from Norton, and he's helped it on its way. wide of mid-wicket for another boundary. So this over has now gone for 16. We've got a ball left. So James Cole's, the field has stayed out actually, which is surprising. James Coles just needs to drop this into the offside, get a single and keep strike. No, he just bottoms it down fine for 4 more.
That's the 100 partnership.
And that's the 100 partnership. Bottom of the bat, no chance for Cook, and the applause ringing around Hove. 1 or 2 people on the balcony and the flats as well. 103 runs off 86 balls in 67 minutes between Jaydev Unadkat and James Coles. And Jaydev Unadkat's contribution to that partnership is, I think, 12 runs. 12. So to say Coles has dominated the 10th wicket stand would be an understatement, but he is batting so well there. So well now. 20 runs off that over. And Kieran Carlson really is I'm not saying he doesn't know where to turn next, but it must be difficult to staunch the flow of runs the way that Coles is batting now. Mason Crane is going to come in and bowl from the CN. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 85 for the leg spinner so far.
Well, this is now the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If they get to 106, it'll be the 6th highest 10th wicket partnership for Sussex. In comes Crane to bowl to Jaydev Unadkat. He's in and bowls, and Jaydev attempts to sweep, and he's RBW. So Jaydev Unadkat goes for 12, and Sussex are all out for 521. And how sporting of the Glamorgan players walking up and shaking hands with James Coles. Joe, that's almost as good as watching James Coles hit all those sixes. Every Glamorgan player is walking up and shaking James Coles' hand, which is just wonderful to see in the professional game. Well done, Glamorgan. But most of all, well done, James Coles. It's been a magnificent display of hitting by a young cricketer who I'm sure is destined for great things. He makes his way towards the pavilion, standing ovation around Hove, the players standing in the pavilion applauding. Absolutely wonderful. Let's just listen to the applause. Makes his way up the pavilion steps, and I'm sure his mum and dad are in the ground, and they would have enjoyed that, as I'm sure all the spectators did. And just to reiterate, well done to the Glamorgan players, because they've had a pretty torrid time, particularly since tea, but to a man they walked over and shook hands and patted James Coles on the back. Bruce, you've watched cricket here for many years, and you know you've seen some great players, some great innings, but when you see Coles bat like that, I just wonder at 22 years of age whether we're looking at someone potentially outstanding here.
A special talent, Adrian, a special talent. I just felt today when he came in, I said to you on commentary much earlier in the day, he looks in really good form. You mentioned that 50 he got last week at Worcester for the England Lions. He's not had a great start to the season, a bit of pressure on him. He's a bit more of a target now, having had that earned that big contract in the 100 at the start of the season. But he is a talent. I mean, he can play shots all around the wicket today. You know, you saw some lovely touch play, but you know, delicate shots where he uses the pace and the angles. But you also saw some really powerful blows as well. I mean, that last of those 11 sixes that he hit over long off. I mean, that is a hell of a carry here at Hove, up the hill. Admittedly, there is a southwest wind blowing and may have helped him a little bit, but it wasn't really until he got into the 190s that he even offered a semblance of a chance. There were a couple of drop catches that probably could have been taken on the boundary right at the just before he got to his 200, but apart from that I don't remember him. He certainly didn't offer a chance until he got to 191, and I don't remember him playing too many full shots, to be honest. The conditions certainly have improved today for batting. It was a lot easier to bat than it was on the first day, but you still got to get the runs on the board. And when he came in, Sussex, when they weren't in, you know, they were 143 for 3, so
yeah.
They were still 12 runs behind, and then they were 200 and you mentioned it when Price was at 289 for 6, so 332 runs for the last 4 wickets, which is some going. A brilliant innings by James Coles, and one that everyone who has been here at Hove today we'll remember for quite some time.
We certainly will. From a Glamorgan point of view, I thought they stuck at it pretty well today, but as you say, the wheels rather came off in the last hour. A couple of catches went down, and Kieran Castle was trying to rally the troop, but I think in hindsight, some of those catches they will be disappointed they didn't take right at the end.
It certainly should have been. Cole should have been out twice on 191. He was dropped twice in 3 balls on the boundary there. Indicative of a tired team, a team who lost their way probably only in the last hour. We mentioned earlier on commentary today, Sussex took some really good catches yesterday. Their fielding and their catching was outstanding, and that gives the team confidence. But when you drop catches and those opportunities, you don't take those opportunities, no matter how deep into the innings of James Cole's that they were, it's still debilitating for Glamorgan. They've got a really important 12 overs to get through tonight. They will be desperate to make sure that their openers are still intact tomorrow. Well, the last thing they want is to lose a couple of wickets tonight, but Sussex are in a really strong position, a lead of 346, but we keep mentioning it, Adrian, 358 deficit Glamorgan had here in 2023, and they ended up drawing the game and scoring 700, and Kieran Carlson got 192 of those not out, so it can be done, but there is a little bit more in this wicket, I think, than that pitch back in 2023.
Back to the Glamorgan bowling. I mean, despite the wheels coming off slightly at the end, still some good performances. Tim van der Hoogten, 29 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 74. I thought the pick of the bowling, actually, Ben Kellaway, 23 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 69 for long periods in that innings. He did hold an end and at least gave Kieran Carlson an opportunity to try and rotate the bowling.
Yeah, I thought Kieran Carlson did well. He kept changing things up. He wasn't afraid to try bowlers at different ends. We saw Hadley at bowling from both ends. Ben Kellaway was tidy. It wasn't a lot to work with in terms of turn for the off spinner. But he kept plugging away. Mason Crane, I thought, bowled some nice deliveries at times, got a wicket at the end, but it was hard work for Glamorgan, certainly in that last hour. There's nothing worse for a fielding team, especially if you've been out in the field for the best part of, well, certainly 3.5, 4 sessions already, for a last wicket stand to add further to your frustrations.
How back to Sussex, I don't think too many people would have thought they'd be going into this second innings within a bowling attack of Nudcat, Hunt, Goodwin and Price. I guess they wouldn't have put them in the squad if they weren't fit to play, but I'm sure Tom Haynes is going to have to be a little careful the way he handles these Sussex bowlers.
Well, Goodman's only just come back to bowling in the last couple of weeks after that broken rib that he suffered at the start of the summer. He's a big unit. He's just warming up now. The thing is as well, he's probably never bowled, he certainly won't have bowled competitively at Hove before, so that's going to be interesting. What end's he going to bowl at? I see him marking out a few moments ago, marking out his run up. He certainly wouldn't have woken up today expecting to end the day bowling in this match. He's obviously been called up because Henry Crocombe has been brought into the England team, or squad rather, for the second test. But interesting, he's 6'5", 6'6". He is a big guy, Dom Goodman. I'm looking forward to watching him bowl, actually. Sean Hunt will have his tail up after the way he bowled in the first innings. Obviously, Jadad Unadkat 4 for 29 yesterday. As we keep mentioning, the overheads are a lot different than they were on Friday, on the first day. The clear blue sky, the wicket currently being rolled, and the ground staff are inspecting the work of the lad sitting on the roller.
I'm just looking at that partnership for the last wicket of 103, Bruce. It is actually the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th, 7th highest in Sussex history. It beat the record of Wells and Babington at Southampton in 1989, but it didn't get near to the 164, the record that we hope stands forever, really, of Ollie Robinson and Matthew Hobden, yeah, up at Durham in the late Matthew Hobden back in 2015 of 100 and 64. So the players just going through their warm-up routines. The roller is on. I just wonder what part the Sussex spinners might play here. I mean, Jack Carson and James Coles. There's a lot of scoreboard pressure here for Glamorgan. 2 days to go, and at least from Haynes's point of view, he's got himself that can bowl. He's got Price that can bowl. He can sort of juggle the bowling around a little bit. Jack Leaning potentially as well.
And there's only 12 overs to go tonight.
Yeah.
And I would hope and I would expect that one of the spinners will get a couple of overs towards the end of the day. It might be Jack Carson, but who knows? It's James Coulter's had such a good day. No one would be surprised if he came on at the end, bowled an over and winkled out one of the Glamorgan batters. But we shall see. 12 overs to go, and quite a few of the crowd staying to enjoy the closing instalment of this second day here at Hove.
Well, here come the two umpires, Nigel Long and Ian Blackwell, making their way. You're not going to have enough. I don't know how many words you have to write in the evening, Bruce, but you might have a few.
No, I've done this job a long time.
A few superlatives for Coles.
I'm sure I can manage my 550 or whatever it is, but it'll be mainly about him. I'm not sure there will be too many mentions of Jack Leaning's 21.
Yeah, actually,
all-time prices 4. With all due respect to them.
Just thinking today, Bruce, amount of runs. I'm just doing some quick maths here. 5, 3, 12. I reckon that's 304.
385 runs. I think we've seen so far.
In the day.
And not a full day.
And they've, not a full day. You're quite right. And those runs coming in, so about 83 overs, I reckon.
I think the run rate was 4.16 at the end of the innings, but I certainly think that today it would have been a bit higher than that. Because
Well, yesterday evening, off the last 20 overs, Sussex scored about 25 runs when Leaning and Hughes, but they all played their part, didn't they?
Well, they did. Going back to the start of the day, Daniel Hughes was a bit unlucky with the ball that he was dismissed to by Ben Callaway, kept really low, but he played his part with 72. Jack Leaning 21, but then after that really it was James Coles utterly dominant. John Simpson got some runs, 34, looked in good touch, maybe a little bit unlucky with the ball that just sort of sneaked under his bat. Jack Carson 46, played really well again at number 8. And then when Goodman and Hunt went fairly quickly, 418 for 9, you're thinking, well, Sussex are going to have an hour and a half at Glamorgan tonight, and we'll be looking to make inroads with a lead of, what was it at that stage, 263 maybe?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, 263 lead, and they've ended up with a considerably bigger advantage of that than that of 346.
And there's me. What do I know? Because I said Sussex had a long tail.
Well, we both said that, to be fair. In terms of, it's a longer tail than it has been this season with but Unadkat, to be fair to him, he probably certainly the best I've seen him play bat for Sussex. I thought he did really well. He looked the part.
It is going to be J. Devon Unadkat who's going to get things underway from the Cromwell Road, and the sun has momentarily disappeared behind some high-level wispy cloud. Nick Webb will be back with us shortly, and we can release Bruce to go and do his journalistic words. 12 overs remaining in the day, and this is pretty tough on the Glamorgan lads who have been out in the field for a long time. The opening pair, Zain Al Hassan and Asa Tribe, to see if they can see Glamorgan through to the close without losing a wicket. They've got to face J. Devon Unadkat. There are 4 slips in place. Tom Alsop at first, Jack Leaning second, Tom Haynes at third, Jack Carson at fourth. Who's that at point? Tom Price, the double centurion James. I don't know why James Coles isn't fielding in the slips anymore. We'll have to ask him that later on, because he's fielding at mid-off. But in comes Unadkat over the wicket and bowls, and Al Hassan is on his way straight away, plays the ball down here to fine leg, fielded by Sean Hunt. So Glamorgan are on their way with a single. I noticed actually that he came out of the slips at Taunton a few weeks ago. He put a chance down. So I don't know whether he's maybe nursing a finger injury or something. I don't know, but I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk to James later this evening. But we've probably got another half hour or 40 minutes worth of cricket here at Hove. As the 4 slips are ready, and Asa Tribe Young cricketer who's made quite a name for himself in the last 12 months. He faces J. Devon Nudcat, who's coming in down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls, and Tribe picks up his first run, plays it into the onside, fielded by Daniel Hughes, who trots into field and picks up a single. And you have to look at a batting lineup which has Tribe, Kieran Carlson at 3, the likes of Colin Ingram, Sean Dixon, Chris Cook.
Ben Kellaway got 100 in the last game, so did Colin Ingram. So
there's plenty of batting.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is by no means. Sussex has still got plenty of work to do here.
But you wouldn't have you couldn't have asked for a better position at the end of day 2 than this.
They're in a great position. And Nudcat in and bowls and let go outside the off stump by Al-Hassan through to John Simpson, and there is no run. So Glamorgan are going to need all their determination here for these last 12 overs. Al-Hassan is just having a word there to the Sussex slip cordon about something or another. I don't know whether perhaps something was said. There's a bit of discussion going on.
Sean Hunt's down in front of us at fine long leg, so I imagine he will bowl the second over and come up the hill.
Al-Hassan waits left-handed, and in comes J. Devon Nudcat. Bowls. It's a good delivery from Nudcat. Let go through to John Simpson. Could carry on these Hove pitches, Bruce. I mean, John Simpson's taking that round about waist high.
He has new ball, obviously, and J. Dev Nudcat's fired up. But yeah, good carry. But well inside the line. Al-Hassan playing that one. So no danger for the left-hander.
I guess Sussex here, in many ways, have got sort of 2 cracks with this new ball, haven't they? They've got, a crack at things this evening, and then
another one tomorrow.
Crack at things tomorrow morning.
Like I say, they're in a great, really strong position.
Nudcat in bowls, and again let go by Hassan through to John Simpson. Again, there is no run. There's a leg slip in place, so 3 slips and a leg slip. Jack Carson has come across from 4th slip to leg slip. We haven't really been taking much note. It's been so exciting here. We haven't really had much chance to see what else is going on around the country. But Leicestershire 182 for 9. Trailing Essex by 219. There's been some lower order resistance there actually from Leicestershire, who were in all sorts of trouble. Nick Kelly, 78 not out. Then comes a Nudcat, bowls, and Hassan works that. A little bit of discomfort to backward point, fielded by Tom Price, but the first over goes by, and it is indeed going to be Sean Hunt who's going to bowl the first over from the C end of the ground. So where are we? Yeah, Leicestershire 182 for 9, trail Essex by 219. Somerset 28 without loss in their second innings, lead Notts by 145, so in a good position there. Somerset. Warwickshire in trouble at Scarborough, 197 for 6. In reply to Yorkshire's 469. Derbyshire following on at Durham in the second division, 72 for 3, still trailing by 187. Kent 244 for 6, leading Lancashire by 335 at Blackpool. Harry Finch in the runs there for Kent. They made 70 odd. Gloucestershire 219 for 5 in reply to Northants 465, and Worcestershire 240 for 8 in reply to Middlesex's 339.
Sean Hunt then, with that breeze blowing in behind his left shoulder, might give him a bit of assistance here as he prepares to start his spell. The second over of the innings, in he comes and bowls, and short and pulled down to fine leg straight to the fielder, but they will go through for a single. Asa Tribe moves to 2. Al-Hassan is in strike now, and it is 3 without loss. Glamorgan 344 behind, so a long way back for Glamorgan here. 7 bonus points so far for Sussex. Glamorgan have picked up just the 2. What Sussex can't do tonight, Adrian, is chase wickets. They've just got to, back their skills, back their ability. I felt last night when Glamorgan started bowling at Sussex, they were chasing wickets a little bit, trying to force things, and Sussex were able to pick off and get a really good start, 92. Nick Webb is coming in very shortly at the end of this over to join Adrian to see everyone through to the close of this second day. 10.4 overs to go. And Ul Hassan is on strike as Sean Hunt comes in and bowls, and that one is left by the batter. Goes through to wicketkeeper John Simpson, who's got 4 slips in close proximity. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg are the other fielders. Still decent crowd in, most people have stayed all on their feet a few moments ago to applaud James Coles for that magnificent 224 not out. But now Sussex looking for early wickets as Hunt comes in and bowls again. That one wasn't too far away from off stump, left on length and over the top of the stumps by left by Ul Hassan. Good judgment there, you could say, but there was some oohs and ahs from the Sussex slip cordon. No run.
Yeah, you could say good judgment, but
You've seen sometimes those extravagant leaves and the off stumps cartwheeling out the ground. Here comes Sean Hunt again into Ul Hassan and bowls, and Ul Hassan is not the tallest, but he gets on his feet there on his toes and defends that down the pitch. No. There's polish on his Sussex sweater.
the thing as well is with the, some of these younger players around the county championship. Think of Jordan Cox with a big double hundred as well. They're keeping some of these other established players on their toes, aren't they?
Absolutely. That one is defended into the leg side by Ul Hassan, and that's the end of the second over. Glamorgan 3 without loss. Asa Tribe will be on strike on 2, Ul Hassan on 1, and I'm swapping out, and Adrian is going to be joined by Nick Webb.
Thank you very much indeed, Bruce. You will be able to read his magnificent match report on the BBC Sport website later.
Yes, well done to Bruce, who stepped in at last minute today, so we're very grateful, Bruce, for all your efforts. It helps enormously to have another voice on the commentary. Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you.
And an important 10 overs here for Glamorgan. They'll be desperate to get through without losing a wicket tonight. Goes without saying.
Yes, on the back foot after that last wicket century stand between Coles and Unadkat, which is not what they needed. And it is the Indian seamer who's in down the slope and bowls to try past the outside edge and through to keeper Simpson.
I mean, it's never easy, Nick, is it, when you're been in the field for a long time, and we felt that Glamorgan really until that sort of last 45 minutes had kept going, but those
Unadkat is in to try past the outside edge again, and although it shouldn't make any difference, obviously, if it'd been these two batters have to now try and absolutely wipe clean what has happened in the last few hours and think, right, 10 overs to bat, we can do this.
Yeah.
And then dividing up tomorrow into sessions or even into half hours or sets of 50 runs, however they want to play it. As Unadkat is in to bowl and Tribe is forward, defending up to mid-on, because there are one or two tricky deliveries as a result of the pitch slightly inconsistent bounce, but Glamorgan would be hoping that flattens out slightly in the sunshine and doesn't cause them too many problems in this final innings. Or the third innings of the match. They'll be hoping very much it's not the final innings.
Yeah.
Unadkat in. Bowls to Tribe, who pushes away on the leg side, squirts it past the umpire for a single. Out towards square leg. Glamorgan 4 without loss.
Well, we do know, Nick, that Glamorgan have got previous here in terms of scores,
Yes.
big scores, and when you look down this Glamorgan batting line. I mean, Sussex are in a great position. We don't need to pretend that they aren't, but there are plenty of players in this Glamorgan side who are capable of playing big innings and long innings as well.
Indeed. Tribe was a double century to his credit. Carlson got 192 down here in that save the match, as another one flies past the outside edge, this time of Ul Hassan's bat, and Adkat is asking serious questions, having prolonged the agony for Glamorgan with the bat. The number 11 is now looking to make inroads in these final few overs of the day, and there is bounce and pace available, particularly for the bowling from the Cromwell Road end.
Yes, there is.
22 fours and 11 sixes. What a record for James Coles, as Ul Hassan looks to leg glance. There's no run as it trickles out towards square leg.
So 9 overs to go in the day. Glorious evening here at Hove. The sun has been out pretty much all day. J. Devon Woodcat wanders to his fielding position at mid-on. Having, as I say, what do I know? I said I thought Sussex had a long tail, and that's doing a disservice to J. in particular.
Yeah, the last three only contributed 16 runs between them, but they did. Nadkut hung around long enough to be in the century partnership.
Hunt comes in and bowls to Tribe, who plays that out into the covers, and there is no run.
But Glamorgan were looking ragged in the closing stages.
Yes, they were.
And I suppose that Norton drop of a caught and bowled chance that went up in the air miles, and that sort of just summed up Glamorgan's, not their efforts, but their state of mind at that moment.
Yeah, I felt a bit of a Tom Norton, because he'd bowled his heart out really as Hunt is in bowls and Tribe. That's too wide from Sean Hunt, and they said Tribe wasn't going to miss out on that, and he times the ball sweetly through backward point for a boundary. He goes to 7 and Glamorgan to 8 without loss. Nicely played. A little bit too much width from Sean Hunt. 3 slips and a gully. Point to mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And a fine leg way down in the distance. Hunt waits and then comes running in over the wicket. Bowls. And Tribe is 4. That was slightly in the air actually. Didn't quite get into the right position to play this shot nonetheless. It was perfectly safe. There's nobody close in there at mid-wicket. I wonder whether Daniel Hughes just sort of looking in the direction of the skipper as if to say, if you want me a bit closer in, skip. But there is no run. Hunt wheels round. The sun disappears momentarily and Sean Hunt is on his way again. Bowls. Forward comes Ace. Tribe confidently enough, placed to mid-wicket, fielded by Hughes. And there is no run. I suspect we could see quite a bit of bowling from the Sussex spinners in this innings, particularly I think Jack Carson, because of the injuries that there have been to Hunt and Goodman. It is their first county championship matches of the season after a lengthy injury. They haven't played so far, and I think Tom Haynes will want to be reasonably conservative in their use. Hunt coming around the wicket, bowls to that kept a bit low. It's going to go for 4 byes. Well, that was a slightly odd delivery. Let's see that again. It came around the wicket, did Sean Hunt, and it almost sort of seemed to shoot past John Simpson. We'll just see this one again. Oh yeah, that did keep low, and Simpson had no chance of getting down to that one. It's run away for a boundary, so Glamorgan go to 12 without loss in this, the 4th over of the innings.
They'll take all the runs any way they can, I'm sure.
Sussex over 8, just for interest's sake, is showing us -2 from the first innings, so plenty of time to make that up over the next day or so. As in comes Hunt around the wicket, bowls, and drive again plays slightly uppishly onto that leg side. I just wonder whether Tom Haynes might want to put someone in there a little closer at mid-wicket. End of the over. Glamorgan 12 without loss. The sun is back with us, and it is the most glorious evening here at the south coast.
It's glorious if you're a Sussex supporter. Despite the weather, it might be not the best of times for Glamorgan supporters, of whom I've seen a few down here, notably in the Sharks stand away to our left. No organised trip as far as I know, but certainly I've seen a few wearing the daff. But it's been a wilting daff in the afternoon. Gareth Mainstone on X. Pray for rain. This has been a tough watch. Unadkat then will try and make it a bit tougher. Good bowl up to another 4 overs tonight, as that's through outside off stump. Al Hassan playing no shot. Neil Thornycroft says that was awful towards the end, but I fully expect Glamorgan to bat for 2 days. No reason why they shouldn't. Well, the odd ball keeping low, and that one moved back a long way from Unadkat, looking at the replay, and only just past Al Hassan's off stump, and they'll need to take that into consideration. Really has been out a couple of times bowled, or LBW leaving the ball, Al Hassan, this season. He needs to get that judgment absolutely spot on. As Unadkat bowls, leaves again. So Al Hassan on 1, Tribe on 7, 12 without loss, with the 4 extras as well, and the deficit 3-5-4 is on our monitor, if not on the scoreboard. Sussex fielders will be in high morale, no doubt.
Yes, they will.
As Al Hassan leaves yet again.
Yes, I guess Sussex are just going to need to be patient, aren't they? But I think Sussex in a great position, no question about that. But there's still plenty of work to be done here. It looks a good track. I mean, the one has kept low. The one that I thought got Daniel Hughes kept low, but it's like Dom Goodman doing some warming up exercises up there at mid-off or mid-on. I mean, he wouldn't have expected to be playing in this game. And gather all this happened right about lunchtime.
Next delivery from Unadkat sees Al Hassan pushing forward on the leg side. No chance of a single, as it's fielded at mid-wicket.
Yes, so just to reiterate, it would appear there was a call to Sussex this morning asking Henry Crocombe to join the England squad, with Ollie Robinson reporting soreness in a knee, which we understand will be scanned tomorrow. I think Henry Crocombe to travel to the Oval. Apparently Henry wasn't feeling too well this morning, and there was a slight delay before it was sort of clear that he was okay to go to the Oval.
Unadkat in bowls to Al Hassan, who looks to play straight, but the ball skews out to cover all along the ground, so no damage done. Mentioned I thought Carlson might have had a bowl himself. I'm told he can't at the moment because he has got a minor hand injury that would prevent him from gripping the ball properly. Normally in these circumstances I think he'd have had a crack. Sussex 521 all out, 366 the lead on first innings for the hosts, as no shot again from Al Hassan, which is in fact fractionally larger than the deficit that Glamorgan faced 3 years ago when they were 358 behind on first innings. End of the over. Glamorgan are 12 for 0, 354 now, runs behind and they need some very big innings from several of their top order batters, you'd have thought. 6:15, and we have 7 overs remaining. So again, like yesterday, it will be a 6:45 or thereabout finish.
I just wonder whether Tom Haynes just might try something a bit different here, and he's give his seamers 4 or 5 overs, maybe chuck in a couple of overs of spin at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, why not? It's got plenty of runs to play with, and keep the batsman guessing. But for now, it's going to be Sean Hunt. He's coming into bowl to ace a Tribe. He's 7 not out. He's in and bowled, and Tribe lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Simpson, and there is no run. 3 slips, a gully, point mid off, mid on, mid wicket. Is the field for Sean Hunt. Pretty much finishing elsewhere around the country now. What have we got? Leicestershire being forced to follow on at Grace Road. 2 without loss in their second innings, still trailing by 212 as Hunt is in and bowls and let go by Tribe outside the off stump, no run. Somerset in a good position at Trent Bridge, 41 without loss, leading Nottinghamshire by 158. Yorkshire also in a good position at Scarborough with Warwickshire 210 for 7, trailing Yorkshire by 259. Derbyshire up against it, and Durham 82 for 3, bowled out for 118 in their first innings and still trailing Durham by 117. And Kent in a very strong position up at Blackpool. Hunt in and bowls, Tribe is forward, plays down the offside of the track, no run. Kent 285 for 6 in their second innings, leading Lancashire by 376 after they bowled out Lancashire for 87 earlier on today. Gloucestershire having a tough season, but they're fighting back at Northamptonshire, 226 for 5 in reply to Northants 465. James Bracey just out for 72. Graham Van Buren is 72 not out. Finally at New Road, Worcestershire 256 for 8, replying to Middlesex's 339 as Hunt is in, bowls to Tribe, who plays this nicely away through the leg side. In hot pursuit towards the Clock Tower scoreboard is Daniel Hughes. A couple of runs to Tribe. Hughes, who played his part today, made 72 before he got one from Ben Kellaway that kept a little low and trapped him in front. That was the end of Hughes, who played a very watchful innings at the top of the Sussex order. For those of you who perhaps are coming in off had a day out, the innings of the day was James Cole's. In comes Hunt and bowls, and Tribe plays to mid-wicket. There is no run. Finished 224 not out. Quite magnificent innings. Shots all around the ground. His maiden double 100. And sharing in a century partnership for the last wicket with J. Devon Nukat, who made just 12 of those runs. James Cole's finishing with 22 fours and 11 sixes. Hunt in and bowls. Oh, he's edged that, and it's gone to second slip. Jack Leaney got a hand to it. It did bounce in front of him, so it wasn't a chance to Jack Leaney. But if Sean Hunt's over, just asking 1 or 2 questions. The sun is shining right on the scoreboard, which is making it a little difficult to see, but it's actually 15 without loss. Tribe is on 10. Zain Al Hassan is on 1.
Yeah, so the lettering on the scoreboard way to our right is somewhat indistinct at the moment. So peering into the sun to see the one on top of the pavilion, which is a bit more distant and a bit smaller as well. There we are. We'll do our best to keep you informed over the remaining 6 overs of play. Glamorgan have seen off 6. They're halfway through the immediate target of tonight. Sussex 7 points to Glamorgan's 2, and Sussex will be confident of being able to make it 23 points to 2 by the end of this fixture. Unadkat around the wicket to Tribe, who defends back to the bowler. So the sort of occasion that Glamorgan supporters might have feared at the start of the season, they were well beaten at Nottinghamshire. They did have periods when they were on equal terms during that game, but having fallen behind early on, as they did here, that's through outside off stump. Tribe playing no shot. They were heavily beaten in the end. The only defeat so far in the first 6. Can they find the fight that they did 3 years ago when Carlson, Labuschagne and Nisa were the main protagonists, the 2 Australians not with Glamorgan. Ingram and Hadley, they're overseas for this match. Unadkat bowls and Tribe defends it on the offside. Ball trickles towards cover and there is no run. Fielded by the tall figure of Dom Goodman, who was not expecting to be in this match but is now prancing around as though he expects to have his first bowl for Sussex very shortly. 9 wickets in his only championship match for Gloucestershire last season for Goodman. And Unadkat is swapping sides. He informs all and sundry. Tribe retakes his guard. Umpire Long up at the far end. Umpires swap after 2 innings. Unadkat is in and bowls to Tribe past the outside edge. And well, there's bound to be a bit of playing and missing, but it enabled Sussex to keep up the verbals. It's a fairly easy task really when you've got a lead of 366 runs on first innings. You're going to be bouncy for the first 50 overs, whatever happens really.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sussex will have no trouble in keeping up their morale, even if there is some initial Glamorgan resistance. Probably in night watchman territory now, I would suspect, if either of these 2 were to be dismissed. Ryan Hadley, who did that spectacular job against Somerset. As Tribe drives nicely but has found the fielder at cover and there's no run. When Hadley came in as night watchman and saw Glamorgan through to victory, chasing 283, but today 366, just to avoid the innings defeat here against Sussex. So need to bat effectively until tea on Monday, you would have thought, as that's through outside off stump. Tribe shoulders, arms. Unadkat gets through a maiden. There are 5 overs remaining tonight here on BBC Sport Online.
Interesting to see Adrian Holmes and Nick Webb. Been an eventful day here at Hove. Now I don't think Sean Hunt's going to bowl the next over actually. No, we are going to see the first appearance in a Sussex shirt of Dom Goodman, who is gets a nice round of applause. Joined Sussex in the winter, picked up an injury and hasn't bowled so far and wasn't due to play today, but Henry Crocombe had to scurry up to the Oval to be with the England squad, so well done Henry. I'm sure he's thrilled to bits to be around the England players. And at the same time, everyone will be hoping that Ollie Robinson's knee injury is not too serious. But it is going to be Goodman who's going to bowl his first ball in Sussex colours. He's running away from us up the hill to bowl to the left-handed Zain Al Hassan, and I'm afraid he gets a wicket with his first ball. Didn't go over the top of the stumps by very much actually. Tall figure, isn't he? Don Goodman, Nick was saying 6'5". Only played the 1 game for Gloucestershire last year. He picked up 9 wickets, then picked up an injury.
And didn't go past the off bail by
No, it didn't.
a long way. It's come back, beaten Al Hassan.
In again, bowls. That's a pacey delivery actually, and Al Hassan, benefit of the doubt that he put his bat inside the line, difficult to say. I think he might have played at that.
It's getting all sorts of replays fired at us in quick succession. Well, Hassan is still there, but only just, I think. 1 off 20 deliveries.
Goodman in again, bowls and clipped by Hassan to square leg, fielded there by Daniel Hughes, I think so. Who continues his conversation with the square leg umpire, who is Nigel Long.
He's not a guy with a high strike rate, Zainul Hassan. So he has to bat a long time to get his runs. Pair in the last match, 35 and 16 the match before that, and 143 at Southampton, his career best by a long way. But that is a standout highlight of a season that does include a few low scores as well. Does have the benefit of a new contract to keep him happy for next year.
Goodman is in bowls. Always a good delivery, and I say just he gets a bit of extra bounce here. Goodman. He's a tall man. But as I say, his first bowl of the season, and I guess if you're going to come into a side for the first time, it's not a bad time to be bowling.
Yeah, you've got 366 lead to play with on the first innings. Go and have a go.
Goodman back to his mark. He's on his way, bowls, and that's not a great delivery down the leg side. I think that came off the thigh pad. It's going to run away down to the fine leg boundary, and indeed it is. So leg byes conceded, and Glamorgan go to 15 without loss. Well, plenty of people have stayed on, and why wouldn't you actually? You've paid your money, and it's in a really good day's cricket. A lot of runs actually, Nick. I mean, Sussex scoring 5. This began this morning on 136. So what's that? 460, 364. Best part of 400 runs in the day. Goodman in bowls, full toss, clipped away. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot by Zainul Hassan, just trying to overcompensate there was Dom Goodman, and so very quick just to clip that over pitch delivery through mid wicket for 4 runs. So he goes to 5, and Glamorgan to 23 without loss, and 4 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, it's that last wicket century stand really hurt Glamorgan, didn't it? It shouldn't have happened.
No.
Coles should have been caught on 184 and on 190, and towards the end when the once he was past 200 as well. Glamorgan dropping a couple of chances on the boundary, and one skied caught and bowled effort. So 23 without loss, trailing by 3-4-3. Unadkat is in to bowl to Tribe, who works that off his legs and will pick up 4 runs to square leg. It's difficult really to stop the ball on that short side of the ground once it's past the infield. Glamorgan had a couple of sweepers out there, but they couldn't take their catches.
Yes, that last wicket partnership was and I thought the partnership between Carson and Coles is important, because at that stage Glamorgan, what was Sussex, 287 for 6 when Price was out, and they just struck with the new ball on a couple of occasions.
Unadkat is in to bowl to Tribe, who pushes that one defensively on the leg side, no run.
I mean, it's been a tough day for Glamorgan, but they'll, you know, if they go in tonight all 10 wickets intact, you know, they've sort of salvaged something from the day, and you know, it still looks a good pitch. And I think the Sussex spinners could have a big say as the match progresses, and they might need to, as I say, because they'll be concerned about fitness of the bowlers.
Unadkat, their prime bowler, is in to bowl to Tribe, who just squeezes it past backward point, and there is a single available. Hassan made his grounders, overthrows, buzzers as the ball hurtles to the pavilion boards It was fair enough to have a throw, but Al Hassan was there
Yes.
in his crease. It was fair enough to have a throw, and there just wasn't anyone with the angle to back it up. As Simpson maybe wasn't expecting the throw at the stumps.
No, I think you're right. I think it was worth it. It always just looks a bit scruffy, doesn't it, when that sort of thing happens? It doesn't look great.
So 5 on the Glamorgan total. They go to 32 for naught. The single having been completed when the ball passed the stumps. And Al Hassan on strike. Down leg side, shouts of catch, 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 but nothing on it from Al Hassan. Sussex have now brought in a leg slip with Jack Carson lurking there.
Yeah.
In case Al Hassan does flick one off his hip. So they're bowling for that. There are 3 conventional slips and the leg slip now. Fine leg, square leg, wide mid on the leg side, mid off point, no third man. Ooh! Bowls, and that's a difficult delivery, and
Is that him on the head? No.
elbow maybe, forearm.
Nasty, wasn't it?
Didn't carry. It was a ball that did climb, and
That was
Al
nasty.
Hassan doing well to survive that one, really, in any form. Can't have been on the helmet because there's no call for a check. Possibly hit him on the shoulder. He didn't know where it had gone anyway.
Yeah, it was a nasty delivery. He's running a good pace here, is Nukat. Oh, they've just changed the field.
Big gap through the covers if he can place one there. But survival will be upmost on his mind as Unadkat finishes his over with a short pitch ball that Al Hassan can safely duck away from. No way he was going to play that one. 32 for naught, Glamorgan, and we have 3 overs remaining of the day's play.
Yeah. I just wonder whether Tom Haynes might try perhaps as I say, it's been James Coles' day in. It could do worse than just chuck him the ball and say, "Well, you have an over, James."
Yeah, it's a good point. He'll be feeling absolutely over the moon with proceedings today. And Glamorgan with these 3 overs to survive. Can they do it?
Well, so far they've looked largely untroubled. Never easy when you've been out in the field for that longer period of time to have to come back in and bat. Goodman in bowls to try, because up on his toes, plays into offside. It's a no ball signalled. So 2 more runs added to the total. 32 without loss. A couple of people out on their balconies to the right of the ground, enjoying the sunshine. Very pleasant if you're out of the breeze. It's been a gorgeous day down here at Hove. Goodman makes his way in again, up the hill and bowls, and eased around the corner by Tribe, who picks up a comfortable couple of runs down to J. Devon-Cat. And it's 2 more to the total, 34 without loss.
Yeah, Tribe's played a extra bit of 4-day cricket recently. Got a century in the first of the matches against South Africa A, in which Coles also featured. So this is his 9th first-class match of the season.
Goodman again. In and bowls and runs now. More runs, could well be 4 more runs. So chase down to the 3rd man boundary. It should be overhauled just in front of the pavilion, and it's 2 more to the total. And Glamorgan have made a decent start here, 34 without loss.
They have. The runs don't matter so much this evening. It's just whether they can get through to the close without loss and give themselves a clean slate going into tomorrow.
Goodman. In again over the wicket, bowls and cut away. That's 4 runs. Short and wide, and maybe the third last over of the day, but Ace of Tribe wasn't going to miss out on that. He's absolutely belted that one through the covers for 4. He goes to 27 and Glamorgan to 40 without loss. Good shot. Nicely played.
I presume that Ryan Hadley is padded up by now as night watchman. Although Crane and Van der Hoogten have also done the job in the past.
Goodman again. Up the hill, bowls. Tribe is forward, plays that to mid-on, fielded by Sean Hunt. Comes into field, and again, on the escape there is no run. Goodman. Wanders back to his mark and comes in again over the wicket, bowls and try place firmly to mid-wicket, fielded there by Daniel Hughes, and there is no run. So thank you for your company today. It's been another good day down here at Hove, and you could rest assured that Glamorgan will be battling away tomorrow. It still looks a decent pitch, this. And with a good weather forecast, we should get another full day tomorrow. As Goodman, tall figure, makes his way in again and bowls. Well, that's a good delivery. Outside the off stump. Tribe is forward, beaten outside the off stump. The ball goes through to John Simpson. 2 overs to go in the day. 42 without loss. Our Glamorgan Ace of Tribe on 27. Zain Al Hassan is on 5.
Yeah, 10 off the over, including the 2 for the no ball first up, but Goodman has beaten the bat a couple of times already. As Zain Al Hassan and Ace of Tribe meet from mid-wicket chat, and a helmet is being delivered, so there's going to be a short leg, or a keeper standing up, or both. Haynes is going to be bowling his medium pace. And does that mean that it's Simpson standing up?
I would imagine so.
Helmet. Yeah, Simpson. Haynes just a little less speedy than the other seamers that we've seen so far. And Simpson standing up to restrict the footwork of Zain Al Hassan, who will just have survival on his mind tonight. So Nadkat bowled 5 overs for 12 as Haynes bowls and Al Hassan defends stoically on the offside. No run. If you're just joining us at the end of the day's play, no doubt that James Coles was the main man with 224 not out and spearheading a last wicket century stand with Jaydev Unadkat just to rub in Glamorgan's position as Al Hassan is forward defending out on the offside. No run. I think Glamorgan had ropey spells at either end of that Sussex innings, I think it's fair to say. Sussex getting away to a flying start with 92 at 4.5 runs and over to get them underway, and then a century stand for the last wicket as Al Hassan leaves that ball from Haynes outside off stump, during which James Coles was dropped 3 times, but he already had 184 on the board by the time he was dropped for the first time. 22 fours and 11 sixes, a remarkable innings. 3 wickets for Tom Norton. Ben Callaway and Van der Hoogten probably the pick of the attack with 2 apiece as Al Hassan presses forward and defends to cover. 1 wicket apiece for Al Hassan, for Hadley and Crane. The latter 2 were quite expensive. 42 for Glamorgan, 324 in arrears. As Haynes bustles in balls and Olasan is forward. Gets back to ball. No runs. Played out on the offside.
He does bowl this sort of nagging line of length, Tom Haynes. He sort of skids the ball through as well. So the skipper could have a key part to play over the next couple of days for Sussex.
As Haynes bowls, Olasan presses forward and defends. In the Women's T20 World Cup, Scotland beat Ireland by 40 runs at Old Trafford this morning. Australia beat South Africa by 65 runs at Old Trafford this afternoon. And New Zealand are 23 for naught at the end of the third against the West Indies in Southampton this evening. And follow commentary of that game on the BBC Sport website and on one of the 5 Sports Extra channels, I'm sure.
So, final over of the day. It's going to be bowled by Dom Goodman. He's going to be bowling up the hill from the C end of the ground, bowling to Asa Tribe, who's on 27. All got off to a solid start, trying to clear these arrears of 366 as Goodman races in and bowls, and Tribe lets that go outside the off stump. It bounces in front of John Simpson, who manages to stop the ball, and there is no run. Goodman, tall man, marches back to his mark. James Cole's very much his day today, fielding at mid-off, changing the field, and they're going to put that man in at shortish mid-wicket now, and now Jack Carson coming across as well. A couple of deliveries have just, Asa Tribe has just played slightly in the air in that area. Daniel Hughes is waiting in there as Goodman is in and bowls, and Tribe is right in behind that. Goodman fields off his own bowling enthusiastically, and there is no run. I suppose there'll be a lot of bleary-eyed Scotsmen tomorrow, because I don't mean because they've had too much to drink, but the game kicks off at 2 o'clock in the morning, doesn't it, their game in the World Cup, so if anyone's staying up for that, it's going to be a late night. As Goodman, the sun just momentarily disappears. He's in and bowls, and nicked! Oh, and it was just short of Tom Alsop at first slip. It wasn't a chance, but he did get a nick. Let's just see this one again. I'm sure it didn't quite carry to Tom Alsop. That was my first impression.
Looked that way, didn't it?
Just see this again. He's in and bowls.
No, bounced to
it was
6 inches short, maybe.
Just short.
Nothing much he could have done about it.
No, well, and they picked up a single. Did they pick up a single?
No.
No.
Tribe still on strike.
No. So, a few flutters in there. Well, if a wicket goes down now, we'll call it a day, as in comes Goodman again. Bowls, and Tribe this time defends down the offside of the track. And there is no run.
Yeah, very dead bat.
2 balls left in the day, as the sun, pretty much for the first time today, actually disappears for a couple of minutes. The seagulls start to swoop around the ground. As I say, thank you all very much for listening today, for your correspondence, emails and texts, as Goodman is in and bowls, and let go by Tribe outside the off stump, taken by John Simpson. Particular thanks to Bruce Talbot, who stood in at last minute notice for us today, so thank you to Bruce. Thank you as ever to Nick. It's always good fun working with Nick, and we will be back tomorrow at 11 o'clock for ball by ball commentary. Had a few technical issues first thing this morning. Let's hope we don't have the we don't have the similar stress tomorrow. Final ball of the day. Don Goodman is in and bowls, and Tribe is forward, plays that to the gully, shy at the stumps from Tom Haynes, misses. So Glamorgan have started off well in their pursuit of clearing these arrears. They are 42 without loss at the close, with Asa Tribe on 27, Zain Al Hassan is on 5. So much batting to do for Glamorgan tomorrow. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for your correspondence. Thank you to Nick and Bruce, and we'll be back bright and breezy tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock for now. For Nick and myself, thanks very much and speak to you tomorrow.